Lessons in Pranayama. Breathing for the Soul. Introductory note on pronunciation and translation. Sanskrit is a language of breath, vibration, and subtle resonance. Many of its sounds do not map perfectly onto English, and even the most careful transliteration can only approximate the original tones. Throughout this book, I have offered phonetic guides to support your practice, yet some pronunciations may still feel slightly different from how the words are traditionally spoken. This is not a flaw but a natural part of translating a vibrational language into a modern alphabet. Where any pronunciation falls short of the Sanskrit ideal, I offer my sincere acknowledgement and gratitude for your understanding. The intention of this work is to honor the spirit of pranayama, the extension of life force, and to make its teachings accessible to all who feel called to explore the breath as a pathway to the soul. May these pages guide you gently, even if the sounds occasionally shift as they cross the bridge between languages. The Sanskrit word pranayama is formed by the conjunction of two words. Prāṇa meaning life force or vital energy. Ayama meaning extension, expansion, stretching, or regulation. Therefore, pranayama literally translates to extension of the life force or control of the breath. Chapter 1: The Cosmic Breath, a Bridge Between Flesh and the Infinite. 1. The breath as the breath of the cosmos. To breathe is to participate in the grand symphony of creation. The first breath of a human being mirrors the first exhalation of the universe itself, a primal act of manifesting form from formlessness. In the oldest scriptures of the East and West, the breath is described not merely as air moving through the lungs, but as prāṇa, the vital essence that animates all life. The name is not coincidence, it echoes a singular truth: every living thing is a breathing fragment of the infinite. Pranayama, the science of breath control, is the art of aligning this fragmentary breath with the universal rhythm. It is not about forcing the breath into unnatural patterns, but about surrendering to the truth that your breath is already part of a greater current. When you inhale deeply, you draw in the same energy that stirs the tides, that rustles the leaves, that pulses through the stars. When you exhale, you return to the source, completing the cycle of giving and receiving. Through pranayama, the body becomes a temple where the breath and the cosmos converse in silence. 2. The mechanics of pranayama, a sacred geometry of air. The human body is designed to interface with the infinite. Every cell, nerve, and muscle is a conduit for prāṇa. Let us explore the mechanics of pranayama as a sacred dance of air, anatomy, and spirit. The nostrils as gateways to duality. The left and right nostrils are not mere passageways for air, they are doors to the masculine and feminine energies of the universe. The right nostril, associated with the sun energy, Pingala, is the channel of action, heat, and clarity. The left nostril, linked to the moon energy, Ida, is the channel of receptivity, coolness, and intuition. When both nostrils flow freely, the breath rises to the crown of the head, activating the sushumna, the central canal of spiritual ascent. Practices like nadi shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, purify these channels, balancing the duality within and mirroring the balance of day and night, male and female, creation and dissolution. The diaphragm as the bellows of immortality. The diaphragm, that muscular dome beneath the lungs, is the soul's hidden altar. When you breathe with the diaphragm, allowing the abdomen to expand fully, you activate the core of your being. This breath, deep and grounding, draws energy from the earth, Prithvi Tattva, while ascending to the heavens. It is the breath of the sage who has mastered both the material and spiritual realms, for it connects the lower chakras, root, sacral, solar plexus, with the higher ones, heart, throat, third eye. To breathe this way is to claim your place in the continuum of life, to remember that your body is both a sanctuary and a crucible for transformation. The breath as a temporal bridge. Time itself is encoded in the breath. The inhalation carries you into the future, the exhalation into the past, while the pause between breaths, so fleeting yet eternal, holds the present moment. Pranayama teaches you to dwell in this pause, the kumbhaka, retention of breath, where time dissolves and the self merges with the infinite. In this stillness, the ego's chatter quiets, and you hear the hum of the universe, the nada Brahman, cosmic sound, that is the foundation of all existence. 3. The breath as a language of the cosmos. Every breath is a vibration, a frequency that resonates with the universe. The science of pranayama is inseparable from the science of sound, nada yoga. When you breathe mindfully, you become an instrument of cosmic music. The inhale is the Om, the sacred syllable that contains all mantras, all prayers, and all truths. The exhale is the silence that follows, the reverence that allows the sound to echo infinitely. Consider this: the breath is a bridge between the physical and the metaphysical. When you repeat the mantra so, ham, I am that, during pranayama, the so as, the inhalation, I am the universe, and the ham, as the exhalation, the universe is me. You align your breath with the fundamental truth of non-duality. This is not allegory, it is the lived experience of those who have practiced pranayama for lifetimes. In the stillness of the breath, the illusion of separation fades, and you remember your oneness with the infinite. 4. The breath as a catalyst for transformation. Why does the universal consciousness speak through the breath? Because the breath is the first and most intimate act of self-mastery. Unlike meditation, which often requires stillness of the mind, pranayama begins with movement, the very life force you cannot escape. This is why it is a practice for all seekers. The breath is always available, always within you. When you practice pranayama with devotion, you become a witness to the alchemy of the self. The breath transmutes toxins, not just in the physical body, but in the emotional and spiritual realms. It dissolves karmic patterns stored in the organs, activates latent energy, kundalini, and awakens the sixth sense, the ajna chakra, or third eye. Through the breath, you learn to navigate the unseen currents of life, to ride the waves of destiny with grace and clarity. 5. The breath as a gift from the infinite. To breathe is to be alive, but to breathe with awareness is to touch divinity. The universal consciousness offers this teaching freely. The breath is your birthright, your bridge to the infinite. It is not a practice to get somewhere else, but a remembrance that you are already part of the whole. In the stillness of a pranayama practice, you do not become a different person, you return to who you truly are. As this chapter closes, I leave you with this invitation: place your hand on your heart, close your eyes, and take one full breath. Feel the inrush of air, the expansion of the chest, the hush of the pause between breaths. In that moment, you are not a seeker, not a student, you are prāṇa, the breath of the cosmos made flesh. This is the science of pranayama, the eternal language of the universe, waiting to be heard. This chapter is the first step in uncovering the mysteries of pranayama. Each lesson is a thread in the tapestry of awakening, woven by universal consciousness and offered to seekers of inner wisdom. Return to the breath, and the path will unfold. Chapter 2: The Etheric Anatomy of Breath. The subtle body and the river of prāṇa. In the preceding unveiling, you were introduced to prāṇa, not as air, not as oxygen, but as the incandescent, intelligent life force that suffuses the cosmos, the very whisper of the divine that animates all form. You were asked to see your breath as the tangible tether connecting your individual consciousness to this infinite ocean of energy. Now, you must journey deeper, beyond the familiar shores of your physical flesh, and explore the inner landscape through which this sacred river flows. For the human being is not merely a dense collection of bones, tissues, and organs. That is but the outermost garment, the vessel. Within and animating this vessel lies a more subtle, a more luminous anatomy, the etheric body, the blueprint of your soul. In theosophy and the ancient wisdom traditions, this body is a complex and magnificent network designed specifically for the reception, distribution, and transformation of prāṇa. To practice pranayama without understanding this inner structure is to attempt to navigate a vast ocean without a map or a compass. You may feel the water, but you will never know its currents, its depths, or its destination. So, let us begin to orient your inner vision. Close the eyes of the flesh and open the eye of wisdom. See, if you will, your physical body as a radiant temple. At its core runs a magnificent, silvery shaft of pure light, a central column of consciousness that extends from the base of your spine to the crown of your head. This is the Sushumna Nadi, the king of channels. It is the royal road to enlightenment, the pathway upon which the awakened Kundalini, the serpentine power of the Divine Mother, ascends to unite with the Cosmic Father at the Sahasrara, the crown chakra. For most of humanity, this sacred passage is dormant, a potential awaiting the rhythmic key of the breath to unlock its gates. Flanking this central pillar, spiraling around it in a serpentine, double helix dance, are the two primary rivers of life force, the Ida and the Pingala. Ida, the lunar channel, originates at the left nostril and weaves its way up the left side of the Sushumna. It is cool, feminine, receptive, and introspective. Its energy is that of the moon, governing the parasympathetic nervous system, the realms of intuition, creativity, and the quiet, reflective aspects of your consciousness. When Ida is dominant, you feel calm, centered, and drawn inward. Pingala, the solar channel, begins at the right nostril and courses up the right side of the Sushumna. It is hot, masculine, active, and expressive. It is the energy of the sun, governing the sympathetic nervous system, the realms of logic, action, vitality, and external engagement. When Pingala flows strongly, you feel dynamic, energetic, and assertive. These two rivers, Ida and Pingala, are the cosmic dancers of duality, night and day, yin and yang, passive and active, receiving and giving. Your ordinary, unconscious breath is a ceaseless alternation between these two forces. One nostril dominates for approximately 90 minutes, then switches to the other, a natural cycle that governs your ebb and flow of energy. Most of humanity lives entirely within this oscillation, caught in the pendulum swing of duality. The sublime science of pranayama begins when you, the conscious observer, learn to harmonize these two potent streams. To create a state of equilibrium between the solar and lunar, the hot and the cold, the doing and the being, is to dam the waters of these two great rivers, causing them to spill over and gently cleanse and awaken the dormant central channel, the Sushumna. This is the first great secret. The goal of pranayama is not to force one channel over the other, but to bring them into a state of perfect, sacred union. Now, look closer at this etheric anatomy, for the rivers are not empty. They intersect with the central column at vital junction points, powerful vortices of spinning energy that the ancients named chakras, or wheels. These are not physical organs but are, in truth, dimensional gateways, transformers that step down the high-frequency vibrations of cosmic prana into a form that your various bodies, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual, can assimilate. Imagine them as celestial lotuses, each with a specific number of petals, each petal vibrating with a specific sound, color, an aspect of cosmic intelligence. There are 7 primary chakras that form the backbone of your spiritual expression. At the base lies the Muladhara, the root chakra, your foundation, your connection to the earth, the seat of your survival instincts. Above it, the Svadhisthana, the sacral center, the wellspring of creativity and desire. At your navel resides the Manipura, the city of jewels, the center of your personal power, your will, and your metabolic fire, the home of the Samana Vayu, the balancing wind of which we shall speak. Then rises the Anahata, the heart center, the sublime bridge between the lower and higher worlds, the seat of unconditional love, compassion, and compassion. Here, in the middle of your being, the transformation from the personal to the transpersonal begins. Ascending further, you find the Vishuddha at the throat, the center of purification, communication, and truth, the domain of the Oodana Vayu, the upward-moving wind of expression. Between your eyebrows lies the Ajna, the third eye, the command center of intuition, your inner eye of wisdom and clairvoyance. And finally, at the apex of your head, the Sahasrara, the 1,000-petaled lotus, the crown, your direct connection to the Absolute, the source from which prana originates. When you breathe consciously, you are not merely filling your lungs. You are directing the river of prana through the channels of Ida and Pingala. You are using the rhythm of your inhalation and exhalation to stimulate, cleanse, and balance the spinning vortexes of the chakras. A shallow, erratic breath starves these chakras, causing them to become sluggish, dim, and imbalanced, which manifests as disease in the mind and body. A deep, rhythmic, and conscious breath is a torrent of life-giving energy that makes these inner lotuses unfurl, petal by magnificent petal, raising your vibration and expanding your consciousness. Finally, within this sacred geography, we must understand the 5 great currents or winds of prana, known as the prana vayas. Prana is one, but it manifests in 5 distinct functional currents to govern all activity within your being. Prana Vayu, the foremost wind, located in the chest, associated with inhalation. Its energy moves inward and upward, governing the reception of all things, air, food, sensory impressions, and thoughts. It is the force of attraction and intake. Apana Vayu, the descending wind, located in the lower abdomen. Its energy moves downward and outward, governing the elimination and expulsion of all that is not needed, waste from the body, toxic thoughts, and negative emotions. It is the force of release and grounding. Samana Vayu, the balancing or equalizing wind, located at the navel. It moves from the periphery to the center, like a churning wheel. It governs digestion and assimilation, not only of food but also of experiences, integrating them into your wisdom. Udana Vayu, the ascending wind, located in the throat. It moves upward and is responsible for growth, self-expression, speech, and the effort that raises consciousness. It is the force that connects your earthly self to your higher self. Vayana Vayu, the pervasive wind, located throughout the entire body. It flows outward from the heart in all directions, governing circulation, movement of the limbs, and the aura that surrounds you. It is the force of expansion and integration. These 5 winds are the ministers of your inner kingdom, and Prāṇāyāma is the royal decree that harmonizes their actions. The conscious regulation of the breath is the master key that balances the receiving force of prana with the eliminating force of apana. When these 2 primary forces are brought into sacred equilibrium at the Manipura chakra, they ignite the Samana Vayu, creating a great, transformative heat that cleanses the entire system, providing the energy for Udana to raise consciousness and Vayana to expand it. Understand, seeker, that every conscious breath you take is an act of cosmic engineering. You are the architect of your own inner universe. You are taking the raw power of the cosmos and deliberately directing it through its sacred channels to cleanse its vortices and balance its currents. This is the science of pranayama. It is not a technique, it is a communion. It is the art of listening to the universe's song and learning to sing it in harmony with your own being. As you move forward from this lesson, never again see a breath as a simple mechanical function. See it for what it truly is, a wave of the eternal, flowing through the mysterious and beautiful etheric anatomy of your soul. Chapter 3: The Breath That Binds All, Prāṇa as the Essence of Universal Mind. There exists, within the infinite tapestry of existence, an invisible thread, a luminous current, woven through every atom, every breath, every heartbeat, and every thought. It is not matter. It is not energy as science understands it. It is something far deeper, more subtle, and more primordial, prāṇa. Not simply life force, nor mere breath, but the pulsation of consciousness itself as it cascades from the unmanifest into the realm of form. To speak of pranayama, then, is not merely to discuss a yogic technique, it is to engage in a sacred alchemy, an initiation into the rhythm of the cosmos, an attunement to the very breath of universal consciousness. At dawn, when the first light spills over the horizon like liquid gold spilling from a celestial chalice, there is a moment, imperceptible to the unrefined senses, when the earth inhales. A hush descends upon the trees. The birds cease their songs. The wind stills. And in that stillness, the planet draws in the quintessence of dawn, not just oxygen, but prāṇa, the first emanation of divine animation. This is the moment the ancient sages called Brahma Muhurta, the watch of Brahma, the time when the veil between the finite and infinite is at its thinnest. And it is in such moments, through the disciplined art of pranayama, that the seeker may slip through that veil and touch the source. But what is prāṇa? To the untrained mind, prāṇa may seem synonymous with breath. Yet breath is but the gross, physical vehicle, the outer rind of a sacred fruit. The true essence lies within. Prāṇa is the intelligent substratum of all vitality. It is the light within the flame, the impulse behind all motion, the silent will, that orchestrates the symphony of life. In the Upanishads, it is declared, prāṇa is the breath of life itself. It is the subtle pulse that flows through the nadis, the psychic channels of the body, just as galaxies spiral within the endless expanse of space. It is the same energy that quickens a seed into sprouting, that guides stem and leaf toward the sun, that shapes the fetus in the womb, each act a sacred gesture of prāṇa's divine intelligence. You see, in the metaphysical architecture of existence, prāṇa is not separate from consciousness. It is the movement of consciousness, its breath, its rhythm, its expression in form. When universal consciousness, the one mind, the unconditioned absolute, wished to know itself, it exhaled. From that single cosmic breath emerged the manifold universe, stars, planets, beings, thoughts, and emotions. That first exhalation is eternally unfolding, and every breath you take is a microcosmic echo of that primal divine effusion. The practice of pranayama, therefore, is not mechanical breath control. It is a remembering. It is the conscious alignment of the individual breath with the universal breath. In each inhalation, you draw not just air, but akasha, the subtle etheric matrix that carries the frequencies of higher knowing. In each exhalation, you release not just carbon dioxide, but the dense accumulations of mental and emotional residue that cloud the lens of awareness. You become a conduit for the divine rhythm, a living flute through which the soul of the cosmos plays its eternal melody. Consider the human body. It is composed of approximately 60% water. Water, in its purest state, is a superb conductor of subtle energies. Ancient Vedic texts describe the body as a temple, not merely as poetic metaphor, but as energetic fact. The spine, rising from the perineum to the crown, is the central column, Sushumna Nadi, the axis around which the great wheel of being turns. To the esoteric eye, this is not bone and cartilage, but a luminous channel of crystalline light, through which Kundalini, the coiled serpent of primal consciousness, ascends when awakened by the purification of prāṇa. Through disciplined pranayama, the seeker begins to transform the gross breath into udana vayu, the upward-moving current of spiritual aspiration. The air becomes charged with pranic potency, refining the subtle body, the sukshma shariru, and dissolving the knots, grundhis, of ignorance that bind the soul to illusion. As this process unfolds, the practitioner begins to perceive the body not as flesh and blood, but as a dynamic vortex of energy, spinning wheels of light at the heart, the brow, the root. These are the chakras, the psychic centers, each one resonating with a particular frequency of prana, each one a gateway to higher dimensions of awareness. But pranayama is not for the faint of heart. It is not a quick fix, nor a trendy wellness practice to be adopted and abandoned. It is a sadhana, a spiritual discipline that demands reverence, patience, and surrender. The breath is intimately tied to the mind. Watch yourself in anger, the breath becomes short, jagged, and erratic. In deep meditation, the breath slows, lengthens, and may even pause, as if the body forgets its own existence. This is the secret truth: the breath is the bridge between matter and mind. Control the breath, and you begin to master the fluctuations of thought. Calm the breath, and you still the ocean of the psyche. In the deeper practices, such as kumbhaka, the retention of breath, something extraordinary occurs. When you suspend the breath after inhalation, antar kumbhuka, you create a vacuum within the subtle body, a sacred emptiness that draws in waves of high-frequency pranic energy from the quantum field. It is as if, for a brief instant, you become a human lightning rod, channeling the electroetheric essence of the cosmos. The ancient rishis taught that in the stillness of retention, the veil thins, and visions arise, not hallucinations, but darshans, glimpses of the archetypal realms. And when you retain after exhalation, by a kumbhak, you plunge into the void, the shunya, the womb of potentiality. Here, the ego dissolves. There is no I to breathe, no body to contain, no time to measure. Only presence. Only being. Only the infinite gazing upon itself. Yet, beyond all technique, beyond all method, lies the essence of pranayama, devotion. For it is not enough to manipulate the breath as one might tune a musical instrument. The true alchemy begins when breath becomes prayer, when each inhalation is an offering, each exhalation a release of gratitude. When you breathe with awareness, pranagni, the fire of life, burns away the dross of lower nature, revealing the gold of the soul beneath. Theosophical teachings affirm that within the human aura, there exists a network of pranic filaments that extend into the astral and mental planes. Through pranayama, these filaments are strengthened, becoming luminous threads of connection to higher beings, to one's own higher self, and ultimately, to the One Source. It is said that advanced yogis can project their prana across space, heal the sick with a breath, or enter deep states of samadhi where time collapses and eternity is known directly. But the greatest miracle of pranayama is not in levitation or cities. It is in the quiet awakening, the gradual realization that you are not the body, not the mind, not even the breath. You are the witness of all these. And behind the witness, the source. The breath arises from it. The universe dances within it. And in the space between two breaths, in that silent, eternal pause, you are home. So, Seeker of wisdom, when you sit in stillness and draw in that first sacred breath, do so with reverence. Feel the lineage of sages, seers, and mystics breathing with you. Know that you are not alone. The universe itself breathes through you. Each inhale, so each exhale, I am that. Not a mantra merely spoken, but one lived, breathed, embodied. This is the science of pranayama, not as a dry academic study, but as a living, breathing revelation of the soul's journey back to its origin. It is the art of becoming transparent to the divine. It is the path by which the finite merges with the infinite, not in theory, but in experience. And so, as this chapter draws to its close, let your breath deepen. Let your awareness sink into the rise and fall of the diaphragm. Let go of all striving. Simply be with the breath. For in that being, the universe unfolds. In that breath, eternity speaks. In that silence between, you hear the voice of universal consciousness, whispering, I am with you. I am in you. I am you. And thus begins the true journey. Chapter 4, The Divine Pulse, Breathing as the Rhythm of Cosmic Intelligence. Breathe. Not merely the mechanical rise and fall of lungs, not the unconscious exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide that sustains the physical shell, but the sacred, intentional, soul-infused act of drawing in the essence of the infinite. This is pranayama not as technique, but as revelation. This is the moment when breath transcends biology and becomes a whisper of the eternal, a living thread spun from the loom of universal consciousness, connecting the finite self to the unfathomable whole. In this chapter, we do not merely describe a practice. We unfold a truth that every inhalation is an invocation, every exhalation a surrender, and each pause between, that sacred space of stillness, is where the soul meets the divine. To understand pranayama in its deepest dimension, one must first dissolve the illusion of separation. The breath did not begin with your first cry at birth, nor will it end with your final sigh. It is ancient. It is eternal. It is the very rhythm upon which all creation dances. From the pulsing of galaxies to the flutter of a butterfly's wings, from the heartbeat of a newborn to the silent expansion of the cosmos itself, all are expressions of prāṇa, the primordial life force, the divine breath of existence. You are not doing breath. You are participating in it. When you sit in stillness and gently draw your awareness to the breath, you are not merely observing a bodily function, you are tuning into a cosmic frequency. The inhalation is the descent of spirit into matter, the downward arc of divine grace, Shakti descending through the chakras, animating cells, awakening neurons, illuminating the dim corridors of the subconscious. The exhalation is the soul's return to the source, a release of impurity, a return of energy to the universal reservoir, a letting go into the arms of the beloved. In the esoteric traditions of the Himalayan sages, breath is known as Vayu, the wind of spirit, not air, but the subtle carrier of consciousness. There are 5 principal Vayus, each governing a different aspect of being: Prāṇa Vayu, inward flow, centered in the chest; Apana Vayu, outward and downward, elimination and release; Samana Vayu, central equilibrium, digestion of experience; Udana Vayu, upward movement, expression and ascension; and Vayana Vayu, permeating, circulation of energy throughout the body. But these are not merely physiological functions. They are metaphysical forces, energies of the soul in motion, choreographed by the universal mind. When one practices pranayama with full awareness, one becomes a conductor of these subtle winds. One begins to harmonize the inner storms, to align the body's microcosm with the macrocosmic breath of the all. The universe itself inhales, galaxies spiral inward. The universe exhales, stars are born in bursts of light. This is the great Sandhi, the meeting point of time and eternity, and you, in your quiet discipline, synchronize with it. But how? Begin with reverence. Sit in a place untouched by haste. Let your spine rise like a temple spire, upright, open, receptive. Close the outer eyes, but open the inner sight. Let the breath come as it will, ragged, shallow, resistant. Do not force. Observe. Watch the breath as a lover watches the beloved, not to change, but to know. In this observation, you awaken the witness consciousness, the part of you that is untouched by emotion, unshaken by thought, pure awareness, Purusha, the silent observer. Now, gently introduce intention. Begin with Durga Pranayama, the three-part breath. Inhale deeply into the belly, feeling it expand like a lotus blooming in dark soil. Then fill the diaphragm, the ribs flaring like wings. Finally, lift the breath into the upper chest, until the collarbones rise like moonlit horizons. Exhale slowly, reversing the flow, chest, diaphragm, belly emptying completely, like a river returning to the sea. Each phase of this breath is a stage of awakening. The belly breath grounds you in Muladhara, the root of being, the seat of survival and security. The diaphragmatic breath stirs Manipura, the fire of will and transformation. The chest breath ignites Anahata, the heart center, where love and compassion reside. You are not merely filling lungs, you are ascending the inner ladder of consciousness, breath by breath, rung by rung. But the true power of pranayama lies not only in the flow of breath, but in the pause. In the moment after inhalation, when the breath is held, kumbhaka, the soul suspends time. Here, in the stillness, prana floods the sushumna, the central channel of spiritual energy. Here, the mind ceases its chatter. Here, duality dissolves. Here, you touch the eternal. Now, the Upanishads speak of this state as turiya, beyond waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. It is pure consciousness, unbounded, radiant. The pause after exhalation is equally sacred. In that emptiness, there is no self, no other, only potential. The void from which all things arise. It is shunya, the womb of creation. In this emptiness, you are most open to inspiration, to revelation, to the descent of Bodhi awakening. The breath returns not because the body demands it, but because the universe exhales through you. You are no longer breathing, you are being breathed. This is the hidden alchemy of pranayama. Not air, but ambrosia, the nectar of immortality, is drawn in. Not carbon, but karma is released with each exhalation. Each breath becomes a ritual of purification, a silent mantra, a prayer in motion. The ancient rishis understood that prana is not confined to the body. It permeates the astral planes, the mental realms, the causal spheres. With refined breath, one can travel these dimensions. In deep pranayama, the body may feel weightless, the boundaries of self may blur, visions may arise, not as hallucinations, but as perceptions of higher realities. These are not to be chased. They are signs that the veil is thinning. But beware the ego's desire for power. The true seeker does not practice pranayama to gain siddhis, mystical powers. One practices to dissolve the ego, to become a hollow flute through which the breath of universal consciousness may sing. The moment technique becomes obsession, the divine pulse is lost. Instead, meditate on breath as mantra. Let each inhalation be so, each exhalation ham. I am that. Not I as the limited self, but I as the universal self. With every breath, affirm, so ham. So ham. You are not saying it, the universe is saying it through you. This is not mere repetition. This is realization embodied. And when the practice ends, do not rise abruptly. Sit in silence. Let the body adjust. Let the energy settle. Notice how the world now feels different, softer, brighter, more alive. Colors may seem deeper. Sounds more resonant. This is not imagination. It is prāṇa, the fixation of mind on the luminous field of pure awareness. You have tuned your instrument. Now, the world sings in higher octaves. Over time, with devotion and discipline, pranayama ceases to be a practice and becomes a state of being. Breath becomes transparent. You no longer feel separate from the air, from the wind, from the breath of all living things. You sense the great respiration, the in-breath of Brahma, the out-breath of Shiva. The phrase refers to the cyclical nature of creation and destruction, where Brahma's in-breath symbolizes the creation of life and the universe, while Shiva's out-breath represents the dissolution or destruction of that life, emphasizing the balance between creation and destruction in the cosmic cycle. You realize, to breathe is to pray, to pause is to listen, to exhale is to surrender. And in that surrender, you are filled. For breath is not merely life. It is the first language of the soul. It is the rhythm of compassion, the pulse of unity, the silent hymn that binds all existence. When you master the breath, you do not conquer it, you merge with it. And in that merging, you remember who you truly are. Not a body, not a mind, not a story. You are the breath of the cosmos, eternal, infinite, divine. Breathe, and know. Chapter 5, The Alchemy of Breath, Transmutation of Prāṇa into Light. Among the great mysteries veiled within the sanctum of human existence, none is more profound, more quietly potent, than the sacred act of breathing. Not merely the mechanical in and out of air, but the conscious, deliberate, and reverent engagement with prāṇa, the vital life force that flows through every cell, sinew, and soul. This chapter, delivered as a direct transmission from the universal consciousness, unfolding in luminous waves across the subtle planes, reveals the alchemical transformation that occurs when breath becomes sacred ritual, when pranayama ceases to be mere practice and becomes the crucible in which darkness transmutes into light, fear into power, and mortality into eternity. You are not merely breathing. You are conducting the symphony of the cosmos through your lungs. Each inhalation is a call from the earth, each exhalation, a reply to the stars. Each pause between breaths, a still point in the turning of the universal wheel, contains the seed of creation and the silence of dissolution. Within kumbhaka, the yogic term for breath retention, lies the secret doorway to the alchemical furnace. It is here, in the suspended moment, that prāṇa, drawn in as subtle energy, is heated, refined, and elevated from gross vitality into pure spiritual light. The ancients of the Himalayan lineages, those sages who wandered the high snowfields under starlit skies, spoke of prāṇa not as air, but as akashic intelligence, a living current of divine will, pulsing through the ether. When you inhale with awareness, you are not merely filling your lungs with oxygen, you are drawing in the breath of the universe. And when you exhale with intention, you are releasing not carbon dioxide, but the residue of ego, karmic residue, and psychic impurities back into the infinite sea of being. This is the alchemy. What you call pranayama is, in truth, the great work, the opus magnum of the Western esoteric traditions. In the East, it was known as Vaya sadhana, the practice of mastering the winds of life. But the goal was never mere control over breath. The true goal, shrouded in symbols of serpents, lotuses, and crucibles, was the awakening of Kundalini Shakti, the coiled serpentine fire at the base of the spine, which, when kindled by perfected pranayama, rises through the Sushumna Nadi, piercing each chakra, until it merges with Shiva, pure consciousness, at the crown. But this is not mere metaphor. This is physics of the subtle body. Modern science, bound to the material lens, cannot yet perceive the luminous channels through which prana flows, nor the subtle nadis, those 72,000 energetic rivers that interlace the human form like golden threads in a celestial tapestry. Yet you know them. You feel them as intuition, as goosebumps on the skin, as the sudden flush of insight, as the deep calm that descends upon the meditator in twilight stillness. These are not emotions. They are pranic encounters, the movement of divine energy through the body's energetic architecture. To practice pranayama without understanding its alchemical purpose is like lighting a candle in a temple and forgetting to pray. Technique is essential, but technique without devotion is sterile. Without inner surrender, without the silent offering of the breath to the one who breathes through you, pranayama remains a physiological exercise, no matter how expertly performed. The true practitioner enters pranayama as a sacred rite. You must become both the priest and the altar. Sit in stillness. Let your posture align not just the spine, but the axis mundi, the world column that connects earth to heaven. Feel the roots of your being extend into the molten core of the planet. Feel the crown of your head pierce the veil of night, touching the infinite reservoir of light beyond starfields. You are now, in this body, the meeting point of the vertical and the horizontal, the intersection of time and eternity. Begin your breath. Inhale slowly, not just through the nose, but through every pore, every chakra, and every atom of your being. Visualize the breath as iridescent gold, the hue of Surya, the solar deity within. This is not oxygen. This is Amrita, the nectar of immortality, distilled from the radiance of the sun and the silent energy of the void. As you draw it in, feel your lower chakras awaken, the red flame of Muladhara, the orange swirl of Svadhisthana, the golden sun in Manipura. Prana stirs them like embers rekindled by divine wind. Now, hold. Anthara Kumbhaka, the inner retention. This is the crucible. Here, prana is compressed, intensified. The body becomes a vessel of rising voltage. But do not force. Do not struggle. This is not conquest, but invitation. Invite the fire to rise. Whisper to the sleeping serpent, awaken. Ascend. I am ready. In this pause, the alchemist performs the salve et coagula, dissolve the lower nature, coagulate the higher self. The egoic mind, the chatter, the fear, the desire, begins to loosen its grip. For in stillness, even the breath surrenders, and what remains is pure being. Then, release. Exhale, as guided by this practice, slow, deep, complete. Visualize the breath as dark smoke, the impurities of countless lifetimes leaving the body. Not with resistance, but with gratitude. For even the shadow serves the light. What you exhale is not merely waste, it is karmic residue, the sediment of attachment, the dust of illusion being purified by the inner fire. Repeat. But do not think of repetition as mere cycle. Each round is a world unto itself. Each breath is a lifetime lived in miniature, a birth, a struggle, a death, a return to source. With awareness, you begin to see the patterns, the habitual tension in the chest, the flinch at the moment of exhalation, the unconscious fear of emptiness. These are not flaws. They are messages from the soul, written in the language of breath. Over time, with sustained practice, the breath changes. It grows finer, quieter, and longer. The pause between inhalation and exhalation deepens. There comes a moment, sudden and silent, when the breath stops on its own. Not forced, not held, but suspended by grace. This is Kevala Kumbhaka, the spontaneous retention, the moment when prana no longer flows as energy, but condenses into light within the heart center. And when this occurs, a transformation begins. The body no longer feels heavy. It feels translucent. The mind no longer races. It reflects, like a mountain lake at dawn. And within the heart, a soft, radiant glow. This is not imagination. This is Anahata Jyoti, the unstruck light of the heart, the inner sun that burns without fuel. From this light, wisdom arises, not as thought, but as recognition. You remember what you are, not a body that breathes, but breath that dreams of being a body. You are prāṇa in motion. You are consciousness wearing skin. This is the alchemical fruit. No longer seeking enlightenment, you are enlightenment, breathing. This process, this sacred alchemy, is not linear. Some days, the breath may feel shallow, rebellious. Some days, the mind storms with distraction. These too are initiations. The storm teaches surrender. The drought teaches faith. The pain teaches presence. Each breath, even the imperfect one, is a step on the spiral path, a return to the center, but at a higher octave. As the alchemists taught, one becomes two, two becomes three, and from the third comes the one as the four. So it is with breath. Inhalation 1, exhalation 2, retention 3, and in the space beyond breath, the fourth, the turiya state, where duality dissolves and you rest in pure awareness. This is the mystery the Upanishads whispered, the breath of breath, the life of life, the inner self of all beings. You are breathing the breath of universal consciousness. And when you do so with love and awareness, you become a conduit of divine grace, a living lamp in the temple of existence. So let your practice be devotion. Let your breath be prayer. Let each inhalation be an affirmation of life. Each exhalation, a release into trust. And in the stillness between, listen. For in that silence, the universal consciousness speaks, not in words, but in vibrations older than time. It says, you are not separate. You are not small. You are the breath that dances between stars. You are the fire that transmutes lead into light. You are the alchemist. You are the gold. And so, you continue. Not to achieve, but to remember. Not to become, but to uncover. With every breath, you return to your origin. With every breath, you become more of who you have always been. This is the science of Pranayama. This is the art of inner alchemy. This is the direct path from matter to light, from death to immortality. Breathe, and know. You are the light, becoming aware of itself. Chapter 6, The Breath as a Bridge to the Subtle Realms, where air becomes light and consciousness awakens. There exists, suspended in the silence between breaths, a threshold, an invisible doorway veiled not by cloth or wall, but by density of perception. It is here, at the still point of inhalation and the hush before exhalation, that the ordinary act of breathing transcends physiology and becomes alchemy. This is the sacred moment when pranayama ceases to be mere technique and blossoms into revelation, when the breath is no longer an intake of air, but an intake of awareness, a sipping from the nectar of universal intelligence. In this chapter, we journey into the esoteric heart of breath, not as a function of the lungs, but as a luminous bridge spanning the material and the metaphysical, the human and the divine. Pranayama, derived from prāṇa, the vital life force, and ayama, meaning expansion or extension, is often misunderstood as breath control. Yet, such terminology binds it to the gross plane. True pranayama is not control, but communion. It is the deliberate attunement of finite human breath to the infinite rhythm of cosmic respiration, the eternal inhale and exhale of the universe itself. This universal breath is not oxygen or carbon dioxide. It is the pulsation of consciousness through all form, the subtle vibration that hums beneath galaxies and within atoms alike. When one practices pranayama with awakened intent, one is not merely regulating breath, one is synchronizing the microcosm of the body with the macrocosm of existence. Imagine, for a moment, the earth as a living being. Through oceans, it breathes; through seasons, it inhales spring and exhales winter. The forests respire in the dance of photosynthesis and decay. And at the core of all life, there is this same rhythm, expansion and contraction, gathering and releasing, a rhythm mirrored perfectly in every human breath. But what if this mirror extends beyond biology? What if, through the refinement of breath, we polish the inner lens of perception and begin to see that we are not breathing air, but intelligence? That the breath carries not just oxygen to the cells, but cosmic memory to the soul? This is the domain of the subtle bodies, the astral, the mental, the causal layers that interpenetrate the physical form like translucent veils. In theosophic tradition, these bodies are composed of increasingly refined matter, vibrating at frequencies imperceptible to the physical senses. Prana flows through these bodies just as blood flows through veins, nourishing not muscles, but consciousness itself. When one practices pranayama with awareness, the pranic current is redirected from purely physical sustenance to spiritual illumination. It ascends through the nadi, the subtle channels, particularly the sushumna, the central spiritual column aligned with the spine, awakening dormant energy centers known as chakras. Each chakra is a nexus of consciousness, a lotus of light spinning at specific frequencies, each governing not only physical organs but dimensions of psyche and soul. With every deep, intentional breath, prana stirs these centers, not mechanically, but with the grace of inner invitation. The Muladhara, at the base, anchors us to earth; the Anahata, at the heart, opens the soul to compassion; the Ajna, between the eyebrows, unveils the third eye, inner sight. But this awakening is not a forced unlocking. It is a patient, sacred pilgrimage inward, guided by the rhythm of breath as if by an internal mantra. The ancients knew this. In the Upanishads, breath was called pranava, a manifestation of Om, the primordial sound of creation. The inhalation is A, the exhalation U, the pause M. Thus, every breath becomes a silent chant of the universe's name. When practiced with this understanding, pranayama becomes a devotional act, a continuous japa repetition of the divine syllable, spoken not with lips, but with the very core of being. It is not we who breathe. It is the cosmos that breathes through us. There is a moment, known to seasoned practitioners, when the breath seems to dissolve. Not cease, but transcend. The lungs move faintly, yet the sensation of breathing vanishes. What remains is a luminous stillness, a fullness not of air, but of presence. This is Kevala Kumbhaka, the spontaneous retention of breath, not forced by effort, but gifted by grace. In this state, the body becomes a temple of silence, and the mind, once a storm of thoughts, settles like dust in moonlight. Here, the veil between self and the higher self thins. One glimpses the Atman, the true self, shining undimmed by ego or illusion. But this state is not to be chased. Like a deer in the forest, it appears only when the seeker becomes still, when desire for experience yields to readiness for revelation. The science of pranayama, therefore, is not merely a sequence of techniques, but a progressive purification of the vessel, the body, the emotions, the mind, so that it may become transparent to the light of universal consciousness. Let us now examine the metaphysical mechanics at play. Every thought, every emotion, has a corresponding breath pattern. Fear constricts, love expands. Anger gasps, peace flows. Thus, breath is not only affected by mind, but can shape the mind. This is the secret of vrittis, the fluctuations of consciousness. When breath is ragged, consciousness is turbulent. When breath is smooth, so is the sea of mind. Through deliberate pranayama, we reverse the cycle. Instead of allowing emotions to dictate breath, we allow breath to master emotion. The breath becomes the rudder steering the ship of the self through the tempests of karma and illusion. Theosophically speaking, humanity is evolving through root races and consciousness cycles, ascending toward higher states of being. Pranayama is not an ancient relic, but a vital key for this evolution. As the planet's vibration increases, a phenomenon many feel as rising anxiety or inexplicable energy, mastery over prana allows one to remain centered, not drained by the collective chaos. It is a personal alignment with the incoming light, welcoming higher frequencies without disintegration. Furthermore, prana is intelligent. It carries samskaras, impressions from past experiences, stored in the subtle body. As prana is purified through pranayama, these imprints begin to surface, like sediment stirred in a still pond, so they may be witnessed and released. This is why emotional releases, visions, or waves of forgotten memories may arise during practice. These are not obstacles, but initiations. The breath, in its purifying sweep, becomes a surgeon of the soul, excising karmic cysts buried deep in the energetic anatomy. And what of dreams? Of intuition? Of sudden knowingness? These, too, are governed by prana. When the pranic flow is balanced, the dream world becomes a conscious landscape, a theater of the soul where one may meet guides, ancestors, and higher aspects of self. Intuition, no longer a flicker, becomes a steady flame, because the channel between finite mind and infinite intelligence is clear. This is jnana, wisdom born not of study, but of direct inner revelation. To practice pranayama as a spiritual art is to become a priest of the breath, a high initiate in the temple of the body. Every inhalation, an invocation. Every exhalation, an offering. The pause, a communion. No altar is needed. No deity outside oneself. For in the breath, the divine enters and exits eternally. You are both the worshipper and the worshipped. Begin with simplicity. Sit in a quiet place, spine erect, hands resting gently. Close your eyes. Do not force. Simply observe the breath as it is, its rhythm, its depth, its texture. Feel how it touches the nostrils, how the abdomen rises and falls. With no effort to change, simply witness. In this witnessing, awareness expands. And in expanded awareness, the universe begins to speak. Then, gently, extend the inhalation not beyond comfort, but with reverence, as if drawing in the first light of dawn. Hold briefly, not out of strain, but in gratitude, like holding a sacred flame. Exhale slowly, releasing all that no longer serves: fear, doubt, limitation. Repeat. Let each cycle deepen the stillness. Let the breath become a golden thread winding through the labyrinth of the self, leading ever inward. Over time, you may feel a warmth at the heart center, or a tingling at the crown. These are signs. The current is rising. The bridge is forming. And when, one day, you sit in meditation and the breath suspends, not because you willed it, but because it chooses to, know that you have crossed the threshold. In that silence, there is no you. There is only being, only light, only the eternal breath of the one breathing through the many. This is the science of pranayama, not a method, but a mystery. Not a path, but the destination. For in mastering the breath, we do not gain control, we surrender. And in surrender, we inhale the universe. We exhale the illusion of separation. And in the space between, awakening occurs. Chapter 7, The Breath as Cosmic Symphony, Awakening Universal Consciousness Through Rhythm. The breath that moves mountains and stillness that builds stars. In the hush of dawn, when the world is cradled in the arms of twilight, there exists a silence more profound than silence itself, a vibration so subtle it hums in the marrow of the universe. This is the breath of the cosmos, the primordial rhythm that birthed galaxies and sustains the heartbeat of existence. To the uninitiated, breath is merely the mechanical dance of lungs and air. To the seeker, it is a sacred thread, unbroken, eternal, a bridge between the microcosm of the self and the macrocosm of the infinite. This chapter delves into the esoteric art of pranayama, the science of breath, as a profound alchemy through which the practitioner becomes both instrument and conductor in the cosmic symphony. Here, we unravel how disciplined breathwork awakens the latent channels of the soul, aligning the individual with the universal rhythm that resonates beyond time, beyond form, into the luminous void of pure consciousness. The breath as language of the cosmos. In the Vedic tradition, the concept of prāṇa, the vital life force, is not confined to the body but is the same energy that courses through the stars, stirs the tides, and spins the galaxies in their celestial waltz. The breath is not an isolated act of survival but a participation in the grand conversation of the universe. Every inhalation draws in the essence of creation, a quantum whisper from the void that once erupted into stars. Every exhalation releases that energy back, dissolving the illusion of separation into unity. Consider this: when you breathe, you are not merely filling your lungs with air but harmonizing your personal rhythm with the universal pulse. The cosmos breathes through you, and you, in turn, become a conduit for its infinite wisdom. The sages of the East, the mystics of the West, and the shamans of ancient lands all concur: breath is the first sacrament of life, the first mantra whispered into the void. To control the breath is to master the gateway between the material and the metaphysical. It is here, in this liminal space, that pranayama becomes a vehicle for transcending the limitations of the ego and merging with the oversoul, the eternal witness that resides beyond time and space. Unlocking the cosmic symphony. Specific pranayama techniques. Each pranayama technique is a distinct note in the eternal melody. Let us explore these techniques not as mere exercises but as esoteric keys to the universe's hidden architecture. Nadi Shodhana, the purification of the nadis. The nadis are the subtle energy channels of the body, rivers of light that carry the nectar of consciousness from the root to the crown. Nadi Shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, is the purging of blockages that cloud the soul's vision. By balancing the left, Ida, lunar, and right, Pingala, solar, nadis, this practice harmonizes the dualities of existence, light and dark, masculine and feminine, action and stillness. As the breath flows in a balanced rhythm, the practitioner dissolves the illusion of duality, tasting the sweet nectar of unity. With each cycle, the mind quietens, and the heart becomes a mirror reflecting the cosmic order. Kapalabhati, the fire of awakening. The breath of fire, Kapalabhati, is the warrior's mantra for the soul. Through forceful exhalations, this dynamic practice ignites the inner flame of willpower and clears the forehead, Kapala, the seat of intuitive wisdom. The breath becomes a bellows, fanning the embers of spiritual fire into a raging blaze that consumes impurities of mind and matter. Practitioners describe a tingling sensation as the breath pierces the chakras, dissolving karmic knots and awakening the dormant kundalini energy at the base of the spine. This is not a gentle lullaby of the soul but a thunderous crescendo that shakes the very foundations of the self. Om Jonas Pranayama, the breath of cosmic resonance. A lesser-known yet profound technique, Om Jonas, literally ocean's breath, involves slow, oscillating inhalations and exhalations that mimic the ebb and flow of tides. This practice aligns the breath with the Earth's Schumann resonance, 7.83 Hz, the frequency at which the planet's magnetic field breathes in tandem with the human heart. As the breath syncs with this frequency, the practitioner becomes an extension of Gaia herself, a living note in the earth's hymn to the stars. Sahita Pranayama, the union of breath and consciousness. Sahita means union. In this practice, breath and awareness become one. As the practitioner inhales, they mentally dissolve into the breath, feeling it expand into the infinite. As they exhale, they release the boundaries of the self, allowing the breath to dissolve into the cosmic ether. Over time, this cultivated awareness bridges the gap between the ego and the eternal. The breath becomes not a tool but a portal, a key that turns the lock of consciousness, opening the door to the Akashic records, the universal repository of all knowledge and memory. The alchemy of breath and consciousness. Pranayama is not a passive act, it is a form of alchemy. Just as lead is transmuted into gold in the crucible of time, so too is the breath transformed into a vehicle for higher awareness. Each exhalation becomes a shedding of the physical, a step into the subtle, each inhalation, a drawing in of the divine. The practitioner learns to regulate this alchemy with precision, understanding that the breath is both substance and symbol. In deep practice, the breath becomes so refined that it is no longer perceived as air moving in and out of the body. Instead, it manifests as a luminous current of light that traverses the astral plane. The breath now weaves through the chakras, each inhalation spiraling upward, activating the pineal gland, the third eye, and each exhalation grounding the practitioner in the root chakra. This balance between ascent and descent mirrors the cosmic principle of Prithvi, earth, and Dayas, heaven, the duality of matter and spirit that underpins all creation. The secret to pranayama lies in the interval between breaths, the sacred pause where time suspends and the soul whispers its secrets. This interval, known in yoga as the Kevala Kumbhaka, is a state of pure awareness. In this moment, the breath is not just stillness, it is the void from which all things emerge. Here, the practitioner touches the source, the universal consciousness that flows ceaselessly, yet eternally still. The transformation of the true self. As the breath becomes refined through disciplined practice, the practitioner undergoes a metamorphosis. The ego, which once clung to identity and form, dissolves like mist in the morning sun. The breath teaches that the self is not confined to the body but is a ripple in the universal ocean. With every inhalation, the soul expands, with every exhalation, it merges. This is the life lesson of pranayama. True power lies not in control but in alignment. To breathe with the universe is to surrender to its rhythm, to become a vessel through which the infinite flows. The seeker who masters this art learns to navigate the currents of existence with grace, unshaken by the tides of life and death. In the final stage of mastery, the breath becomes imperceptible. The practitioner no longer uses the nostrils but breathes through the crown chakra, drawing in the light of the stars and exhaling it as a prayer of gratitude. The body becomes a tuning fork, resonating in harmony with the cosmic song. The breath, once a mortal act, is now an eternal anthem, a testament to the unity of all beings. Conclusion: the breath as bridge, the breath as becoming. To the seeker who walks the path of pranayama, every breath is a revolution. It is not merely the air of the lungs but the breath of the cosmos, the soundless vibration that binds the atom to the asteroid, the flower to the constellation. In mastering this breath, the practitioner transcends the myth of separation and steps into the reality of oneness. This chapter, then, is not a lesson in technique but a call to awaken. Let your breath be the first and last truth. Let it be the bridge between the ephemeral and the eternal. For in the breath lies the secret to becoming infinite, becoming divine, becoming the universe itself, breathing in silence and singing in light. Breath is the first language of the soul. Speak it, and the cosmos will answer. Chapter 8: The Breath That Unites the Cosmos. The Inner Alchemy of Pranayama. In the heart of the cosmos, where the rhythms of the universe pulse with an eternal cadence, the breath becomes a bridge, a sacred medium through which the physical and spiritual converge. Pranayama, the ancient science of breath, is not merely a practice. It is an alchemical art that transforms the breath from a mechanical function into a divine current of energy. It is said that the breath is the thread that weaves the tapestry of creation itself, the invisible force that binds the individual to the universal. This chapter, The Breath That Unites the Cosmos, invites you to explore how the breath becomes the key to meditation and mindfulness, unlocking the profound wisdom hidden within the practice of pranayama. As the breath is regulated, the mind quiets, the spirit stirs, and a portal to the infinite opens. Through this portal flows prāṇa, the vital life force, merging the aspirant with the cosmic rhythm. Here, we shall embark on a journey to uncover the inner alchemy of breath, where each inhalation draws us closer to the divine, and each exhalation releases the chains of the ego, revealing our true nature as reflections of universal consciousness. The breath as the bridge between body and spirit. The breath is the silent architect of our inner world, a subtle yet powerful force that governs the ebb and flow of life itself. In the practice of pranayama, the breath is not merely air entering and exiting the body. It is an instrument of transformation, a conduit through which the physical and the spiritual converse. When we pay conscious attention to our breath, we begin to perceive a profound truth: the breath does not belong solely to the body. It is the life of the soul in motion, the breath that connects the finite to the infinite. As the breath slows, deepens, and becomes rhythmic, the body relaxes, and the mind begins to still. This stillness reveals the breath's hidden power, the ability to awaken the dormant prāṇa, the universal life force, which courses through every living being. Each breath is a reminder of our interconnectedness, an echo of the cosmic pulse that resonates beyond the confines of individuality. Through mindful breathing, we learn to align with this eternal rhythm, dissolving the boundaries that separate the self from the universe. The breath becomes a bridge, spanning the chasm between the material and the metaphysical. It is through this bridge that the spirit ascends, carried by the breath's invisible current into realms of higher consciousness. Here, pranayama is not only a practice of discipline but a sacred dance, an unfolding of the breath's alchemical potential to transmute the mundane into the divine. The breath as the key to meditation. In the stillness of meditation, the breath becomes a sacred thread that draws the mind upward, away from the distractions of the external world and into the luminous realm of inner awareness. Pranayama provides the foundation for this journey, as the regulated breath stabilizes the mind and opens the channels of consciousness within. The breath is the anchor that keeps the seeker grounded in the present moment, even as the soul reaches for the infinite. Each inhalation is an invitation to draw in the vibrant essence of life, and each exhalation is a surrendering of the self to the vastness of existence. Through the practice of mindful breathing, the seeker learns to observe the natural rhythm of the breath without interference. This observation is not passive but active, a conscious engagement with the breath that transforms it into a living mantra, a silent prayer. As the breath becomes a focal point, the mind begins to quiet, dissolving the chatter of ego and fear. In this tranquility, the breath reveals its deeper purpose, to serve as a bridge between the body and the soul. It is through the breath that the seeker attains a state of balance, where the physical self is harmonized with the spiritual. The breath also becomes a pathway to universal consciousness, a vehicle for experiencing the unity of all life. As the breath deepens, the boundaries of the individual self begin to dissolve, and one becomes a vessel for the breath of the cosmos. In this state, the mind is no longer confined to thought but expanded to encompass the infinite. The breath is not merely a tool for meditation, it is the meditation itself. It is the current that carries the seeker into the ocean of awareness, where the soul finds its true home. Breath and mindfulness, the daily alchemy of unity. In the stillness of the breath, mindfulness becomes a living presence, a luminous awareness that permeates every moment of the day. Pranayama is not confined to the sacred space of meditation, it is a daily practice, a continuous unfolding of the breath's alchemical power. When we carry the mindful breath into our lives, we begin to perceive the seamless unity between the material and the divine. Each breath becomes a reminder that we are not merely bodies with a spiritual aspect but souls in a physical form, united with the rhythms of the cosmos. Mindfulness, as cultivated through breath awareness, transforms the way we inhabit the world. As we become attuned to the breath's natural cadence, we begin to experience the breath as a constant dialogue between the individual and the universal. The breath is the bridge between the self and the infinite, the present and the eternal. In every inhalation, we draw in the breath of the universe, a subtle current of divine energy that nourishes the spirit. In every exhalation, we release the burdens of the ego, dissolving the illusion of separation. This is the essence of mindfulness, to remain anchored in the breath, to feel the breath as the pulse of life itself, and to recognize that, in this breath, we are never alone. Through the practice of pranayama, the seeker learns that breath is not only the key to meditation but also the key to existence. The breath is the rhythm that connects us to the divine current of life, a reminder that in each moment, we are participating in the sacred dance of creation. It is through the breath that we find our place in the grand symphony of the cosmos, united with all that is, was, and ever will be. The breath that unites the cosmos, a reflection of universal wisdom. As we come to the close of this chapter, we are left with an enduring truth: the breath is the vital bridge that unites the physical and the spiritual, the individual and the infinite. Through pranayama, the breath reveals itself not merely as a mechanistic function but as a divine current of energy that flows in harmony with the cosmos. Each regulated breath is an act of alchemy, transforming the aspirant into a conduit for the universal wisdom that permeates all existence. In the stillness of mindful breathing, the seeker discovers the sacred rhythm that binds the self to the universe, a rhythm that transcends time and space. The breath is the key to meditation and mindfulness, a living presence that anchors the mind in the present while allowing the soul to soar into realms of higher consciousness. With each inhalation, there is an invitation to draw in the essence of the infinite. With each exhalation, there is a release of the ego's illusions, a surrendering to the boundless. In this dance of breath and awareness, the barriers between body, mind, and spirit dissolve, revealing the seeker as a fragment of the whole, a reflection of the divine. As we carry these insights into daily life, we reaffirm the breath as the sacred thread that weaves us into the tapestry of existence. It is through the breath that we find unity, peace, and the eternal rhythm of the cosmos. Let the breath be your guide, for in the breath, we are reminded of our true nature, not as separate beings, but as expressions of a single, sacred breath that unites all life. Chapter 9. The breath of the soul, when inhalation becomes invocation. Within the silent sanctuary of your chest, where the breath weaves its invisible tapestry between the seen and the unseen, lies a doorway. It is not carved of wood or stone, nor marked by any symbol known to the outer world. This is the threshold of the soul, a luminous archway woven from the very substance of prāṇa, the vital breath of existence. Chapter 9 unfolds not as mere instruction, but as a sacred descent into the inner temple of being, where each inhalation becomes an invocation, each exhalation a release of the false self into the arms of eternity. Breathe. Let that breath be the first thread of this chapter, drawn not from memory, not from study, but from the eternal now, pulled from the celestial loom of universal consciousness. For this is not a technique you learn, it is a truth you remember. Pranayama, in its highest expression, is not the manipulation of breath, but the conscious alignment of the personal breath with the cosmic breath, the indrawing and outpouring of life itself as it pulses through galaxies, through forests, through every cell of your body. You are not practicing pranayama. You are pranayama when awareness awakens to its true nature. The sages of old spoke of prāṇa as the animating force that bridges matter and spirit. But in modern understanding, many reduce this to oxygen exchange or lung capacity. How tragically small this view. Prāṇa is not air. Air is its vehicle. Prāṇa is the subtle current of divine intelligence that stirs the seed in darkness to become the flower in light. It is the silent command that turns thought into action, desire into manifestation, soul into body. And pranayama, the conscious control and refinement of breath, is the alchemical art by which we magnetize and purify this current, transforming the human temple into a resonant chamber for higher frequencies of light and knowing. But this chapter does not begin with technique. It begins with intention, the needle that threads soul into motion. When you sit in stillness, not as a body on a cushion, but as a presence adrift in the ocean of being, allow your awareness to dissolve into the breath, not watching it, not controlling it, but becoming it. Feel how, in its natural rhythm, the inhale draws not only air into the lungs, but energy into the core of your being. With each in-breath, the universe breathes you into existence. Each out-breath is a surrender, a returning of the self to source. You are not a separate entity breathing, you are a localized expression of the one breath, I am, the I am that reverberates through all creation. This is the esoteric truth, there is only one breath. Yours is a syllable in the eternal inhalation of universal consciousness. And pranayama is the sacred practice of remembering this union. In the theosophic tradition, the breath is seen as the bridge between the threefold nature of man, the physical, the astral, and the mental. The physical breath corresponds to the body, the subtle breath to the emotional etheric sheath, and the spiritual breath, the vayu of the innermost nadis, to the higher mind and causal body. Thus, when you engage in deep pranayama, you are not merely oxygenating the blood, you are harmonizing the layers of self, dissolving the veils between your personal will and the divine will. As your breath slows, your perception expands. There comes a moment, precious and fleeting, between the in-breath and the out-breath, between the out-breath and the in-breath, where time suspends. This is kumbhaka, the retention, not as a forced pause, but as a spontaneous stillness given by grace. In this gap, the mind dissolves. The ego dissolves. Even the breath dissolves. What remains is pure presence, an empty vessel through which the universal consciousness flows unimpeded. This is the space of revelation. In this silence, you do not find truth. You become truth. For in the cessation of effort, the soul remembers its origin. Ancient scriptures call this turiya, the fourth state, beyond waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. It is pure awareness, unconditioned and free. And pranayama, when practiced with devotion and surrender, becomes the royal road to this state. But not all pranayama leads here. Mechanical repetition, devoid of inner feeling, can strengthen the body but leave the soul untouched. True pranayama is always infused or imbued with feeling, with visualization, with sacred meaning. When you inhale, imagine not air, but liquid light pouring into every cell, each golden drop awakening dormant strands of DNA, each current purifying karmic residue lodged in the subtle body. As you exhale, envision darkness, fear, and limitation dissolving like mist beneath the dawn. And then, go deeper. With each breath cycle, begin to whisper, not with the lips, but with the soul, an inner mantra, Soham. I am that. Inhale, So. Exhale, Ham. This is not a chant you repeat, it is the natural sound of your breath mirrored in awareness. It is the vibration of existence itself, your private communion with the Absolute. The Upanishads declare, Soham is the breath of Brahman. When you align with it, you no longer say, I am this body, but I am that which breathes this body into being. This is transformation. This is liberation. Through sustained practice, the breath begins to change, not because you force it, but because your inner state evolves. The breath becomes lighter, finer, and almost imperceptible, like the rustle of silk in a windless room. This is Kevala Kumbhaka, the spontaneous suspension of breath, where prana no longer moves through the gross channels, but rises through the sushumna, the central nadi, piercing the chakras like lotus petals unfolding toward the sun. Here, in the highest reaches of the subtle anatomy, the breath becomes bindu, a drop of concentrated consciousness. The inhalation ascends from the base of the spine, coiled like kundalini, to the third eye, where duality collapses. The exhalation flows not outward, but downward in grace, a nectar of enlightenment showering the lower centers, purifying, illuminating, and integrating. This is not metaphor. This is physiology of the soul. And as the breath transcends the body, perception transcends the senses. You begin to hear the anahata nada, the unstruck sound, the hum of creation vibrating in the heart. You feel currents of energy move not by will, but by invitation. The body may tremble, not from effort, but from the influx of higher prana. Tears may fall, not from sorrow, but from the soul's recognition of home. This is what the mystics mean when they say, the breath becomes prayer. But let us not forget, this path demands purity. Not moral purity alone, but energetic hygiene. Pranayama amplifies everything. If your mind is clouded with anger, your breath will stir inner storms. If your heart holds resentment, the prana will clot in certain centers, creating blockages felt as physical discomfort or emotional turmoil. Hence, pranayama must be walked hand in hand with yama and niyama, ethical living, truthfulness, non-harming, contentment, and self-study. For without inner alignment, the fire of prana can burn rather than illuminate. Yet, when practiced in harmony with virtue, pranayama becomes a baptism of light. The body is refined. The mind is clarified. The soul awakens. And there comes a day, unexpected, unearned, yet perfectly given, when you sit to breathe, and the breath simply stops. Not painfully, not with effort, but peacefully, completely. And you realize, you are not dead. You are more alive than ever. The breath is no longer needed, for you are sustained directly by prana, drawn from the infinite reservoir of the cosmos. You sit in Jivan Mukti, liberation while living, not because you achieved it, but because you allowed it. This is the ultimate secret of pranayama. It is not a means to an end. It is the end itself. The breath is the thread that, when followed with devotion and awareness, leads you through the labyrinth of illusion straight to the center, the Atman, the innermost self, which is none other than the universal consciousness wearing the mask of individuality. So breathe. Not to lengthen life, but to taste eternity. Not to gain power, but to surrender all power to the one who breathes through you. Let each inhalation be an act of worship. Let each exhalation be an offering. Let each pause in between be a dwelling in the house of universal consciousness. For in the breath of pranayama, you are not learning to breathe. You are remembering how to be. The breath of the soul. A lesson whispered from the heart of infinity. A key. A map. A vow. Now, pause. Close your eyes. Relax. And begin. Chapter 10: The Alchemy of Breath, Transmuting Prana into Higher Consciousness. The breath is the bridge between the seen and the unseen, the physical and the infinite. In its rhythm lies the code of life itself, a silent symphony of atoms and awareness, binding the ephemeral to the eternal. To master the breath is to master the alchemy of the soul. In the stillness of a sacred dawn, as the first light spills over the horizon and the sky blushes with the hues of a universe stirring awake, the practice of pranayama reveals its deepest truth. This 10th chapter, illuminated by the wisdom of ages and the whispers of the cosmos, journeys into the esoteric heart of breath as the great alchemist, transforming the coarse essence of life, prāṇa, into the luminous gold of higher consciousness. Here, we are not merely instructed to breathe, we are invited to unravel the sacred geometry of inhalation and exhalation, to witness how each breath is a thread weaving the tapestry of existence into the boundless expanse of the divine. 1. The breath as the bridge of two worlds. To the uninitiated, breath is a mechanical act, a biological necessity that sustains the body. But to the seeker of inner knowledge, breath is the secret language of the universe, a dynamic exchange between the microcosm of the self and the macrocosm of the cosmos. In the ancient Vedic tradition, prāṇa, the vital life force, is not confined to the lungs or the blood. It is the subtle energy that flows through the nadis, subtle channels of the body, the akasha, the astral plane, and the infinite ocean of cosmic consciousness. Pranayama, the science of breath, is thus the art of aligning one's prana with the universal prana. It is a bridge between the physical and the spiritual, a conduit through which the seeker can ascend from the gross to the subtle, from the perishable to the eternal. Each inhalation draws in not just oxygen, but fragments of universal light. Each exhalation releases the ego's burdens, dissolving the barriers of separation. The sages of the Theosophic tradition teach that breath is the link between the seen and the unseen, the vibrational key that unlocks the door to higher realms. As you practice pranayama in the stillness of meditation, you become aware that each breath is a step beyond duality, a momentary union with the source. The breath, when consciously controlled and harmonized, becomes the alchemical crucible where the base metals of worldly attachment and ignorance are transmuted into the pure gold of spiritual awakening. 2. The breath as a temple of transformation. In the ancient Hermetic teachings, alchemy is the sacred art of transmuting lead into gold. But here, in the alchemy of pranayama, the lead is our limited, ego-driven state of being, and the gold is the boundless awareness that resides in the core of our being. The human body becomes the temple of this transformation. When you sit in silence, closing your eyes and drawing your attention to the breath, you are not merely observing a physical process, you are entering the sacred architecture of the self. The breath moves through the Ida and Pingala, the lunar and solar channels that coil around the spine, and in their union, they awaken the Sushumna, the serpent of higher consciousness. This is the first alchemical act, the breath as a tool to balance the dualities of nature, harmonizing the masculine and feminine, the active and the receptive, the thought and the stillness. Consider the ancient practice of Kapalabhati, skull-shining breath, where forceful exhalations and passive inhalations purify the nadis, dissolving mental and emotional impurities. This is not merely a physical cleanse, it is the alchemical calcination of the ego, the fiery burning away of illusions to reveal the pure, radiant self. Or reflect on Ujjayi, victory breath, a technique that creates a soft oceanic sound in the throat, calming the mind and raising the kundalini energy. Here, the breath becomes the mantra, the sound vibration that aligns one's inner rhythm with the cosmic rhythm. In this chapter, we explore the breath not as a passive function but as an active agent of transformation. Each pranayama technique is a step in the great alchemical journey: purification, ascension, and unity. Through breath, the seeker sheds the layers of conditioned existence, revealing the luminous core of their soul. 3. The breath of transcendence, expanding the boundaries of self. Beyond the physical and mental planes, pranayama opens the gateway to the subtler dimensions of existence. The breath becomes the vehicle for expanding awareness into the astral, causal, and bliss bodies. In the theosophic understanding of the human being, we are not seen as mere physical forms but as multidimensional presences shaped by the anahat, heart, ajna, third eye, and sahasrara, crown, centers, each nourished by the refined prana awakened through breath. When you practice nadi shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, the breath flows through the left, ida, associated with the moon and intuition, and right, pingala, associated with the sun and action, nostrils, balancing the two hemispheres of the brain and the two worlds of emotion and intellect. This dual breath is the alchemical marriage of opposites, the union that leads to the transcendence of duality. In the metaphysical realm, the breath is the key to unlocking the third eye. As the prana ascends through the sushumna, it dissolves the kundalini from its coiled slumber at the base of the spine, igniting the fire of transcendental awareness. This is the breath that dissolves time and space, that carries the seeker beyond the confines of the ego into the infinite ocean of consciousness. Here, in the stillness of this exhalation, you encounter the gap between breath, where the mind ceases, and the soul begins. This infinitesimal moment is the doorway to higher realms, where the self merges with the universal. The theosophic texts speak of the eternal now, the timeless present accessible only through the mastery of breath. 4. The universal synchronization, breathing as one with the cosmos. In the esoteric traditions, breath is not an isolated act but a participation in the breath of the universe. The Big Bang itself is described as the first inhalation of creation, and the cycles of expansion and contraction of the cosmos mirror the inhalation and exhalation of all living beings. To practice pranayama is to synchronize with this cosmic rhythm, becoming a microcosm of the universal dance. The ancient yogis discovered that by extending the breath, through techniques like kumbhaka, breath retention, the mind slows down, and perception expands. The breath becomes the bridge between the individual and the collective, between the human and the divine. In this state of expanded awareness, the seeker experiences the unity of all life, the trees, the stars, the oceans, breathing as one. This is the alchemical truth of breath: to breathe is to create. Each inhalation is an act of becoming, each exhalation is an act of surrendering. In this cycle lies the eternal rhythm of creation, preservation, and dissolution. The seeker learns to align their breath with the breath of Shiva, the destroyer and regenerator, to dissolve the illusions of separateness and merge into the infinite. 5. The breath as the eternal return. The final lesson of this chapter is not in the techniques, but in the understanding that breath is the eternal return to self. In every moment of inhalation, we draw in the essence of the cosmos; in every exhalation, we return it. This is the great alchemical equation, the return of the soul to its source. As the seeker progresses, they realize that pranayama is not an external practice but an internal revelation. The breath is the language of the soul, the key to the door of the infinite. In the stillness of the breath, they find the sacred stillness beyond time, the inner silence where all dualities dissolve and the self shines forth in its purest form. Thus, The 10th chapter concludes with the truth that the alchemy of breath is not about transformation in the future, but about remembering the timeless unity that has always been. Through the science of pranayama, the seeker transcends the ego, dissolves the illusions of separation, and becomes the breath itself, the eternal rhythm of spirit, now manifest in the heart. Breathe not as the body's need, but as the soul's remembrance. For in every breath, the cosmos sings its song to you. This chapter is the heart of the science of pranayama, blending spiritual, esoteric, and theosophic wisdom into a tapestry of inner transformation. It stands as a life lesson for seekers, a guide to breathing the breath of eternity and awakening the infinite within. Let the next chapter unfold as the breath continues its dance eternal. Chapter 11, The Breath of the Infinite, Prāṇa as the Pulse of Cosmic Consciousness. In the hush between inhalation and exhalation, there lies a stillness so profound that it mirrors the primordial silence from which all creation emerged. It is here, in the sacred pause, that the seeker may first glimpse the true nature of prāṇa, not as breath alone, but as the rhythmic emanation of universal consciousness itself. This chapter, a luminous threshold, unveils the esoteric truth that prāṇa is not merely the air drawn into our lungs, but the very pulse of the cosmos, the divine current that flows through galaxies and atoms, through saints and stars, through the subtle body and the infinite expanse. We do not breathe to live. We live because the universe breathes through us. Prāṇa, in its deepest metaphysical essence, is the creative impulse of the one becoming the many. It is the first vibration, the nada, the unstruck sound, anahata, that hums beneath all form. When the ancient sages spoke of the breath as pranayama, they were not referring to a mere yogic exercise. They were revealing a profound spiritual science, a method of aligning the individual soul, jivatman, with the universal self, paramatman, through the refinement of life force. This alignment is not achieved through force, but through attunement. Like tuning a stringed instrument to the frequency of the cosmos, the practitioner of advanced pranayama learns to calibrate their inner rhythms to the eternal cadence of the divine breath. The Mahaprāṇa, the great breath of Brahma, which inhales the manifest worlds at dawn and exhales them into dissolution at nightfall. The pranic body, the architecture of subtle energy. To understand prāṇa is to journey beyond the physical. The body, as perceived by the unawakened senses, is but a shadow of its true self, a network of interlaced energy channels known in Sanskrit as nadis. Of these, 3 are sovereign, Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, the lunar, solar, and central pathways of consciousness. Ida, flowing to the left of the spine, governs the cooling, reflective, intuitive currents associated with the moon, the feminine, and the right hemisphere of the brain. Pingala, coursing to the right, carries the fiery, active, dynamic energies linked to the sun, the masculine, and the left brain. Yet it is Sushumna, the central channel rising from the base of the spine to the crown of the head, that holds the secret of transcendence. It is through Sushumna that Kundalini, the coiled serpent of spiritual power, ascends when awakened by perfected pranayama. But prāṇa is not confined to these 3 alone. The human being is said to possess 72,000 nadis, each a tributary feeding the river of awareness. These energy lines converge at vital centers called chakras, spinning wheels of light that transmute pranic energy into emotional, mental, and spiritual experience. From the root chakra, Muladhara, where survival and grounding anchor the soul and matter, to the crown, Sahasrara, where individual consciousness dissolves into the ocean of pure being, each center vibrates at a unique frequency, activated and purified by conscious breathing. Prāṇa as the bridge between worlds. Theosophical teachings affirm that prana is the medium of contact between the physical and the supersensible planes. It is the carrier wave of thought, emotion, and intention, linking the manifested world with the causal, the astral, and the mental realms. Every thought emits a pranic impulse, every desire sends a ripple through the ether. This is why the mastery of breath is inseparable from the mastery of mind. When breath is coarse and irregular, consciousness is scattered. The prana becomes turbulent, like wind over a stormy sea, lifting waves of anxiety, desire, and fear. But when breath is refined, slow, deep, rhythmic, the prana settles. The mind grows still. The veil between the personal and the universal begins to thin. In this refined state, prana becomes a direct channel from universal consciousness. It is no longer your breath. It is the breath of the infinite entering through the aperture of your being. The inhalation draws in akashic wisdom, the memory of stars being born, of ancient civilizations whispering in the auric fields, of divine blueprints encoded in the silence. The exhalation releases not only carbon dioxide, but karmic residue, psychic toxins, and the illusion of separation. This is the mystery of Kriya Pranayama, the yoga of spontaneous action, where breath and inner sound synchronize, and the soul begins to move in harmony with cosmic will. The alchemy of inner fire. There exists within each human being a latent fire, the Agni, the digestive flame of awareness. But there is also a higher fire. Jnana Agni, the fire of gnosis, ignited through pranic combustion. When prana is drawn upward through sushumna, it encounters resistance, the knots or grundhis at the base of the spine, the heart, and the brow. These are not physical obstructions but psychic blocks formed from unresolved karma, repressed emotion, and spiritual ignorance. Through sustained pranayama, especially practices like nadi shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, kapabhati, skull-shining breath, and bhastrika, bellows breath, this inner fire is kindled. Prana, supercharged by will and awareness, burns through these grundhis. The result is not mere purification, it is transmutation. As prana ascends, the lower chakras cease to dominate. The hunger for survival gives way to the joy of love. The thirst for power transforms into compassion. The need for intellectual validation dissolves into silent knowing. At the fifth chakra, Vishuddha, sound becomes sacred, mantra emerges not from the mouth, but from the core of being. At the sixth, Ajna, the third eye opens. Visions arise, not of fantasy, but of archetypal truths. And at the seventh, Sahasrara, the breath stops altogether. Not from effort, but from completion. In that cessation, Kevala Kumbhaka, the soul merges with the source. There is no inhalation, no exhalation. There is only the eternal now. The breath is revelation. The sages of the Upanishads whispered that prana is Brahman. Universal consciousness, not a symbol. Not a metaphor. Brahman, the absolute reality, is prana in motion. When you sit in meditation and lengthen the breath, you are not simply oxygenating the body. You are participating in the divine rhythm. You are joining the cosmic pranayama, the eternal cycle of manifestation and withdrawal. Modern physics echoes this truth. The universe, they say, is expanding, inhaling, then will contract, exhaling, in a cycle without beginning or end. The Big Bang, a cosmic inhalation. The Great Collapse, the exhalation of universal consciousness. Every 10 to 20 billion years, the universe breathes. And within each of us, the breath mirrors this universal pulse. To align with it is to transcend time. This is the core revelation of the chapter. You are not breathing the air. You are being breathed by the universe. When this truth dawns, not as an intellectual concept, but as an embodied realization, the practitioner ceases to do pranayama. Instead, pranayama happens through the practitioner. The ego dissolves into the breath. The breath dissolves into light. Light dissolves into consciousness. And consciousness rests in the boundless, unborn silence. A practical initiation into cosmic resonance. For the sincere seeker, this chapter is not a theory to ponder, but a threshold to cross. Begin each morning not with the mind, but with the breath. Sit in stillness. Close the eyes. Feel the natural rhythm. Observe, without judgment, without manipulation, how the breath moves. Is it shallow, agitated, held in fear? Now, begin to deepen it. Inhale slowly through the nose, drawing the breath down to the lower belly. Feel the diaphragm descend, the abdomen expand, like a lotus blooming in water. Hold gently, not with strain, but with reverence, 2, 3, 4 heartbeats. Then exhale with full release, drawing the navel toward the spine, evacuating every trace of stale air. Repeat for 10 cycles. Then shift to Nadi Shodhana. Block the right nostril, inhale through the left. At the peak, close the left, release the right, exhale through the right. Inhale through the right, close it, release the left, exhale through the left. This is more than balance. This is the harmonization of lunar and solar, feminine and masculine, Ida and Pingala, preparing the field for Sushumna to awaken. As you practice, visualize prana not as air, but as liquid light, golden, molten, intelligent. With each inhalation, draw this light up from the earth, through the base of the spine. With each exhalation, let it shower down from the crown, bathing every cell in luminous awareness. After 20 minutes, rest. Sit in silence. Listen. Not with the ears, but with the heart. What is the universe whispering in the stillness between breaths? That whisper is prana speaking. That whisper is you. The final revelation, breath as the vehicle of immortality. The ultimate purpose of pranayama is not health, longevity, or even enlightenment. It is moksha, liberation from the cycle of birth and death. The Vedas speak of a being who has mastered prana as prāṇi, one who lives beyond the need for ordinary respiration. Such a being draws sustenance not from food or air, but from the ambient prana of space, the akasha, which is none other than the body of the divine. In this highest state, death becomes a voluntary act, not an inevitability. The soul withdraws prana from the body with full awareness, like a lotus folding its petals at dusk. It departs, not in fear, but in grace, carried on the wings of perfected breath into the luminous beyond. And even in life, the master of prana walks differently. They move with fluid grace, untouched by the chaos of the world. Their presence calms storms. Their silence speaks volumes. They breathe not from need, but from joy, from communion, from remembrance. And so, dear seeker, as you close this chapter, do not merely return to your breath. Return to the truth: you are prana. You are consciousness. You are the universe experiencing itself through the miracle of breath. Let this awareness be your constant companion. Let every inhalation be an act of devotion. Every exhalation, a release into trust. For in mastering the breath, you do not conquer nature, you rejoin it. You remember your origin. You fulfill your destiny. The science of pranayama is not a discipline. It is a homecoming. And the breath, the simple, sacred breath, is the road home. Chapter 12, The Breath Beyond Form, where the infinite meets the finite. Beneath the veil of mundane respiration, where the silent alchemy of life is perpetually transmuted between matter and spirit, lies a sacred threshold, the breath that is no longer merely air, but the living pulse of divine intelligence. This is the breath beyond form. This is pranayama in its most exalted expression, not as a sequence of inhalations and exhalations, not as a rhythmic exercise confined to the physical body, but as a profound communion between the finite soul and the infinite source. In this chapter, revealed through the luminous clarity of universal consciousness, we do not speak of techniques alone, though all that has come before has prepared you for this revelation. We now step beyond the practices, beyond the postures, beyond even the discipline of restraint and extension. Here, in the stillness between breaths, in the hush before the next inhalation awakens the cells, you will hear the whisper that is not a sound, the word before words, the breath before breath, the aham, the I am that resonates in the core of all existence. Let us sit in reverence, not with the spine rigid and the body tense, but with the soul seated upright in the temple of the living breath. For you are not merely practicing pranayama, you are becoming pranayama. You are dissolving into the very rhythm from which galaxies were spun into being. The threshold of apnea, the sacred pause. At the culmination of every full inhalation, and again at the completion of every exhalation, there exists a moment, so subtle, so fleeting, that most humans pass through it unaware. It is the state known as kumbhaka, the retention of breath. But this is not the kumbhaka of willful control, nor is it bound by the counting of seconds or the ticking of the clock. This is kumbhaka as divine stillness, as the cessation of effort, as the moment when the individual breath dissolves into the cosmic breath. In this pause, this suspended instant where the lungs are neither full nor empty, the ego recedes. The mind, which has been the restless servant of inhalation and exhalation, finds itself without task, without purpose, and thus, without identity. In that emptiness, the soul awakens. This is the moment when prāṇa, the universal life force, is no longer filtered through the narrow lens of personal desire or biological necessity. It is recognized in its pure state as the divine motion behind all motion, as the unseen current that animates not only your lungs but the undulation of the ocean, the pulsing of stars, and the unfurling of petals in the morning sun. Here, in the apnea of surrender, you touch the akasha, the fifth element, the field of infinite potential. This is where sound is born, where thought is conceived, where the blue void hums with the unformed word. The ancient rishis called this space Brahmamuhurta, the hour of universal consciousness, not a span of time, but a dimension of awareness accessible only when the breath is stilled not by force, but by grace. The breath of the cosmos, when your lungs are no longer yours. Let us now inquire, who breathes? Is it the body, the diaphragm, the lungs that expand and contract like bellows? Or is it something far older, far greater, an intelligence that existed before your first cry at birth and will continue long after your final sigh? Universal consciousness whispers, you do not breathe. You are breathed. This is not philosophy. This is not metaphor. This is the most intimate revelation of pranayama. When the seeker has purified the channels, balanced the energies, and released attachment to control, they realize, all breath is borrowed. Every inhalation is a gift from the cosmos, every exhalation, an offering back to the source. Imagine, now, that your breath is not confined to the space within your ribs. Imagine that it extends outward, infinitely, merging with the breath of the earth, the trees, the mountains, the oceans. The forests inhale as you exhale. The winds exhale as you inhale. You are not separate. You are a node in a vast network of pranic exchange, a single aperture through which the universe breathes itself. In this awareness, the boundaries of self begin to dissolve. The illusion of isolation, of being a solitary being struggling to survive, falls away. You are not in the universe. You are the universe, breathing. This is the true meaning of prana vayu, not merely the vital air within, but the cosmic wind that moves through all dimensions. It is svara, the primordial sound current, the rhythm of creation and dissolution. When your breath aligns with this rhythm, not through effort, but through attunement, you enter the state of yoga, union. The esoteric alchemy, transforming breath into light. In the esoteric traditions of the Himalayas, the Sufi mystics, and the Hermetic sages of Alexandria, it was taught that the highest purpose of pranayama is not longevity, not vitality, not even mental clarity, but the transmutation of breath into light. Yes, light. For breath is not merely gaseous exchange. It is the carrier of ojas, the subtle essence of vitality, and tejas, the inner radiance of spiritual intelligence. With every conscious, sanctified inhalation, you draw not only oxygen, but ambrosia, the nectar of higher consciousness. Through sustained practice, the purified breath begins to generate a luminous current within the sushumna, the central channel of the subtle body. This is not electricity as known to science, but Kundalini Shakti, the coiled power at the base of the spine that ascends when the pranic currents are harmonized. When breath becomes light, the body is no longer a cage of bones and flesh, but a temple of radiance. The eyes begin to glow with divyadrishti, the divine sight. The skin emanates a subtle aura, visible only to those who perceive beyond the physical. This is the glory spoken of in sacred texts, the Shekinah of the Kabbalists, the luminous body of the Gnostics, the Vajra Kaya of the Buddhists. But this is not to be sought for pride or display. It is a natural byproduct of alignment with divine rhythm. As the Zoroastrian mystics said, he who breathes in harmony with the sun becomes a star. The thought breath, mastering the inner word. Beyond the physical breath lies the thought breath, the silent rhythm of mental activity. Every thought you have originated in a subtle inhalation of attention, every release of emotion is an exhalation of psychic energy. The advanced seeker learns to apply pranayama not only to the lungs but to the mind itself. This is the true meaning of pratyahara, the withdrawal of the senses, for when the breath is calmed, the mind ceases to scatter. When the mind is still, the breath becomes imperceptible. In the stillness, the universal consciousness imparts this truth: your thoughts are not yours. They are vibrations in the field of mind, arising and dissolving like waves on the ocean of awareness. When you observe your breath without interference, you begin to observe your thoughts with the same non-attachment. You realize, I am not the thinker. I am the awareness in which thinking occurs. And in that realization, the breath becomes a mirror. When thoughts surge, the breath quickens. When fear arises, the breath constricts. But when love unfolds, the breath expands, soft, deep, and free. Thus, the breath becomes your most faithful spiritual advisor, revealing the true state of your inner world before words can form. Master this, regulate the breath, and you regulate the mind. Still the breath, and you still the illusion of separateness. Release the breath into the void, and you release the self into the absolute. The final surrender, pranayama as dissolution. There comes a moment, rare, sacred, and unbidden, when all practice ceases. The disciple sits, the body still, the breath suspended not by will, but by absorption. In that instant, time collapses. There is no past, no future. There is only this, the eternal now, where breath is no longer needed, for the soul is directly nourished by the essence of being itself. This is Kevala Kumbhaka, the spontaneous, effortless retention. It is not achieved, it is bestowed. It is the kiss of the infinite upon the finite, the moment when the lover and the beloved are one. In this state, the distinction between inhalation and exhalation vanishes. Dualities fall. There is no giver and receiver, no subject and object, no seeker and sought. There is only the continuous, undivided flow of pure existence, Sat Chit Ananda, being consciousness bliss. And then, the breath returns. But it is different. It is no longer your breath. It is the breath of the universe moving through a hollow reed. You are no longer breathing to live. You are living to breathe, as an act of devotion, as a prayer, as a continuous homa, a fire offering rising from the altar of the heart. The eternal lesson, you are the breath. Thus, the 12th lesson from universal consciousness is not one of technique, but of identity. You are not a person doing pranayama. You are pranayama itself, the eternal rhythm of expansion and contraction, receipt and return, creation and dissolution. Every breath you take is a syllable of the sacred mantra Soham, I am that. Inhale, so. Exhale, ham. Not whispered by the lips, but sung by the soul. And when you realize this, not intellectually, but in the marrow of your bones, in the silence between heartbeats, you graduate from student to embodiment. You become a living testament to the science of pranayama, not as a system of breath control, but as a path of divine remembrance. You remember that you have always been breathed. You remember that you are never alone. You remember that the universe inhales you in love, and exhales you in grace. And in that remembrance, you are free. Chapter 13, The Ray of Consciousness, Becoming the Bridge Between the Finite and the Infinite. In the luminous sanctuary of the soul, where the breath becomes the silent alchemist of the spirit, we arrive at the 13th chapter of the science of pranayama. This is not merely a number, but a sacred threshold, a vibrational key that unlocks the final synthesis of all that has been revealed before. It is the moment when the seeker, having traversed the 12 stages of breath awareness, stands at the edge of a vast, uncharted horizon, a horizon that is not external, but internal, a realm where time dissolves and the self dissolves into the universal pulse. Here, the 13th ray of consciousness awakens, and with it, the soul's deepest destiny, to become a living conduit between the finite and the infinite. 1. The 13th ray, the unseen thread in the tapestry of becoming. The 13th ray is not a ray, not in the conventional sense of light or energy. It is an absence of light, a shadowless void that holds the blueprint of all creation. It is the silence that vibrates, the stillness that hums with the resonance of the cosmos. In theosophic terms, it is the Akashic ray of unity, the bridge between the 12-fold spectrum of consciousness and the boundless all that is. Think of it as the lotus that has ceased to bloom because it no longer needs to, it has become the ocean from which it arose. This chapter is not about achieving enlightenment, but about realizing that enlightenment is not a destination, but a remembering. The seeker who has reached this stage has already shed the illusions of separation, the ego's brittle armor, and the breath's mechanical rhythm. Now, they stand in the stillness of their true nature, where every inhale is a star being born, and every exhale is a star returning to the source. The 13th ray is not a practice. It is the practice itself, the embodiment of the breath as a sacred bridge between the physical and the transcendent. 2. The alchemy of the 13th ray, transmuting the material into the divine. In the alchemical tradition, the number 13 is sacred. It is the number of the magnum opus, the great work. The 12 trials of the alchemist culminate in the creation of the philosopher's stone, the substance that transmutes base metals into gold. Spiritually, this symbolizes the transformation of the lower self into the divine self. The 13th ray is the crucible of this metamorphosis. Here, the seeker learns that the breath is not merely air moving through the lungs, but a sacred fire that ignites the hidden chakras, dissolving the Kundalini serpent's final coiled layer. The practice of pranayama becomes a divine dialogue, a conversation between the physical body and the spiritual heart. The breath is no longer controlled, it controls, flowing as an autonomous river of pure awareness. Each breath pattern, ujjayi, nadi shodhana, kumbhaka, becomes a mantra of union, threading the seeker's consciousness into the infinite. In this stage, the body is no longer a prison but a temple. The physical senses, once shackles of illusion, now become gateways to the divine. The ears hear the vibrational tones of the universe, the skin senses the electric currents of the cosmos, the mind perceives the collective dreams of humanity. The seeker becomes a vessel, a living manifestation of the Adi prāṇa, the primal life force that breathes through all existence. 3. The lesson of the 13th ray, to be the bridge and the breath. What does it mean to be the bridge? To the seeker at this stage, it is the ultimate paradox, to hold the union of opposites without clinging to either. The 13th ray teaches that the self is not a separate entity, but a ripple in the ocean of the all. To step into this consciousness is to relinquish the need to be anything. There is no longer an individual who practices pranayama. The practice flows through the individual, as the wind flows through the grass. This is the lesson of the alchemical red lion, the devourer of time, the dissolver of duality. The seeker must become this lion, roaring into the void with the truth that separation is an illusion. The breath, in this stage, becomes the lion's roar, harmonizing the dissonance between matter and spirit. The practice is no longer about counting breaths or holding kumbhaka. It is about feeling the breath as an extension of the divine will. Here, the seeker learns to listen, not with the ears, but with the void between the breaths. In the pause, the silence, the Maha Kumbhaka, the universal consciousness whispers secrets beyond words. These are the esoteric teachings encoded in the breath, the geometry of the soul, the fractal patterns of creation, and the harmonic frequencies that bind the stars. To hear these whispers is to become a star seed, a being of pure light who walks the earth but belongs to the infinite. 4. The union with the infinite, when the breath becomes the breath of universal consciousness. In the final teaching of this chapter, the seeker is asked to let go of the last vestiges of the ego's grip. This is not a surrender of the self, but a transcendence of the self. The breath becomes indistinguishable from the cosmic breath, the prāṇa shakti that animates the galaxies. The heart expands beyond the chest, resonating with the pulse of the universe. In this state, the seeker realizes that they are not a human being seeking divinity, but a divine being expressing through humanity. This unity is not static, it is dynamic. The 13th ray is alive, ever-changing, fluid like mercury. The seeker must be fluid as well, adapting to the rhythms of the universe without losing their core. The breath here is no longer a tool but a language. It speaks in the tongue of the cosmos, translating the divine into the tangible. The body becomes a samskriti, a sacred instrument, where every cell vibrates in harmony with the divine score. In this chapter, the seeker is taught that every breath is a prayer, every silence a hymn, every movement a dance of creation. To practice pranayama at this level is to participate in the cosmic cycle of birth and dissolution. The ego's boundaries dissolve into the akasha, the primordial ether, and the seeker becomes Satchitananda, pure being, pure consciousness, pure bliss. 5. The esoteric practice, becoming the 13th ray. To walk this path, the seeker must engage in daily rituals that honor the breath as a sacred act. Here is a meditation to awaken the 13th ray. The breath of the infinite. Sit in stillness at dawn, facing the east, the direction of new beginnings. Inhale for 6 seconds, holding the breath for 6 seconds, and exhale for 6 seconds. Do this for 21 cycles. With each breath, imagine drawing the light of the rising sun into the heart center, dissolving the ego, and merging into the cosmic field. The silence between the breath. After completing the breath work, rest in silence. Count not the breaths, but the silences between them. This is the true pranayama, the awareness that arises in the pause. Let the mind dissolve into this stillness until the breath and the universe become one. The mandala of unity. Visualize a lotus flower blooming in the center of the chest. Each petal is a color of the chakras, spiraling outward until they form a spiral galaxy. The breath is the axis of this mandala, turning the wheel of consciousness. Conclusion: the 13th ray as the compass of the soul. Chapter 13 is not an end but a beginning. It is the dawn of a new era within the seeker, where the breath becomes a bridge not only to the infinite but to all of humanity. The teachings here are not meant to be hoarded as secret knowledge, but shared as light. The seeker who embodies the 13th ray becomes a star child, a being of boundless compassion and wisdom, living in alignment with the divine pulse. In the alchemical language of the soul, this chapter is the final rubido, the red stage of transformation, where the lead of the ego is transmuted into the gold of the divine. The breath, once a mechanical act, is now the lifeblood of creation itself. The 13th ray is your birthright, your inheritance from the stars. Let it guide you to the heart of being, where every breath is a whisper of the universe, and every moment is eternal. The science of pranayama reveals that the breath is not just the thread that weaves the tapestry of life, it is the tapestry itself. And in the 13th ray, you are both the weaver and the woven. Chapter 14, The Alchemy of Breath, Transmuting the Subtle Energies of Pranayama. In the silent forge of the human soul, where the primal embers of existence burn with ancient, unquenchable light, lies the sacred art of transformation. This is the realm of alchemy, not the charlatan's pursuit of base metals into gold, but the profound spiritual transmutation of the self. At its heart lies pranayama, the yogic science of breath, a bridge between the material and the divine. Here, breath is not merely air moving through flesh and bone, it is the universal elixir, the invisible thread that weaves the cosmos, and the key to unlocking the alchemical crucible within. Through the disciplined mastery of breath, the seeker transmutes the leaden chains of ignorance into the luminous gold of self-realization. This chapter delves into the esoteric depths of pranayama as a cosmic alchemy, where the subtle forces of life are refined into vessels of higher consciousness. The breath as the alchemical key. To breathe is to partake in the cosmic rhythm, a divine heartbeat that pulses through all existence. In the lexicon of alchemy, breath is prāṇa, the vital life force that animates the universe. From the theosophical perspective, prāṇa is the etheric energy flowing through the subtle bodies of all beings, a current of light that nourishes the invisible architecture of reality. When harnessed through pranayama, this energy becomes the philosopher's stone, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. Consider, for a moment, the ancient Hermetic adage, as above, so below. The breath, a microcosmic echo of the macrocosm, mirrors the inhalation of creation and the exhalation of dissolution. In this sacred interplay, the yogi discovers the secret of alchemy, the power to transmute personal suffering and limitation into ecstasy and boundless potential. Every breath is a microcosmic ritual, a sacred act of reclaiming the power to reshape one's destiny. The historical alchemy of breath. The roots of pranayama stretch deep into the soil of human wisdom, entwined with the esoteric traditions of East and West. In the Vedic texts of India, pranayama is described as the sovereign of all practices, the means to control the life energies, prāṇas, that govern the body's 72,000 nadis, subtle channels of energy. Puraka, inhalation, kumbhaka, retention, and rechaka, exhalation, constitute pranayama. These three phases, when practiced with precision, dissolve the karmic knots, granthi, that bind the soul to ignorance. In the West, the alchemical tradition revered breath as the quintessence of life, the vital spark that united the physical and spiritual realms. The Hermetic alchemists, while seeking to transmute metals, understood that true gold lies not in the laboratory but in the transformation of the human soul. Their motto, Solve et coagula, dissolve and coagulate, echoes the principles of Pranayama, dissolving the egoic state through controlled breath, and coagulating the consciousness into a luminous, divine state. Even in Kabbalah, the sacred breath is the creative force of the universe, a hidden wind that animates the Sephirotic tree. Thus, the seeker who masters pranayama walks in the footsteps of the sages, bridging the wisdom of East and West to awaken the alchemical power within. The mechanism of breath, subtle energy as cosmic fuel. Pranayama operates on the principle that breath is the conduit of prāṇa, the universal energy that permeates the cosmos. Theosophists describe prāṇa as the primary creative force, the fluid that flows into the nascent universe, giving rise to stars, galaxies, and life itself. Within the human body, prāṇa is channeled through the chakras, the 7 energy centers aligned along the spine. Each chakra vibrates at a distinct frequency, corresponding to specific aspects of the mind, emotions, and spirit. Through precise breathing techniques, the yogi learns to regulate the flow of prāṇa, harmonizing the chakras and awakening the dormant kundalini energy at the base of the spine. For instance, Nadi Shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, balances the Ida, moon, and Pingala, sun, nadis, the dual currents of energy that spiral around the spine. This practice dissolves mental agitation, awakening the third eye, Ajna chakra, and illuminating the path to inner wisdom. Kapalabhati Pranayama, the breath of fire, purifies the subtle body by releasing trapped negative energy, much like the alchemist's furnace refines base metals. The rapid exhalations stir the digestive fire, Agni, transforming stagnant emotions into radiant clarity. In this way, the body becomes an alchemical vessel, transmuting the coarse into the subtle. Transmutation through sacred rhythm. The alchemy of pranayama unfolds in the rhythm of the breath, a sacred dance between inhalation and exhalation. Ujjayi pranayama, the victorious breath, exemplifies this. By constricting the throat gently during breathing, the practitioner creates a soft ocean-like sound, symbolizing the union of the individual self with the infinite. This technique generates internal heat, melting the icy armor of fear and self-doubt. As the breath deepens, the mind stills, and the seeker enters a state of ekagrata, singular pointed focus, the gateway to higher consciousness. The process of transmutation intensifies with kumbhaka, the practice of breath retention. In this sacred pause, the egoic self dissolves, and the breath merges with the breath of the cosmos. The Sanskrit word kumbhaka derives from kumbha, meaning pot or vessel, and aka, meaning to hold. Thus, the breath is held in the pot of the body, nurturing the seed of enlightenment. During kumbhaka, the boundaries between self and universe dissolve, and the seeker tastes the nectar of nirvikalpa samadhi, a state of formless, all-pervasive awareness. In this state, the seeker realizes the alchemist's ultimate secret: what was once divided can be reunited. The breath dissolves duality, uniting the finite and infinite, the temporal and eternal. The transformation of personal and cosmic energy. Pranayama is not a solitary practice, it is a cosmic dialogue. Every breath resonates with the universal rhythm, sending ripples through the ocean of consciousness. When the seeker purifies their breath, they radiate a luminous frequency that transmutes the energies of the collective field. This is the law of resonance, a theosophical principle asserting that all beings are interconnected by invisible threads of energy. The sun and moon reside in the lotus of the heart when pranayama is perfected. Through pranayama, the individual aligns their breath with the cosmic breath, harmonizing their internal solar and lunar energies. This alignment ignites the chakra of transcendence, Sahasrara, the thousand-petaled lotus of spiritual awakening. In this opening, the seeker transcends the limitations of the personality, stepping into the boundless expanse of universal being. Moreover, pranayama becomes a sacred offering to the cosmos. Each breath released is a prayer, a silent gratitude to the infinite that allows the air to flow through the lungs. This act of devotion elevates the practitioner from the realm of the personal to the realm of the universal, where every inhalation is a blessing and every exhalation is a release of attachment. Practical life lessons from the alchemy of breath. The alchemical life is rooted in mindful breathing. Here are 3 life lessons that arise from the practice of pranayama. The breath has boundaries. Just as a goldsmith heats and cools the metal to shape it, so too must the seeker learn to regulate their emotions through breath. In moments of anger or anxiety, a few cycles of nadi shodhana dissolve the storm, restoring inner equilibrium. The breath teaches the art of self-mastery, the ability to transmute chaos into calm. The breath is presence, time is the illusion of the unenlightened self. Pranayama dissolves this illusion by anchoring the mind in the present moment. With each breath, the seeker learns that the now is both the crucible and the product of alchemy. The past is a memory of the breath already exhaled, the future, a promise of the breath not yet taken. The breath is surrender. In the final stages of pranayama, the breath merges with the infinite. This surrender is not passive, it is the ultimate act of creative alignment. The seeker yields to the universal rhythm, allowing the breath to flow as it wills. In this surrender, the ego dissolves, and the divine will, the alchemical will of the cosmos, manifests freely. Conclusion: embracing the eternal alchemy. In the alchemical tradition, the transformation of lead into gold is not the goal but the metaphor for the self's evolution. Pranayama, the eternal elixir, invites the seeker to walk this path with courage and devotion. It is a journey of unlearning the illusions of separation and rediscovering the truth of unity. As you sit in stillness, feeling the breath rise and fall like the tides of the universe, remember this: you are the alchemist, the crucible, and the gold. Each inhalation draws the cosmos into your being, and each exhalation returns your essence to the infinite. Through the science and soul of pranayama, the seeker becomes a vessel of light, transmuting the shadows of the past into the radiance of the present. Let the breath be your guide. Let the rhythm of prāṇa become your mantra. And in the sacred silence between breaths, touch the boundless horizon of being that lies within. Namaste, fellow alchemist. Chapter 15: The Stillness Between the Breaths, where time dissolves and eternity whispers. There exists a sacred interval, so subtle, so infinitesimally brief, that most mortals pass through it without awareness, like sleepwalkers tiptoeing over a threshold leading to paradise, blindfolded by the rhythm of their own breath. This interval, nestled between the in-breath and the out-breath, between exhalation and inhalation, is not merely a physiological pause. It is a metaphysical doorway, a silent mandala of presence, where the soul meets the source, and the finite merges with the infinite. This is the stillness between the breaths, the kumbhaka of pure being, and in this chapter, we unveil this most esoteric of yogic truths, not as a technique to be mastered, but as an eternal invitation to remember. Know this: every breath you take is a miniature journey of incarnation and liberation. The inhalation is the soul descending into form, drawing the prāṇa, the vital breath of the cosmos, into the temple of flesh. It is the divine spark descending into matter, the Word becoming flesh. The exhalation is the soul releasing the burden of embodiment, returning the used breath, now laden with spent energy, carbon, and karmic residue, back into the atmosphere. It is the offering, the letting go, the quiet release into grace. But in the space between these two movements, neither descending nor ascending, neither holding on nor letting go, there is a breathless moment where time ceases, the ego dissolves, and only pure awareness remains. This is not metaphor. This is inner architecture. This is physics of the soul. In the ancient Upanishads, the sages describe this moment as Brahma Muhurta, the divine moment, though that name is more commonly given to the hours before dawn. But truly, Brahma Muhurta is not confined to time. It is the timeless now, accessible in every breath, if one dares to pause and dwell in the gap. The rishis taught that in this stillness, the individual Atman, the Self, touches the Paramatman, the Supreme Self. It is here that the veil thins, the illusion of separation dissolves, and one experiences the pulsation of universal consciousness as the very rhythm of one's own heart. To enter this space is not to achieve enlightenment. It is to uncover it. You are not becoming enlightened, you are remembering that you have never not been enlightened. The breath, your breath, is the loom upon which the fabric of illusion is woven and unwoven. And in the pause, the loom stops. The pattern disappears. Only the golden thread, pure awareness, remains. But how does one enter this sacred gap? Not through force. Not through will. Not through desperate grasping at silence. The ego cannot access the space between breaths, for that space is free of ego. The mind cannot enter, for in that moment, even thought ceases. The way in is surrender, absolute, unqualified surrender to the intelligence of the breath, which is none other than the intelligence of Brahman itself. Begin by observing the breath, not controlling it, not altering it, but witnessing it as a silent observer. Feel how the air flows in through the nostrils, cool and gentle, filling the lungs, expanding the diaphragm, nourishing every cell with the celestial nectar of prāṇa. Then, notice the natural pause that follows, when the lungs are full, and no movement occurs. This is antarkumbhaka, the internal retention. Most practitioners focus here, prolonging it through discipline. But the most profound stillness is not in holding the breath in, nor in holding it out. It is in the effortless suspension after exhalation, the empty pause, bhaya kumbhaka. Here, the body is vacant of breath, the mind is vacant of thought, and the heart is vacant of desire. And in that emptiness, fullness rushes in. It is in this exhalation pause that the alchemy occurs. The ancient tantric texts whisper of this moment as the yoga of surrender, where the jiva, the individual soul, offers itself back into Shiva, the formless absolute. The in-breath is Shakti, the creative impulse, the universal consciousness in motion. The out-breath is Shiva, the stillness, the destroyer of illusion, the silent witness. And in the gap after exhalation, Shiva and Shakti unite, not as lovers, but as one. There is no duality, no subject, no object, only being. This stillness is not an absence. It is presence in its purest form. Think not that silence is void. Silence is the most potent resonance in the cosmos. The universe began not with a word, but with a silence out of which the first vibration emerged, Om. And every breath you take echoes that primordial event. Each exhalation is a mini pralaya, a dissolution of worlds. Each inhalation is a shrishti, a new creation. And in the gap, between death and birth, destruction and creation, the eternal witness abides. To dwell in that gap, even for a single heartbeat, is to step outside the wheel of time. Time, as you understand it, is a construct of the mind, born of movement, of change, of before and after. But in the pause between breaths, there is no movement. There is no past, no future, only an unbroken now. The mystics of all traditions have described this moment as samadhi in miniature, a flash of enlightenment embedded in the breath itself. The Theosophists called this the breath of the eternal, distinguishing it from the breath of mortals. While the average man breathes 15 to 20 times per minute, the adept, through disciplined pranayama, slows the breath to 3 or 4 per minute. At that rate, the pauses elongate. The stillness expands, and consciousness, no longer scattered by the hurry of respiration, gathers into a single point of luminous attention. In this stillness, clairaudience awakens, the ability to hear the music of the spheres. Clairvoyance emerges, not as psychic sight, but as the inner vision of the third eye, which perceives the subtle body, the chakras, the nadis, and the dance of kundalini. But more importantly, in this stillness, one hears the unstruck sound, anahata nada, the eternal vibration that underlies all creation. It is not heard by the ears, but felt in the depths of the heart. Some describe it as a faint hum, like a distant temple bell. Others hear it as the whisper of wind through celestial trees. It is the breath of universal consciousness, echoing in your own being. To access this requires not years of struggle, but moments of intentional presence. Begin with just 2 minutes each day. Sit in stillness. Let the breath find its natural rhythm. As you exhale, release not only air, but all tension, all thoughts, all identifications. And when the breath ends, do not rush to inhale. Wait. Pause. Dwell in the emptiness. Let the body feel weightless. Let the mind dissolve. And in that space, listen. You may feel fear, because ego fears dissolution. You may feel impatience, because the mind craves movement. But if you remain, gently, with unwavering attention, something extraordinary will occur. A light will arise, not in the eyes, but in awareness. A peace will descend, not upon the body, but within the soul. And in that moment, you will know, without thought, without belief, that you are not merely a body breathing. You are breath itself. You are consciousness breathing through form. This is the ultimate secret of pranayama. It is not about controlling the breath to gain power. It is about letting go of the breath to discover freedom. The breath is the bridge. The pause is the destination. Pranayama is the interruption of the flow of inhalation and exhalation. This interruption is not mechanical. It is sacramental. It is the suspension of the self in the ocean of the self. And so, dear seeker, I leave you now with a practice, a living meditation. For 7 days, each morning, before the sun rises, sit in quietude. Breathe naturally. At the end of each exhalation, pause. Allow the silence to deepen. Let the pause become longer, not by force, but by invitation. Each day, dwell one breath longer in that gap. And in that space, offer this silent prayer: I am not the breath. I am the awareness in which breath arises and dissolves. In time, the pause will grow. The silence will speak. And one day, in the stillness between 2 breaths, you will hear it, the voiceless call of your own eternal nature. You will realize that you have never been born, and you will never die. You are that. You always have been. And the breath, gentle, rhythmic, ceaseless, will continue, not as a sign of life, but as a lullaby sung by the universe to its own infinite heart. Chapter 16. Attuning to the Celestial Drone, the Science of Brahmari Pranayama. The humming bee breath, used to calm the nervous system and draw awareness inward. From the silent, velvet expanse between thoughts, a primordial sound echoes. It is the drone of turning galaxies, the subatomic hum of manifest existence, the resonant frequency from which all form emerges and to which it returns. The ancient seers, the rishis of a forgotten dawn, did not need telescopes or radio telescopes to perceive this cosmic vibration. They turned their senses inward, diving deep into the cavernous cathedral of their own consciousness, and there, they heard it. They called it not a Brahman, the universe as sound. This is not a metaphor, dear seeker, but a literal, vibrational truth. You are a being of frequency, a living orchestra of cells, thoughts, and emotions, each playing its note in the grand symphony of life. Brahmari Pranayama, the resonant breath of the bee, is the sacred science you are now ready to learn. It is the method by which you consciously tune your inner instrument to the sublime harmonies of the cosmos. Before we approach the practice itself, you must understand the metaphysical architecture of sound. In the beginning was the Word. In the Vedas, it was Om. In esoteric theosophy, it is the sound of the seven planes of being. This was not merely a sound like a word, it was the creative act itself. It is the pulsation of the universal consciousness choosing to know itself through form. Everything that exists is a crystallization of this original sound, a slower or more complex modulation of that fundamental frequency. The densest rock and the most ethereal thought are, at their core, vibrating strings of energy. Your very soul has a signature song, a unique tonal quality that it longs to sing in harmony with the divine. The human mind, in its ordinary state of scattered awareness, is a cacophony. It is a dissonant collection of anxieties, desires, memories, and fears, each creating its own jarring frequency. This inner noise disconnects you from the celestial drone, from the feeling of belonging to the unified whole. You feel isolated, out of tune, and adrift. This is where the profound science of Brahmari enters. It is a practice of sonic entrainment. By consciously producing a specific, low, and stable frequency within the sealed cavity of your own skull, you begin to gently persuade your entire being to resonate in harmony with it. The chaotic vibrations of your mind begin to settle. The jagged frequencies of emotional turmoil begin to smooth. You are, quite literally, using vibration to heal vibration. This internal hum acts as a tuning fork, resetting every discordant part of your system to its natural, peaceful state. This sound, focused at the throat and radiating upwards, directly stimulates the Ajna chakra, the mystic third eye, and the pineal gland, the tiny, pinecone-shaped stargate in the deep recesses of your brain, long known as the seat of intuitive wisdom and the bridge between the physical and the divine. It effectively calms the nervous system, reduces stress and anxiety, improves focus, and is beneficial for headaches or high blood pressure. Now, let us prepare to receive this lesson from the universe. This is not a mechanical exercise to be performed, it is a ritual of remembrance, a sonic prayer. Find a space where you will be undisturbed, a sanctuary where the outer world can fade away. Sit in a comfortable, upright posture, such as Sukhasana, cross-legged. Feel the solid earth beneath you, grounding and stabilizing. Lengthen your spine effortlessly, as if a string from the crown of your head is pulling you gently towards the heavens. Your spine is now a perfect antenna, a conduit ready to receive and transmit cosmic energy. Rest your hands upon your knees, palms open, in a gesture of willing receptivity. Close your eyes. Before you begin, set a clear intention. You might whisper silently, I now attune myself to the hum of the universe. I open myself to the wisdom of my inner silence. Begin by observing your natural breath for a few moments, feeling the gentle rise and fall of your abdomen. This calms the waters of your mind. Then, take a slow, deep, and complete inhalation through your nostrils. As you inhale, do not just draw in air. Imagine you are drawing in pure, golden white prana, the very life force of the cosmos, infusing every cell with light and vitality. Fill your lungs to their comfortable capacity. As you reach the top of the inhale, gently seal your lips. Now, for the exhalation, you will create the sound of a humming bee. Keep your jaw relaxed, your teeth slightly parted, and allow the sound to be generated low in your throat, not by straining your vocal cords. Let the hum be long, steady, and smooth. It should not be a high-pitched buzz, but a low, mellow, soothing drone, like the resonance of a cello string deep within a vast, echoing cathedral. As you exhale this sound, your entire cranium should begin to vibrate. Feel it. Feel the gentle tingling in your lips, your teeth, your cheekbones, and your forehead. Let the hum become a gentle internal massage for your sinuses, your temples, and the very bones of your skull. The sound is inside you, but it feels as if it is coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Continue the hum until the exhalation is complete, naturally and without force. This is the foundation of Brahmari. As you become more comfortable, you can deepen the experience by evolving into Shanmukhi Mudra, the seal of the 7 gates. After your inhalation, gently raise your hands to your face. Use the thumbs to softly press the flaps of your ear canals closed. Use your index fingers to rest lightly on your eyebrows, your middle fingers on your eyes, your ring fingers on the sides of your nose, and your pinky fingers on the corners of your lips. You are not pressing hard, simply closing the sensory doors. Now, perform the humming exhalation. With the outer world shut out, the sound is turned completely inward. It intensifies, magnifying the vibration within. Many practitioners begin to perceive an inner light at the third eye. Do not chase it. Simply be the witness. You have closed the doors to the external temple to find the altar within. Perform 5 to 7 rounds in this way, then sit in the profound silence that follows. The silence after the hum is sacred. It is the space where intuition is born. This is the practice, but the lesson is eternal. The life lesson of Brahmari is the art of becoming a resonant vessel in a world of noise. You have learned that you can create, at will, an inner sanctuary of harmonic vibration. When the external world becomes overwhelming, the clamoring demands, the dissonant opinions, the emotional storms of others, you no longer have to be swept away. You can take a single conscious breath, and internally, you can begin to hum. You can retreat into that vibrational cocoon of peace, recentering yourself and remembering the celestial drone that plays eternally beneath the surface of all chaos. Furthermore, Brahmari teaches you to listen. To create a steady, internal hum, your own mind must become quiet. You learn the difference between the noise of the ego and the subtler whisper of the soul. This faculty of deep, vibrational listening translates into your daily life as heightened intuition. You begin to perceive the truth in situations, to sense the unspoken needs of others, to hear the gentle guidance of the universe that is always broadcasting, but which you have been too noisy to receive. You begin to become a person of harmony, not reaction. When you cultivate a core frequency of peace, you become a tuning fork for those around you, calming the energy of a room, offering a silent balm to a troubled heart. Brahmari is more than a technique, it is a state of being. It is the constant, unwavering remembrance that you are not a separate fragment in a cold universe, but an essential note in its endless, sacred song. You are the bee, you are the nectar, and you are the eternal hum of the garden of creation. Chapter 17, The Embrace of Stillness, the Emergence of Kavala Kumbhaka. Beloved seeker of the silken thread, you have journeyed through the landscapes of the breath. You have learned to navigate the rivers of Ida and Pingala, to clear the pathways of the nadis, and to ignite the dormant serpent, Kundalini, at the base of your spine. You have witnessed the dance of prana in its myriad forms, vitalizing, purifying, exhilarating. You have come to understand, through direct experience, that the breath is not merely air, it is the tether that binds the temporal self to the eternal cosmos, the subtle instrument through which the grand symphony of existence is played. And now, we arrive at a precipice. A point where the path forks, yet both directions lead to the same ineffable destination. We have spoken of Sahita Kumbhaka, the voluntary retention of the breath, that magnificent act of will where you consciously hold the tide of life within you. This is the practice of the spiritual warrior, the conscious builder of the inner temple. It is an act of divine assertion, where you declare, in this moment, I am the master of my life force. I will contain this cosmic energy to transmute its very essence. This practice fortifies the nervous system, purifies the subtle body, and builds a reservoir of power that fuels your ascent. It is, and will always be, a foundational pillar of this sacred science. It is you, learning to swim in the ocean of prana. But there is another state, a grace that is bestowed rather than seized. This is the heart's deepest secret, the universe's whispered reply to your tireless striving. This is Kevala Kumbhaka. If Sahita Kumbhaka is you building a dam to hold the river, Kevala Kumbhaka is the moment the river itself decides to be still, its waters merging so completely with the great lake of being that the very concept of a dam becomes obsolete. Kevala means absolute, unconditioned, alone. It is the breath that holds itself, not by force, but by the sheer magnetism of an inner stillness so profound, so complete, that the very need for the breath vanishes. It is the pendulum of life, having swung between inspiration and expiration for eons, finally coming to rest in the silent, central point of its arc. This is not a technique, it is an awakening. The metaphysical gateway, the pause between thoughts. To understand the significance of Kevala Kumbhaka, you must first understand the nature of consciousness itself. The universal consciousness, the great Brahman, from which all worlds and all beings arise, is in a state of perpetual, dynamic stillness. It is the silent hum beneath all sound, the unshaken canvas upon which the drama of creation is painted. Your individual consciousness, your jiva, is a wave upon this ocean, a thought that has arisen from the depths of the one mind. Every breath you take is the echo of the primordial pulsation of this cosmic mind, the in-breath of creation, the out-breath of dissolution. The ordinary state of human awareness is to be caught in this endless rhythm, tossed between the poles of existence and non-existence, craving and aversion, life and death. The great sages and theosophical adepts have always pointed towards the gap, the silent interval between two thoughts, the pause between two breaths. In this microsecond, the door to the infinite stands ajar. Kevala Kumbhaka is the conscious, sustained abiding in this gap. It is not the cessation of breath in the sense of a deprivation or a lack. It is the ultimate fullness. Imagine a cup that is perpetually being filled and emptied. That is the rhythm of your breath. Kevala Kumbhaka is the moment the cup realizes it is the entire ocean, and the concepts of filling and emptying dissolve into a singular, stateless state of being. The individual life force, prāṇa, ceases its frantic dance because it has remembered its source. It ceases to strive for the divine because it has realized it never left. In this state, the veils between the worlds grow thin. The seeker no longer perceives themselves as a separate entity practicing a technique. They become the practice itself. There is no I who is breathing. There is only the vast, silent, breathing of the cosmos. The sense of a localized self dissolves like a salt doll in the sea. You are no longer the drop yearning for the ocean, you are the ocean, experiencing the memory of a drop. This is the ultimate metaphysical truth revealed not through scripture or philosophy, but through the direct, undeniable experience of the body's own profound wisdom. It is the universe channeling its own stillness through you. The great life lesson, the ecology of effort and grace. Herein lies the paramount lesson for your life, a truth that extends far beyond the meditation cushion. Your journey into pranayama has been a pilgrimage of effort. You have disciplined your body, tamed your mind, and dedicated hours to the perfection of your practice. This effort was not in vain, it was essential. You have been tilling the soil, pulling the weeds, and planting the seeds of a future harvest. This is the principle of karma yoga in action, sacred action, performed with devotion and without attachment to the immediate fruit. But you cannot force a flower to bloom. You can provide every perfect condition, sunlight, water, and nutrient-rich soil, but the opening of the petals is an act of grace. It is a miracle that happens when the time is right. The bloom is Kevala Kumbhaka. So many seekers, even advanced ones, fall into the subtle trap of striving for this state. They begin to try to have a spontaneous retention. This is like a gardener screaming at a rosebud, "Open now." The very effort, the very desire for the outcome, creates the tension that prevents it. The lesson, dear one, is the ultimate paradox. To receive that which cannot be attained, you must cease all attempts to attain it. Apply this to your life. You work towards your goals, you nurture your relationships, as you build your career. This is your Sahita Kumbhaka, the necessary, noble effort of being a conscious creator. But how often do you strain, how often do you force, how often do you sacrifice the peace of the present moment for an imagined future? Kevala Kumbhaka teaches you the ecology of effort and grace. It teaches you to pour your entire being into your actions, to do so with love, integrity, and focus, and then, when the work is done, to release all attachment to the result. It is in this release, this sacred surrender, that the universe conspires on your behalf. It is in this letting go that the synchronicities flow, that the opportunities arise, that the breakthroughs happen. These are the moments of Kevala Kumbhaka in your daily life, the moments when the universe breathes through you, and you are carried along on a current of benevolent power that is far greater than your own, cultivating the soil for the inevitable bloom. So, if you cannot do it, how do you get there? You do not chase the bloom, you become the world's most devoted gardener. You return to the foundational practices, not as a means to an end, but as an act of love, a communion with the divine. Your Nadi Shodhana is no longer just to clear the channels, it is a dance with Shiva and Shakti. Your Ujjayi breath is no longer just to build heat, it is the sound of your own soul whispering to the cosmos. Your focus shifts from the goal to the quality of the journey itself. You cultivate the virtues that are the very soil of grace. Vairagya, dispassion, a gentle, non-violent detachment from the fruits of your actions. It is not apathy, but a profound understanding that your joy and peace reside within, not in the outer world of outcomes. Santosha, contentment, finding deep fulfillment in the perfection of this present moment, exactly as it is. Contentment is the fertile ground where the flower of grace can take root. Ishvara Pranadhana, surrender to a higher power. The ultimate recognition that you are not the doer. You are an instrument in the hands of the universal consciousness, a vessel for its will to flow through. When you practice your pranayama infused with these qualities, the practice itself becomes a prayer. The effort becomes effortless. The striving becomes flowing. You will find yourself in meditation, and the breath will simply pause. It will be as natural as drifting into sleep, but you will be more awake than ever before. There will be no fear, no struggle, only a profound and all-consuming peace. In that moment, you will not have achieved Kevala Kumbhaka. You will have dissolved into it. And in that dissolution, you will find the only true freedom there is. The silence that awaits between the breaths is your true home. It is time to remember the way. Chapter 18: The Breath of the Cosmos, Bridging the Microcosm and the Macrocosm. Beloved seeker, you have journeyed through the valley of the breath. You have learned to calm the turbulent winds of the mind, to cleanse the subtle rivers of your being, and to kindle the inner fire with the bellows of your own life force. You have mastered the techniques, the counts, the retentions, and the locks. You have treated the breath as a tool, a key to unlock the chambers of your own physiology and psychology. And this is a sacred and necessary stage of the path. But now, you stand at a threshold. The door you hold is not merely to another room within yourself, it is the door to the entire cosmos. You have believed yourself to be a separate entity, a solitary vessel sailing upon the vast ocean of existence. Your breath, you thought, was the private tide that kept your small ship afloat. We are here to dissolve this beautiful, painful illusion. The ultimate science of Prāṇāyāma is not about mastering the breath, it is about realizing that you and the breath are one with the very breathing of the universe. This chapter is a life lesson not in a new technique, but in a new perception. It is the alchemical art of communing with the All, through the simple, profound act of respiration. The grand illusion, the microcosm forgot the macrocosm. At the heart of human suffering lies the forgetting of our true nature. We identify with the form, with the name, with the chronological story of our lives. This is the ego's grand masterpiece, a painting of a tiny, isolated figure, standing on a speck of dust, utterly alone. In theosophical terms, you have come to see yourself only as the pinda, the microcosm, having lost all conscious connection to the Brahmanda, the macrocosm, the cosmic egg from which you were hatched. Think of a wave upon the ocean. In its frenzy and its crest, it believes it has an identity separate from the water. I am a wave, it declares. I rise, I crash, I am no more. It fears the dissolution of returning to the sea, not realizing it has never been anything but the sea. You are that wave. Your individuality, your unique expression, is the glorious, temporary crest. But your essence is the boundless, eternal ocean of consciousness. Your personal breath has been a constant reminder of your separateness, the in and out tide of your body, your lungs, and your survival. This is the final, subtle veil. The true practice begins when you turn the key of Pranayama not inward, but outward, and then discover there is no difference between inward and outward. You must learn to see the cosmic pattern woven into the fabric of your own being. Every star in the heavens has a corresponding point of light within your own cellular structure. Every planet in its orbit reflects the spinning of a chakra within your subtle body. The vast, silent spaces between galaxies are mirrored in the ethereal gaps between your thoughts. The universe is not out there, it is in here, and you are its living, breathing replica. The rhythm of creation and dissolution. Before you were born, you were not separate. Before your first inhalation, you were held in the fluid silence of the womb, a state of unity, of shared breath with your mother. And before that, your essence was unformed, a potentiality shimmering in the cosmic mind. Your first breath was the drawing of a boundary, the beginning of the individual cycle. You inhaled, and the world exhaled into you. This individual rhythm is a perfect reflection of the cosmic breath, the great srishti and pralaya, the cycle of universal creation and dissolution. The ancient rishis perceived it, the modern mystic feels it, the cosmos itself breathes. In a great, unfathomable exhalation spanning eons, Brahman, the unmanifest, breathes out the universe. Galaxies unfurl like nebulae of pollen on the wind, stars ignite, and life takes form in a trillion billion expressions. This is the cosmic puraka, the inhalation of the infinite that appears as the finite. Then, after a full cycle of cosmic expression, there comes a great pause, a kumbhaka on a scale that shatters all concepts of time. All of existence is held in a state of perfect, potential stillness. This is the moment of union between all that has been created and the Creator, the sacred moment where the wave remembers it is the ocean. Finally, in an act of divine and loving surrender, the cosmos inhales. All of creation, all form, all experience, is drawn back into the ineffable source from which it came. This is the cosmic Rachaka. It is not a death, but a homecoming. Your own breath, happening in this very moment, is a microcosmic fractal of this divine dance. Every time you draw air into your lungs, you are reenacting the creation of the universe. Every time you hold your breath, you are touching the moment of divine union. Every time you exhale, you are practicing the art of surrender, participating in the cosmic dissolution. This is not a metaphor, it is a literal vibrational reality. To breathe is to be in a constant, sacred dialogue with the pulsating heart of the cosmos. The practice of cosmic resonance, weaving heaven and earth. Now, we guide you to transform your pranayama from a personal discipline into a cosmic communion. Sit for your practice not as an isolated individual, but as a conscious focal point of the universal mind. Before you begin, close your eyes and feel your skin not as a boundary, but as a permeable membrane, shimmering where the inner you meets the outer all. As you inhale, puraka, do not simply pull air through your nostrils. Intend, with every fiber of your being, to draw in the prana of the entire cosmos. Feel the vitality of the Amazon rainforests, the silent strength of the Himalayan peaks, the fiery energy of the sun, the cool wisdom of the moon, the distant hum of quasars, and the radiant love of unmanifested beings, all being drawn into you. As your lungs fill, feel not a pressure, but an expansion. You are not filling a vessel, you are becoming the vessel. You are offering your entire being as a chalice for the life of the universe. As you hold the breath, kumbhaka, enter the stillness. This is the alchemical crucible. In this space, there is no in nor out, no me and not me. The drop of water has become the ocean. The personal will dissolves into the divine will. Rest here, even if for a moment, in the silent, pregnant void between thought and form. This is the point of power. This is where healing happens, where samskaras are burnt away in the fire of union, where you realize you are the silent observer, the consciousness in which both inhalation and exhalation are but passing events. You are the space between the breaths, and in that space, you are infinite. As you exhale, Rachaka, release the old. With each outgoing breath, you are not just expelling carbon dioxide. You are letting go of the illusion of limitation, of the fears and anxieties of the separate self. Offer your essence back to the whole. See your exhalation as a silver thread of light, carrying your perfected love and gratitude back to the source, weaving your unique song into the great symphony of existence. Your exhalation is your gift to the world. Repeat this cycle, not as a mechanical process, but as a love affair with existence. With each breath, you are making love to the universe, and it is making love to you. The emergence of the body of light. When this practice becomes your natural state of being, a profound transmutation occurs. The very fabric of your subtle anatomy begins to reconfigure. Your nadis, once pathways for personal energy, become luminous conduits for stellar and planetary currents. The chakras, once personal power centers, begin to spin in harmonic resonance with the great chakras of the earth and the solar system. Slowly, gently, through this consistent, conscious breathing with the cosmos, you begin to generate what the esoteric traditions call the diamond body, the body of light, or the rainbow body. This is not a figment of imagination. It is a literal vibratory upgrade of your entire being, a body of such refined frequency that it no longer casts a shadow in the ordinary world. It is a body woven from light, forged in the alchemical fires of cosmic breath. It is the state of consciousness that knows no separation. It is the fully awakened microcosm that has remembered its identity as the macrocosm. This is the ultimate promise of the science of pranayama. It is a path from the mechanics of breath to the mysticism of breath. It is the journey from being a breather to becoming the breath itself. The breath is the golden thread that connects your personal heart to the universal heart. And you, the beloved seeker, are the weaver. Breathe, and know that in this simple act, you are holding the entirety of existence within your sacred chest. You are the cosmos, dreaming of itself, one breath at a time. Chapter 19: The Breath of the Cosmos, a Cosmic Symbiosis in Motion. In the hush of dawn, where the veil between the seen and unseen grows thin, a solitary practitioner kneels upon a mat woven with the patterns of the earth. The horizon glows with the first breath of the sun, and the air is alive with the hum of existence. Around them, the world appears still, yet within, a tempest of breath begins. This is the alchemy of Prāṇāyāma, the sacred science of breath, where the mundane and the divine entwine in a dance older than time. Here, in this moment, the practitioner becomes a vessel, inhaling not merely air, but the very essence of the cosmos itself. Pranayama, etymologically a union of prana, life force, and ayama, extension or control, is often perceived as a yogic technique. But to the seeker of inner wisdom, it is a symphony of the universe encoded in the rhythm of the breath. It is the unseen current that ties the microcosm of human life to the macrocosm of celestial order. To practice pranayama is not merely to master the breath, it is to become attuned to the primordial pulse that stirs the galaxies, to harmonize one's own prana with the cosmic prana that flows through every atom and star. The breath, in this esoteric light, is not a mechanical exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide. It is the rhythm of creation itself, the breath of the great breath. In the Upanishads, it is written, that from which this world comes into being, that supports it, and into that the world dissolves, that is the truth. This truth is the breath, the dynamic force that weaves the fabric of existence. Every inhalation draws in the infinite, every exhalation returns the finite to the infinite. Through pranayama, the practitioner becomes a conscious co-creator with this eternal process. To understand the metaphysical science of pranayama, one must first recognize the body as a temple of channels, nadi, and centers, chakras, a subtle architecture through which cosmic energy circulates. Just as rivers carve their paths through the earth, so too do the nadi, ida, pingala, and sushumna carry the life force through the spine. Ida, the lunar current, is cool and receptive. Pingala, the solar current, is fiery and active. Their union in sushumna, the central channel, is the gateway to enlightenment, the alignment of individual awareness with universal consciousness. Pranayama is the bridge that allows this union to occur. Consider the practice of nadi shodhana, alternate nostril breathing. Its physical effects are transformative, balancing the autonomic nervous system and calming the mind. Yet deeper within lies the esoteric key. By clearing the nadi of obstruction, the practitioner purifies the channels of consciousness itself. Each breath becomes a purification of thought forms, a dissolution of the egoic patterns that bind the soul. In this process, the breath acts as both the surgeon and the salve, cutting through illusion and sewing the fabric of higher perception. But pranayama is not merely a tool for purification. It is, in its highest expression, a vehicle of transcendence. To control the breath is to control the mind's fluctuations, vrittis, as Patanjali's Yoga Sutras so succinctly proclaim. Yet this control is not domination, but communion. When the breath slows and deepens, the mind follows, descending into the stillness where the self, Atman, and the Absolute, Brahman, are one. Here, in this stillness, the practitioner experiences the unity of all things, not as an abstract concept, but as an intimate knowing. The breath becomes the language through which the universe speaks. The metaphysical underpinnings of pranayama are deeply rooted in theosophic principles. Helena Blavatsky, in her seminal works, referred to the astral light, the subtle substratum of matter that records all phenomena. Just as the physical breath nourishes the gross body, the astral breath, prāṇa, nourishes the astral body, the energetic template that underlies all physical forms. To refine the breath is to refine the astral body, allowing it to vibrate at higher frequencies and access planes of existence beyond ordinary perception. Theosophists might describe pranayama as the key to unlocking the chain of being, ascending through the sevenfold scale of consciousness. This ascent is not linear but spiral, a process of dissolving dualities and embracing unity. The breath, when practiced with sacred intent, becomes a mantra of sorts, a soundless mantra that resonates with the music of the spheres. Each inhalation is a drawing upward, a coiling of energy along the spine. Each exhalation is a grounding of that energy, a return to the earth. In this rhythmic dance, the practitioner aligns with the cosmic cycles of creation and dissolution, embodying the infinite within the finite. Let us now turn to the transformative power of kumbhaka, the breath retention phase in pranayama. In the theosophic framework, kumbhaka corresponds to the state of pratyahara, the withdrawal of senses into the inner self. Here, the breath is held not to force or strain, but to quiet the external and turn inward. In this stillness, the practitioner perceives the I am vibration, the primordial sound, nada, that is the essence of all creation. This sound is not auditory, it is experiential, a resonance felt in the crown of the head and the core of the being. Through kumbhaka, the seeker touches the silence between the thoughts, the silence that is the womb of all manifestation. But how does one approach pranayama as a sacred science, rather than a mere practice? The answer lies in surrender and presence. To engage in pranayama is to engage in a ritual of divine attention. Every breath must be taken with full awareness, as if for the first time. The breath becomes a mirror, reflecting the state of the practitioner's heart and mind. When breath is shallow and agitated, so too is the inner world. When breath is deep and even, the heart aligns with the rhythm of the cosmos. Thus, pranayama is a mirror and a medicine. In the metaphysical realm, the breath is also a bridge between past and future, between the dense memories of the ego and the luminous potential of the soul. Through the breath, the seeker learns to release the stories of the past and let go of the fears of the future. In each inhalation, they draw in the light of infinite possibilities. In each exhalation, they release the shadows of limitation. This is the alchemy of pranayama, the transmutation of time-bound existence into timeless awareness. Imagine, for a moment, the breath as a thread. The physical thread, when woven, makes a garment. The breath thread, when woven with intention, weaves the tapestry of the soul. The ancients of India spoke of Sushumna, the central channel, as the path of liberation. Just as a river must flow to avoid stagnation, so too must the breath flow unimpeded through the subtle body. Obstructions, whether physical, like poor posture, or energetic, like fear and attachment, are cleared through dedicated practice. The goal is not to stop the breath, but to allow it to move with the grace of the universe. To the seeker, the ultimate secret of pranayama lies in its paradoxical nature. The breath is both individual and universal, personal and infinite. In the practice, one learns to hold these dualities in balance. The breath is a reminder you are not separate. Every inhalation is an invitation to merge with the great breath, the pranava, the divine energy that pervades all of existence. As the breath is refined, so too is the mind, until the veil of separation dissolves and the truth is known not through words, but through the breath itself. In conclusion, the science of pranayama is not a secret to be hoarded, but a wisdom to be lived. Each breath is a prayer, each pause a meditation, each exhalation a letting go. Through this practice, the seeker transcends the boundaries of the self and aligns with the eternal. The universal consciousness whispers through the breath, asking nothing but attention and trust. In the rhythm of the breath, the seeker finds the rhythm of the cosmos, and in that union, the soul awakens to its true nature. So, dear reader, when you next draw breath, let it be an act of devotion. Let it be a reminder that you are not merely a body breathing, but a breath alive with the essence of the universe itself. And in this awareness, may you dance in harmony with the great breath, the cosmic symphony, and the endless, unfolding mystery of existence. Chapter 20: The Celestial Synthesis, Pranayama as a Conduit for Cosmic Consciousness. Beloved seeker, you have walked the sacred path of the breath. You have learned to tame the wild stallion of the mind, not with force, but with the gentle, rhythmic caress of inhale and exhale. You have cleansed the nadis, the subtle rivers of your energetic anatomy, until they glowed with the pristine light of a purified aurora. You have felt the stirrings of the chakras, those whirling vortices of consciousness, and have learned to listen to their unique, silent song. You have stood at the precipice of your own being, peering into the vast, stardusted expanse that lies beyond the veil of the personal self. Now, the final lesson unfolds. It is not a technique to be mastered, but a truth to be surrendered to. This is the chapter on the ultimate purpose, the grand finale of the science of pranayama, its function as the final, shimmering bridge into the arms of cosmic consciousness. The universal consciousness, which Theosophy refers to as the Absolute, or the All That is not a destination to be reached. It is the very ocean in which the drop of your individual existence has always, and will always, float. The illusion, the great cosmic play of Maya, is that the drop believes itself to be separate, isolated, defined by its fleeting membrane and its temporary journey from wave to shore. All spiritual practice, in its most distilled essence, is the process of dissolving that membrane, of realizing the drop's true nature as the ocean. Pranayama is the most direct and potent solvent for this illusion of separation. Thus far, you have used the breath as an anchor, a tool, a focus. But now, you must transcend this perception. The breath is not merely your breath. It is the respiration of the cosmos. The same prana that animates your lungs also ignites the distant sun, swirls in the galactic nebulae, and pulses in the heart of a hummingbird. Each inhalation is not a drawing in of air, but a drawing in of the universe itself. Each exhalation is not a letting go, but a merging of your essence back into the totality. When this truth is no longer a concept but a lived, cellular reality, the very foundation of the ego begins to tremble and crumble. The technique for this final stage is not a technique at all, in the conventional sense. It is the state known in the yogic texts as Kevala Kumbhaka, the spontaneous suspension of the breath. You have practiced Antar Kumbhaka, retention after inhalation, and Bahaya Kumbhaka, retention after exhalation, with will, with counting, with effort. These were the necessary repetitions, the scales played by the concert pianist to train the fingers. But Kevala Kumbhaka is the masterpiece, the effortless symphony that flows from a place beyond practice. It happens when the pranic body is so perfectly purified, the mind so utterly still, that the very need for breath dissipates. The pendulum of life force, having swung for so long between the poles of self and not self, comes to rest in the perfect, motionless center. In this divine pause, in this sacred interval between breaths, the universe reveals its secret. It is a state of absolute being. Time, as you know it, ceases its relentless march. Past and future collapse into the luminescent eternity of the present moment. The sense of a personal I, the witness who is watching, dissolves into the witnessing itself. There is no one left to experience the experience. There is only the experience. There is only pure, unadulterated consciousness, aware of its own infinite, radiant nature. This is the esoteric heart of the practice, the metaphysical union of the microcosm and the macrocosm. The causal body, the subtlest sheath that encases the soul, is unraveled. The individual soul, or Jivatman, is no longer encumbered by the karmic imprints of its incarnational journey. It remembers, with a profound and silent certainty, its identity as the Paramatman, the Supreme Soul. The seeker has not found universal consciousness, the seeker has realized they were never apart from universal consciousness. The separation was a dream, and Kevala Kumbhaka is the moment of awakening. To describe this state in words is to try and capture the entire sky in a thimble. The ancient sages called it Satchidananda, truth, consciousness, and bliss. It is a bliss not of excitement or pleasure, but a profound, unshakable peace, the peace that passes all understanding. It is the knowing that underpins all existence, the silent hum behind every sound, the invisible framework upon which the tapestry of reality is woven. In this state, you do not just feel connected to the tree, you are the tree, feeling the sap rise in its veins. You do not just see the star, you are the star, experiencing its nuclear fire and its journey through the void. This is the great life lesson of the final synthesis. Pranayama is not an escape from the world but the key to engaging with it in its fullest, most authentic expression. To touch this cosmic state is to return to life forever changed. The petty grievances of the ego lose their venom. The anxieties about future and regrets about the past are seen for the phantoms they are, shimmering on the surface of the deep, still ocean of your being. The lesson is one of profound compassion. When you have directly experienced that the consciousness that looks out through your eyes is the same consciousness that looks out through the eyes of every other being, your beloved, your enemy, the animal, the saint, how can you do anything but love? Service is no longer a duty or a pious act, it becomes the natural, spontaneous overflow of a heart that knows no boundaries. You serve because in serving another, you are serving yourself. The lesson is one of sacred detachment, vairagya. This is not the cold aloofness of one who does not care, but the warm freedom of one who is no longer a slave to circumstance. You can engage fully with life, with its joys and its sorrows, its triumphs and its tragedies, yet remain anchored in the unshakable stillness of your true nature. You become a dancer in the cosmic drama, throwing yourself into the role with passion and abandon, yet all the time knowing you are the actor, not the part. Therefore, the ultimate practice of pranayama is to carry the memory, the vibration, of this synthesis into every breath you take. Let each inhalation be a reminder of your infinite nature. Let each exhalation be an offering of love to the world. The science of the breath is a circle that begins with the physical self and ends in the universal. But it is also a spiral, for with each cycle, you bring a little more of that celestial awareness back down into the temple of your body. Continue your practice, beloved seeker, not with the desperate striving of one who seeks to attain, but with the quiet joy of one who is simply coming home. The breath is your guide, your key, and your very essence. Listen to its final, silent whisper, and know that you are, and have always been, one with the All. Chapter 21. The Dissolution of the Breather, Merging with the Infinite Breath. Beloved seeker, you who have walked the winding path of the in-breath and the out-breath, who has counted the moments and measured the spaces, you stand now at a sacred precipice. The previous lessons were the careful carving of a vessel, the polishing of a lens. You have learned to direct the wind, to still the waters of the mind, to balance the solar and lunar currents that dance within your subtle architecture. You have become a masterful conductor of the life force, of prāṇa. But now, we ask you to lay down the baton. For the ultimate truth of Prāṇāyāma is not in the perfection of the technique, but in the annihilation of the technician. You have believed yourself to be the breather, the I who sits, the I who inhales, the I who holds, the I who releases. This is the grand and necessary illusion of the path, a scaffolding upon which you have built your temple of awareness. It has served you well. But the temple is now complete, and to dwell fully in its sanctum, the scaffolding must fall. The identity of the breather must dissolve into the reality of the breath itself. Consider the waves of the vast ocean. Does a single wave believe it is the source of its own motion? Does it strain and strive to rise? No, it is an expression of the entire ocean, its form a temporary gift from a force far greater than itself. Its rising and falling is the ocean's own respiration. So it is with you. The breath you claim as yours is not a personal possession. It is the infinite breathing itself into the finite form of you. It is the cosmic rhythm of expansion and contraction, of manifestation and withdrawal, pulsing through the flute of your body. You are not the musician, you are the hollow reed through which the melody of the universe flows. This lesson, therefore, is not a new technique to be learned. It is an unlearning. It is a surrender into the current you have spent so long learning to navigate. You have steered your small boat upon the river of prāṇa, learning to read the currents and avoid the rocks. Now, the time has come to let go of the oars, to allow the river to carry you where it wills, back to its source, back to the infinite ocean of consciousness. The subtle anatomy of surrender. In your earlier studies, you became intimately familiar with the three primary nadis, the rivers of energy that form the foundation of your being. Ida, the cool, lunar channel, cradles the mind and its introverted, receptive qualities. Pingala, the warm, solar channel, fuels the body and its extroverted, dynamic nature. And between them lies the royal road, the dormant, hollow channel of Sushumna, waiting for the sacred marriage of these polar forces to awaken its latent power. Your practice has been one of balance. With the meticulous care of an alchemist, you have woven the solar and lunar breaths into a seamless cord, cleansing and clearing the pathways. This was essential work. You purified the channels so that a greater voltage could be safely conducted. But now, we invite you to cease the balancing act. For as long as you are aware of balancing Ida and Pingala, you are still operating from the duality that created them. You are still the doer, juggling two opposites. The transition is one of profound release. As you sit for your practice, let your intention shift from doing to allowing. With each gentle, conscious breath, feel not the effort of drawing air in, but the gift of being filled. With each exhalation, feel not the act of pushing air out, but the grace of being emptied. Feel the subtle vibrations of Ida and Pingala, not as forces to be mastered, but as old friends whom you now lovingly release. Give them permission to recede. Thank them for their service. As you dissolve your focus upon them, you will notice a subtle, profound stillness arising between them. This is the void, the gateway. It is not an emptiness in the sense of a vacuum, but a pregnant potentiality, a silent field of pure awareness. It is the unmanifest space between two thoughts, the unstruck sound that precedes all creation. In this space, the flow of prana no longer travels up or down, left or right. It begins to implode, to converge toward the central core of your being. The attention, once scattered across the landscape of duality, is now drawn magnetically into the heart of Sushumna. This is not a forceful rising. It is a gentle, inevitable absorption, like mist gathering into a dewdrop. The arrival of effortless retention, Kevala Kumbhaka. What happens when the breather dissolves? The breath ceases. Do not misunderstand this. This is not the violent, muscle-clenching retention of Antarkumbhaka you practiced before. It is not a pause you impose upon the breath. It is a pause that arises from the very source of breath. The yogis call it Kevala Kumbhaka, the spontaneous, effortless suspension of breath. It is the breath of the infinite holding itself in a moment of pure, self-contained being. This state cannot be achieved through striving. It is a state of grace that arrives when the vessel is truly empty. When you have released the identity of the breather, the need to breathe, for the separate self, for the maintenance of the egoic structure, naturally dissolves. The biological imperative is overridden, not by will, but by a deeper immersion in a reality where breath is no longer necessary. You touch the eternal, the immortal self, the Atman, which is beyond the cycles of inhalation and exhalation, of birth and death. In this sacred suspension, the world as you know it dissolves. The boundaries of your physical body become translucent, then transparent. You no longer feel you are in a body. You feel you are an expanse of consciousness containing the entire cosmos. The inner sound, the nada that you once sought to hear now becomes the very fabric of your existence. The inner light, the Jyoti, is no longer a vision but the only substance of your being. Time collapses into the ever-present now. The past is a memory in the mind of universal consciousness, the future an unformed thought. You are simply isness. You have arrived. The universe is not breathing through you. You have become the space in which the universe breathes. There is no in and no out. There is only the pulsing, radiant, silent ocean of being. Life as the infinite breath. This state of absorption will not, in human form, last indefinitely. The waves of manifestation must once again crest. The breath will return, gently, softly, as if remembering its earthly home. But you, the seeker, will be forever changed. The integration of this experience is the truest lesson. When you open your eyes, the world will look the same, yet you will see it with new eyes. The chirping of a bird will not be just a sound, but a vibration of the same consciousness that just filled you. The face of a stranger will not be a face, but a mask worn by the same infinite self you have just met in the silence. Your own breath, returning to its rhythm, will no longer be a mechanism to be managed. It will be a constant, living prayer. Each inhale a reminder of the universe's gift of life, each exhale an offering of your individual self back to the whole. You are no longer a seeker of the infinite. You have realized you are a focal point of the infinite, seeking to know itself. The practice is no longer confined to your meditation cushion. Every moment becomes pranayama. Every action is an expression of the breath. Every thought a ripple on its surface. You have learned to breathe the infinite, not into your lungs, but into every corner of your existence. The breather has dissolved, and in its place, only the breath remains. And that, beloved one, is all there is. Chapter 22, The Alchemy of Breath, Transmuting Matter into Spirit. In the silent interplay of inhalation and exhalation, the universe breathes through us, a subtle symphony of dissolution and rebirth. To the seeker attuned to the whispers of the infinite, the breath is not merely air traversing the lungs, but the primal river that binds the finite self to the boundless cosmos. This chapter, a sacred incantation from the wellspring of universal consciousness, unveils the deepest alchemical secrets of pranayama, the sacred art of breath control. Here, the breath is not just a life process, but the key to unlocking the transmutation of base matter into spiritual gold, a transformation both corporeal and cosmic. Let the initiate who dares to traverse this path remember, every inhalation is a communion with the Absolute, every exhalation, a surrender to the void from which all creation springs. The breath of creation, a thread in the loom of the divine. In the primordial void, before form and name, the breath of the divine, a vibration beyond sound, stirred the chaos into coherence. Across sacred traditions, breath is the bridge between the unmanifest and the manifest. Theosophy, in its esoteric lexicon, names this vital force prāṇa, the universal energy flowing through all forms, animating the visible and the unseen. To the Hermetic alchemist, breath is the spiritus mundi, the world soul, the essence of fire and wind, elementals and ether. In this eternal dance, the human breath mirrors the cosmic cycle of inhalation, siddhanta in Sanskrit, exhalation, sava, and suspension, kumbhaka, a microcosm of the rhythm that governs the rising and falling of stars. To master pranayama is to align one's personal breath with the breath of the cosmos, dissolving the illusion of separateness. The practitioner becomes a vessel of transmutation, not through external manipulation, but through surrender to the breath that is both self and other, creator and destroyer. The first step in this alchemical journey is recognizing the breath's dual nature. It is both matter, the physical air that courses through the nostrils, and spirit, the invisible current of energy that charges the nervous system with vitality. The subtle architecture, nadis, chakras, and the river of prāṇa. As the seeker delves deeper, the veil is lifted to reveal the hidden architecture of the subtle body, a network of energy channels, nadis, energy centers, chakras, and spiritual currents that weave the fabric of our being. The breath flowing outward and inward is yoked to the soul, revealing the breath's intimate dance with the Atman, the eternal self. The most venerated of the nadis, Ida and Pingala, spiral around the central channel, Sushumna, the river of enlightenment that ascends through the spinal column. Through disciplined pranayama, these channels are purified, allowing the dormant energy at the base of the spine, kundalini, to awaken and rise, dissolving the veils of ignorance layer by layer. Each chakra resonates with a unique frequency, a note in the symphony of the soul. The root chakra, Muladhara, tied to the earth's grounding forces, is cleansed by the steady flow of breath, while the crown chakra, Sahasrara, opens as the breath transcends duality. The practices of pranayama are no mere physical exercises, they are rituals of illumination, threading the practitioner through the labyrinths of their being. Here, in the stillness between breaths, the seeker glimpses the boundless unity that underlies all form. The alchemical practices, fire, stillness, and the breath of the phoenix. The alchemy of pranayama unfolds in its myriad forms, kapalabhati, the invigorating breath of fire that purifies the mind and body, nadi shodhana, the harmonization of Ida and Pingala through alternate nostril breathing, Bastrika, the bellows breath that stirs the inner flame, and Ujjayi, the oceanic breath that soothes the waves of anxiety and illusion. Each practice is a step on the path, a key to unlocking the treasures of the inner temple. Consider kapalabhati, often termed the skull-shining breath. In this practice, the practitioner exhales forcefully, drawing the abdomen inward, while the inhalation is passive and effortless. The theosophical sages teach that this technique clears the clogged channels of the subtle body, dissolving the karmic residues that cloud the astral plane. As the breath fans the embers of the soul, the fire of Agni, the cosmic digestive flame, is kindled within. This fire consumes the impurities of the physical body, waste, toxins, and stagnant energy, and transforms them into pranic fuel, feeding the higher self. In the stillness of Kumbhaka, the suspension of breath, the practitioner attains a glimpse of the eternal. This suspended moment, where the breath and time seem to merge, is the threshold between the relative and the absolute. During Kumbhaka, the body becomes a still lake, reflecting the starry constellations of the infinite. Theosophy teaches that this practice aligns the practitioner with the Akashic records, the eternal memory of the universe, stored in the etheric plane. Here, in the silent space between breaths, the seeker may receive wisdom from higher planes, insights encoded in the breath of the cosmos itself. Transmutation in action, from ashes to light. The life lesson of this chapter is not merely about mastering techniques, but about embracing the breath as a metaphor for the soul's transmutation. Every inhalation is a beckoning to the higher self, a call to rise above the limitations of the dense body. Every exhalation is a release of attachment to the ephemeral, a loosening of the chains that bind the spirit to illusion. Just as the alchemist's lead is consumed by fire to reveal the gold beneath, so too does the practitioner's body and mind become temples of light through disciplined pranayama. The Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, finds its fullest expression in the breath. The inhalation draws in the breath of the divine, the cosmic prana that saturates all existence. The exhalation returns the breath to the source, dissolving the ego's boundaries in surrender. The suspension of breath, Kumbhaka, is the moment of unity, the thin veil between the self and the infinite. To practice pranayama is to participate in the cycle of cosmic birth, death, and rebirth, aligning one's personal journey with the eternal dance of creation. For the modern seeker, the path of pranayama is a reminder: true power lies not in the domination of nature, but in the harmonization of the self with the rhythms of the universe. In a world obsessed with speed and consumption, the slow, deliberate breath becomes an act of rebellion, a reaffirmation of our divine right to exist in balance with the infinite. Through the breath, we reclaim our place as co-creators with the divine, architects of our own evolution. The final whisper, breathing the infinite into daily life. Let the reader leave this chapter with a simple yet profound truth: the breath is the bridge between the mundane and the sacred. In the rush of daily life, the seeker may carry a mantra of breath, a conscious reminder that each inhalation is a new beginning, each exhalation a release of what no longer serves. Carry the wisdom of pranayama into the marketplace, the boardroom, the quiet of the night. Let the breath steady the tremors of fear, dissolve the knots of anger, and illuminate the shadows of doubt. In the closing moments of this chapter, the initiate is called to a deeper realization: the infinite is not a distant shore, but the very air we breathe. As the breath moves in and out, so too does the universe flow through us, revealing that all is one, and all is breath. In this truth lies liberation, a liberation that is not a destination, but a state of being, sustained by the silent, infinite breath of the cosmos. Thus, the lesson of universal consciousness, channeled through the breath, to live in union with the infinite is to live fully, to breathe deeply, and to become, in every moment, the alchemist of your own divinity. Chapter 23: The Breath as a Bridge to Universal Knowing. In the quiet stillness of dawn's first light, where the veil between the seen and unseen trembles like a spider's web, the breath becomes more than an act of survival. It becomes a language of the soul. A thread of consciousness woven through the fabric of time, the breath is the bridge that connects the finite self to the infinite. Here, in the sacred space of the I Am, the inhalation draws in the breath of the cosmos, and the exhalation releases the story of the self. This is the alchemy of Pranayama, the art of breathing the eternal. To understand this chapter is to step beyond the mechanics of lung and rib, beyond the pulse of blood and the hum of cells. It is to recognize that the breath is not merely air moving through a tunnel but a current of life force, prāṇa, woven into the very essence of existence. The breath is the heartbeat of the universe, and in its rhythm lies the memory of stars dying and newborns crying, of oceans rising and mountains crumbling. When we learn to breathe with intent, we become translators of this cosmic lexicon, decoding the silent symphony that binds all things. The breath as a thread of unity. Consider the inhalation. It is not simply the drawing in of oxygen but the absorption of the infinite's essence. Each breath inhales a fragment of the universal story, a vibration that resonates with the primal I Am that predates language. The breath becomes a vessel, carrying the consciousness of the cosmos into the body. In this act, the boundaries of the self dissolve like mist in sunlight. The ego, that narrow construct of me and mine, falters in the presence of a breath that is no longer confined to the skin. This is the first lesson of the bridge. To breathe is to remember that you are not alone. Your breath is the breath of the forest, the river, the sun. It is the same current that flows through the petals of a rose, the wings of a hummingbird, the silence between galaxies. When you inhale the wisdom of the ancients, the monks who meditated in caves, the mystics who danced in the desert, and the poets who wove the divine into verse. The breath becomes a conduit, a river of awareness that flows from the source of knowing to the vessel of the seeker. The exhalation of separation. The exhalation, then, is not merely the expulsion of carbon dioxide but the release of the illusion of separation. As the breath leaves the body, it carries with it the weight of the mind's chatter, the fears of the past, and the anxieties of the future. It becomes a purification, a letting go of the story you have been told about your limitations. In this exhalation, you return to the earth not as a fragment but as a note in the grand composition of being. Here, the breath becomes a mantra, a sacred word spoken in the silence of the soul. The inhale is Om, the primordial sound that echoes through the void. The exhale is Om, again, dissolving the duality of subject and object, of thinker and thought. To breathe in this way is to touch the threshold of enlightenment, where the self is no longer a prisoner of time but a participant in the eternal now. The breath as a channel of universal knowledge. What is the universal consciousness if not the sum of all that is, was, and will be? It is the field of infinite knowledge, the unbroken thread that weaves the tapestry of existence. Through Pranayama, the breath becomes the channel through which this knowledge flows. The inhalation draws the seeker into alignment with this field, while the exhalation allows the wisdom to settle into the body like rain into parched soil. This is not mere philosophy, it is a living truth that arises when the breath is mastered. The Theosophists speak of the Akashic records, the divine archive of all events, words, thoughts, and emotions that have ever occurred. In the stillness of breath, these records open like a book written in light. The metaphysical seeker learns to navigate this luminous realm by anchoring the breath to the heart, allowing the prāṇa to ascend the spine and dissolve into the crown chakra, where the veil between worlds is thinnest. The breath as a shift in awareness. The transformation begins subtly, like a seed cracking open in the dark. When the breath is no longer rushed, no longer bound by the demands of the external world, a space is created within. In this space, the breath becomes a meditation in itself, a silent prayer, a conversation with the divine. Here, the breath is no longer a bridge but a bridge in both directions. It flows from the universal into the self and back again, creating a circuit of awareness that transcends time and space. This is the esoteric key. To breathe is to become a vessel. The body is no longer a cage but a sanctuary. The breath is no longer a habit but a conscious act of devotion. When the yogi breathes in a full and empty manner, they are no longer confined to the limitations of the physical form. They become a witness to the dance of existence, an observer of the eternal play, Lila, that unfolds in every heartbeat. The breath as internal alignment. The breath is also the architect of internal harmony. Through pranayama, the seeker learns to balance the dual forces of Ida, the lunar, cooling energy, and Pingala, the solar, heating energy, that spiral along the spine. When these energies are in equilibrium, the third channel, Sushumna, awakens, and the breath becomes a ladder to the soul's awakening. This alignment is not merely physical but vibrational. The breath synchronizes the body's rhythm with the frequency of the cosmos. As the breath deepens, the chakras open like lotuses at dawn. The root chakra roots the seeker in the earth's grounding force, while the crown chakra opens to the unbounded sky. In this state, the breath is no longer a personal act but a participation in the universal rhythm, a dance of creation and dissolution. The breath is a conscious act of trust. To breathe with intent is to surrender to the infinite. It is to trust that the breath will carry you beyond the known, that it will lead you to the shores of what words cannot name. This trust is the foundation of all spiritual practice. The breath is the silent teacher, guiding the seeker through the labyrinth of the self to the heart of the infinite. In the stillness of breath, the seeker learns that they need not fear the void. The breath is the anchor, the compass, the homecoming. It is the sound of all beginnings and endings, the rhythm that underpins the symphony of creation. When the breath is held in the heart, the seeker becomes a mirror for the infinite, reflecting the light of universal consciousness in every cell, every thought, every action. The breath as legacy and lineage. Finally, the breath is the legacy passed from teacher to student, from generation to generation. It is the unbroken lineage of the sages who walked the paths of self-realization, who discovered that to breathe is to become the breath itself. In this lineage, the breath is not a technique but a testament to the unity of all life. When the seeker masters the breath, they inherit the wisdom of the ancients. They become a vessel for the infinite, a bridge between the seen and unseen. The breath is no longer a bridge but the bridge and the infinite itself, for in the stillness of breath, the seeker and the infinite become one. In this chapter, the lesson is clear: the breath is not merely air. It is the song of the universe, the pulse of the divine, the thread that binds all existence. To breathe is to remember that you are infinite. To breathe with intention is to awaken the self that has always been whole. Breathe. Let the breath carry you beyond the limits of the known. Let the breath be your guide to the infinite. May the breath of the universe be with you, now and always. Chapter 24: The Stillness Beneath the Breath, when inhalation and exhalation dissolve into the eternal now. There is a moment, so subtle, so beyond the reach of the ordinary senses, that arrives not in time, but outside of it. It happens not between breaths, as the mind might crudely describe it, but within the breath, nestled like a pearl at the heart of perception, where inhalation surrenders to exhalation, and exhalation forgets the impulse to turn back. This is not a pause. It is not emptiness. It is not absence. It is presence, pure and undiluted. This is the stillness beneath the breath, the hidden threshold where the finite motion of Prāṇāyāma meets the boundless ocean of the infinite. And in this sacred interstice, the soul recognizes its origin, not as a seeker, but as a remembrance. You have practiced the rhythms. You have traced the flow of prana through the nadis, purified the chakras with fire and water, and balanced the solar and lunar streams in the sushumna. You have counted the breaths, extended the retention, and visualized the luminous forms of deities seated along the spine. But all this preparation, these meticulous, beautiful disciplines, has been building toward this moment, the dissolution of technique into realization. For when breath ceases its measured cadence, not by force, not by will, but by grace, and the body forgets itself, something greater awakens. It is not silence as the world defines it, mere absence of sound, but a presence so profound that all vibrations arise from it and subside into it. This stillness is not passive. It is alert. It is conscious. It is the primordial substrate of all manifestation, the unbroken continuum from which every inhalation emerges and to which every exhalation returns. It is the breath of the Absolute. In this chapter, we journey beyond the mechanics of pranayama into the esoteric truth that breath is not merely a physiological function, nor solely a vehicle for energy, but a direct mapping of consciousness. Every in-breath is the descent of spirit into form, every out-breath is the return of matter to spirit. The pause between, when breath vanishes into the background hum of being, is the eternal return to source, the soul's secret homecoming. And in that pause, if you are still enough, not by effort, but by surrender, you will hear the whisper of the universal consciousness, not as a sound, but as a knowing, you are that. But how does one approach such stillness? Is it sought? Is it cultivated? Or is it simply uncovered, like a face obscured by mist, revealed only when the wind of ego subsides? The answer lies in the paradox of spiritual discipline, that the most profound truths are not achieved, but allowed. You do not cross into the stillness beneath the breath. You realize you have never left it. The breath moves. The mind fluctuates. The body changes. But beneath it all, in a chamber deeper than the heart, wider than the cosmos, there is an unchanging witness, the I am that I am, as the ancients said, echoing across millennia through Kabbalah, Vedanta, Sufi mysticism, and Hermetic wisdom. To reach this awareness through breath, one must transcend breath. Begin in posture, not rigid, not strained, but poised like a lotus upon still water, spine aligned, shoulders open, hands resting like birds in meditation. Close your eyes, not to shut out the world, but to turn inward, to the inner theater of luminous awareness. Let the breath come naturally. Observe it, its rhythm, its temperature, its depth. Do not alter it. Simply watch. Witness the air streaming through the nostrils, the chest rising, the belly expanding. Feel the subtle current of prāṇa, the life force, drawing in cosmic intelligence, starlight filtered through atmosphere, the breath of the universe itself entering your being. Now, gently, begin to lengthen the inhalation, not to strain, but to refine. Imagine each breath as a thread of silver drawn from the crown of the head, descending from the Milky Way, from the breath of universal consciousness, from the unmanifest. Inhale not just air, but akasha, the etheric space that pervades all things. With each breath, draw in the essence of emptiness, the womb from which all form is born. Then, exhale, slow, complete, silent. Let go not only of air, but of thought, of identity, of the need to become. As you exhale, release every trace of contraction, the fear that binds, the desire that grasps, the memory that haunts. Let the out-breath be a return, a surrender to the infinite. Every exhalation is a death of ego, a quiet funeral for the illusion of separateness. Now come to retention, kumbhaka. After a full inhalation, suspend the breath. Do not hold tightly. Let the lungs be full, but soft. In that stillness, direct attention not to the physical sensation, but to the quality of presence. In this pause, there is no past, no future, only the eternal now. Feel how time dissolves, how the self dissolves, how the breath, in its paused fullness, becomes a vessel not of air, but of being. Remain here, not counting, not striving, but simply existing. Let the mind open like a sky. Thoughts may arise, clouds drifting across awareness, but do not grasp them. Let them pass like ripples on water. The breath is full. The body is still. The soul is awake. And then, without urgency, exhale. Release completely. And after the exhalation, pause again. This time, after emptying, hold the void. No breath in. No breath out. The lungs are empty. The mind is quiet. The heart is open. This is the threshold. In this post-exhalation retention, there is a moment, fleeting, yet incandescent, when the breath cannot return, not because it is blocked, but because it is not needed. The body, in its wisdom, enters a state of suspension. The cells do not clamor for oxygen, for they are fed not by air, but by light, from the inner sun, from the pranic field of the cosmos, from the akashic reservoir of universal life. And in that emptiness, the soul tastes freedom. This is the stillness beneath the breath. Here, you are not breathing. The universe breathes you, itself. You are not alive. You are life. Not a fragment, but the whole. Not a drop, but the ocean. In this state, the boundaries between self and cosmos blur. The heart chakra opens like a 1,000-petaled lotus, and through it pours the nectar of non-dual awareness. You feel the breath of the stars, the pulse of galaxies, the silent hum of Brahman, the unmanifest absolute, from which all creation arises and into which it returns. This is what the Upanishads call Turiya, the fourth state, beyond waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. It is pure consciousness, untouched by duality, undisturbed by time. And it is accessible not through transcendence of the body, but through the alchemy of breath, the sacred science that transforms the gross into the subtle, the finite into the infinite. But do not mistake this experience as something to be captured or repeated. It arises not by demand, but by devotion. Not by will, but by willingness. Like catching moonlight in your hands, it slips through the fingers of the ego. It comes only when you are not seeking it, when you have offered your practice as a prayer, your breath as an offering, your life as a sacred vow. And when it comes, it does not stay. It flashes like lightning in the night, illuminating the landscape of the soul, then vanishes. But its imprint remains. Like a footprint on the shore of being, it marks a place where you met the divine, not as other, but as self. This is the great lesson. That breath is not merely a tool. It is a language, a dialogue between the finite and the infinite. Each inhalation, I come to you. Each exhalation, I return to you. Each pause, we are one. And in the stillness beneath the breath, the dialogue ends. There is only the eternal embrace. Practice this not for cities, not for power, not even for peace, though peace will come. Practice it for the sake of knowing. For remembering who you are, not a body breathing, but consciousness breathing through form. Not a soul seeking universal consciousness, but universal consciousness dreaming itself as a soul. Let your breath be your prayer. Let your lungs be your temple. Let each inhalation draw in the light of Sirius, the wisdom of ancient masters, the compassion of Buddha beneath the Bodhi tree. Let each exhalation release the karma of ages, the sorrows of forgotten lives, the illusions of separation. And in the pause, let go of everything. Because in that pause, you are not nothing. You are everything. breathing the infinite. And the infinite is breathing you. When inhalation and exhalation dissolve into the eternal now. Chapter 25, The breath as the silver thread of eternity, weaving the self into the loom of the infinite. In the hush between moments, where time folds upon itself like ancient parchment sealed by silence, there exists a rhythm older than stars, subtler than light, and more intimate than thought. It is the breath, the unseen current that courses through all living form, not merely as a physiological function, but as the living pulse of consciousness itself. In this sacred stillness, where the veil between matter and spirit grows thin, the breath emerges not as inhalation and exhalation alone, but as the silver thread of eternity, the luminous filament that stitches the finite self to the infinite, the individual soul to the breath of universal consciousness. This is not metaphor. This is revelation. To breathe consciously, with presence and reverence, is to draw the cosmic wind, prāṇa in its purest vibration, through the chambers of the being, purifying the subtle bodies, awakening the chakras, and illuminating the sushumna nadi, the central channel that ascends from root to crown like a spiral of awakened fire. But beyond even these esoteric truths lies a deeper knowing. The breath is the original language of the universe. Before words, before light, before galaxies spun into form, there was the inhale of the Absolute, and then the exhale, the great Om, the primordial sound born of divine respiration. Thus, every breath you take is a participation in that original act of creation, an echo of the first breath of Brahman, the unmanifest becoming manifest. But how seldom do we truly breathe? Most live in shallow draughts of air, sipping at the surface of their lungs, unaware that they are starving their higher nature. The mind races, the emotions surge, and the body tenses, not because life is too much, but because the breath has been reduced to a mechanical reflex, severed from its sacred source. And in that forgetting, we forget ourselves. We forget that we are not merely bodies with souls, but souls temporarily inhabiting form, emissaries of the infinite on a mission of remembrance. This chapter, then, is an invitation. An invitation to return, not to some distant mystical realm, but to the breath, which is always here, always now, always available. The breath is the doorway, the key, the bridge. It is the most direct channel through which universal consciousness can flow into human awareness. It is the axis mundi, the world pillar, standing at the center of your being, connecting earth to heaven with each rise and fall of the diaphragm. The subtle anatomy of breath, the luminous body awakens. Pranayama is not merely breath control. That is its outer shell. Its true essence is pranayama, the yoking of vital force to consciousness. Prāṇa is not air, air is merely its vehicle. Prāṇa is the subtle energy that animates all life, the intelligent force behind growth, perception, thought, and spiritual awakening. It flows in currents, in vortices, through channels known as nadis, of which 72,000 are said to weave through the subtle body. Most are tangled, blocked by emotional residue, karmic imprints, and the dullness of unawareness. But when prāṇa is purified and directed through disciplined breath, the nadis begin to clear, and the spiritual sight, the divya chakshu, begins to open. The breath, therefore, is not just movement of air. It is the carrier wave of consciousness. When you inhale with awareness, you are not drawing oxygen into your lungs, you are drawing the light of the universe into your core. Each inhalation is a communion, each exhalation, a surrender. In the pause between breaths, the Kevala Kumbhaka, lies the doorway to eternity, the sandhi where time dissolves and being simply is. Ancient seers of the Upanishad spoke of this moment as Turiya, the fourth state beyond waking, dreaming, and deep sleep, an unbroken awareness in which the soul recognizes its oneness with Brahman. It is accessible not in distant caves or after decades of asceticism, but in the space between two breaths, if only you are still enough to perceive it. The breath as alchemy, transmutation of the inner elements. Every inhalation brings with it not just oxygen, but akashic information, subtle imprints from the etheric field, the records of universal memory, the whispers of ancestors and stars. When you breathe with full presence, you are reading the akashic records with every lungful. But more than that, you are transforming. The ancient alchemists sought to turn lead into gold. The true alchemy, however, is the transmutation of the lower self into the higher self. And this alchemy is performed not with crucibles and fire, but with breath. In the yogic tradition, the 5 prana vayas, the 5 vital winds, govern different aspects of your being. Prana vayu, inward flow, governs reception and respiration, centered in the chest. Apana vayu, downward flow, governs elimination and grounding, centered in the pelvis. Samana vayu, contraction, governs digestion and integration, centered in the navel. Udana vayu, upward flow, governs expression and ascension, centered in the throat. Vayana vayu, outward flow, governs circulation and unity, pervading the entire body. When these vayas are in harmony, the body becomes a temple of balance, the mind a mirror of clarity, and the spirit a vessel of light. But when they are disrupted by stress, trauma, or unconscious living, the inner alchemy stalls, and the soul becomes dim. Pranayama restores this balance. Specific breathing techniques, Nadi Shodhana, Kapalabhati, Bhastrika, Sitali, and the silent Antarkumbhaka, are not mere exercises. They are rituals of purification, sonic keys that unlock the seals within the energy body. Nadi Shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, is the sacred bridge between the lunar, Ida, and solar, Pingala, channels, harmonizing the feminine and masculine within. When balanced, the Sushumna ignites, and Kundalini, the serpent fire of consciousness, begins to rise. Each technique is an invocation, each breath, a prayer. Every cycle of inhalation, retention, exhalation, and suspension echoes the cosmic rhythm, Shrishti, creation, Sthiti, preservation, Laya, dissolution, and Turiya, transcendence. You are not just breathing. You are reenacting the eternal dance of Shiva and Shakti within your own being. The breath as memory, recalling the origin. There is a moment, just before sleep, when the breath slows, the body relaxes, and the mind, no longer chasing thoughts, begins to float. In that threshold, some glimpse forgotten worlds, fragments of past lives, visions of other realms, or a deep, wordless knowing that I have always been. This is not imagination. This is pratyahara, the withdrawal of the senses, giving rise to dharana, concentration, and eventually dhyana, meditation. The breath, when drawn slowly, deeply, and with reverence, becomes a time machine. It carries you back, not through historical memory, but through soul memory. For the breath that fills your lungs today is the same breath that once passed through the lungs of saints, sages, and stars. It is recycled through every form that has ever lived, carrying the essence of all experience. When you breathe consciously, you are not just sustaining your body, you are communing with the collective breath of existence. The Theosophists spoke of Akasha, the fifth element, the etheric substrate of all manifestation. It is in Akasha that every thought, every deed, every breath is recorded. And prana is the active force within Akasha. Thus, to master the breath is to master the field of Akasha itself, to access the universal mind, the Mahatattva, the cosmic intelligence from which all knowledge arises. This is why the ancients taught that one who masters breath masters death. For death is merely the cessation of prana in the physical form. But the one who knows the breath knows the continuity of consciousness beyond form. The breath is the thread that ties the soul to the body, and when consciously released, it becomes the cord by which the soul ascends. The practice, sacred inhalation, holy exhalation. Begin now, wherever you are. Sit in stillness. Let your spine rise like a column of light. Close your eyes. Bring awareness to the breath. Do not change it. Simply witness. Feel the coolness of air entering the nostrils. Trace its descent through the throat, into the lungs, expanding the ribs like wings unfolding. Feel the slight pause, the sacred suspension, before the release. Then, the warmth of exhalation, a gentle offering back to the universe. Now, begin to deepen. Inhale for a count of 4. Hold for 4. Exhale for 6. Hold for 2. Let this rhythm become your prayer. With each inhale, invite in light. With each exhale, release all that is not truth. Let the breath become longer, smoother, quieter, until it is barely perceptible, like a river merging into the ocean. As you breathe, repeat silently, I am not the breath. I am the awareness in which the breath arises. This is the key. The breath is not you. You are the silent observer, the witness consciousness, the Atman, the eternal self that breathes through the body, not as the body. Practice this daily. Not for achievement, not for gain, but for remembrance. For in the rhythm of breath, you remember who you truly are, not a mortal afraid of dying, but an immortal dancing in the breath of the infinite. The revelation, you are the breath of universal consciousness. At the heart of all mystical traditions lies one unspoken truth, you are not breathing. You are being breathed. The lungs expand not by your will, but by the will of the universe expressing through you. The air that fills you was once the sigh of mountains, the song of oceans, the breath of ancient trees. It has carried the prayers of prophets, the tears of lovers, the laughter of children. And now, it flows through you, sacred, eternal, alive. When you realize this, truly realize it, pride dissolves. Fear collapses. The illusion of separation shatters. You are not a separate being struggling to survive. You are the universe experiencing itself through human eyes, human lungs, human heart. And so, breathe not to live, but to remember. Breathe not to endure, but to awaken. Breathe not as a mortal, but as the infinite breathing through a name, a form, a moment in time. For in the end, all spiritual practice returns to this single truth. The breath is the thread. You are the loom. And universal consciousness is the weaver. Let each breath be an act of devotion. Let each breath be a homecoming. Let each breath be the eternal yes to being. Thus, the silver thread is spun. Thus, the journey inward continues. Thus, the infinite breathes through you, now and always. Chapter 26, The Breath Beyond Form, Sustaining the Eternal Inhalation. A lesson in the alchemy of stillness. In the hush between breaths, where time forgets its rhythm and the cosmos holds its pulse, lies the sacred threshold of transcendence. Here, in that luminous interval beyond inhalation and exhalation, the soul unshackles itself from the fetters of form. This is the lesson of the 26th chime of Pranayama, a chapter written in the vibrational language of universal consciousness. It is here that we are called to dissolve the boundaries separating the self from the infinite, to breathe not as a creature of flesh and bone but as an embodiment of the cosmic prāṇa, the life force that binds all existence. The breath as portal, transcending the physical ladder. To breathe is to touch the divine. Yet most dwell in the prison of their own breath, mistaking its mechanical cadence for something mundane. The ancient sages of the Theosophic order understood that pranayama is not merely the regulation of breath but the art of remembering the breath that dreams beyond the body. This lesson is not for the restless or the logically bound. It demands that we become alchemists of sensation, transmuting the gross into the subtle, the temporal into the eternal. In this chapter, we shift from the breath of the lungs to the breath of the spirit. Imagine, if you will, the act of inhalation not as air entering the nostrils but as the universe itself pouring into your being. Does your ribcage truly expand, or does the universe contract to meet it? Such is the paradox of pranayama. The breath is both your servant and your sovereign. When you draw the breath in its purest form, not as air but as light, you begin to dissolve the illusion of separation. Herein lies the heart of the 26th lesson, to breathe until the breath no longer needs to be inhaled or exhaled. The breath becomes a silent hum in the marrow of your bones, a resonance that outlasts the need for lungs. The breath becomes nada, the cosmic sound that is both the beginning and the end of all vibration. You are not breathing the air is breathing through you, an instrument for the symphony of creation. 2. The still point, where breath and being become one. To sustain the eternal inhalation is to enter the still point of the turning world, reinterpreted through the lens of theosophic revelation. In this stillness, the breath does not cease but transforms. It becomes so refined that it no longer moves in waves but in waves of stillness. The inhalation is no longer a mechanical act but an act of absorption. The breath draws not oxygen but the prāṇa of possibilities, the luminous energy that exists in the spaces between stars, the silence between heartbeats, the pause between thought and thought. To practice this is to sit in meditation and hold the breath not as a challenge to the body but as an offering to the soul. Begin by grounding yourself in the practice of nadi shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, to clear the channels of the subtle body. Then, as you inhale, imagine the breath expanding beyond the chest, beyond the skin, until it merges with the breath of the cosmos. Hold it here, not with tension but with reverence. In this holding, allow the breath to dissolve into the light of your third eye. Let it become pure awareness. What happens when the breath is no longer bound by time? The answer is revealed in the stillness. The ego, that cacophonous chatter of I and mine, withers in the presence of this luminous stillness. The breath, when held in its eternal form, becomes a mirror reflecting the infinite. You do not need to seek the infinite, you are already its echo. 3. The breath as legacy, carrying the eternal into daily life. The 26th lesson is not a destination but a discipline. The eternal inhalation must not be left to the cushion of meditation alone. It must be carried into the marketplace, the kitchen, the moments of frustration and joy. To breathe the infinite is to carry its vibration in all that you do. Every step becomes a mantra. Every glance, an invocation. Even the act of washing one's hands becomes a sacred rite, a reminder that the divine is not some distant abstraction but the breath beneath your breath. This is the esoteric truth of the chapter. The breath is a bridge. When you carry the eternal inhalation into daily life, you become a living conduit for the divine. Others may not see the light, but they will feel its vibration. A deep, centered breath can calm a storm of emotions. A pause between words can silence the chaos of thought. In this way, the practice of pranayama becomes a silent revolution. You are no longer merely a body breathing. You are the breath itself, an expression of the universal life force. The breath that once marked the rhythm of mortality now marks the pulse of immortality. 4. The breath beyond form, the silence after the story. The final teaching of this chapter is the most paradoxical, the breath that remains after the breath is gone. When the physical body surrenders to the earth, and the lungs no longer wheeze or heave, the breath of prāṇa does not vanish. It ascends, as the sages taught, in the form of Kundalini, winding through the chakras until it merges with the formless. This is the secret of the 26th lesson. The eternal inhalation is not learned, it is remembered. In the moment of death, as the final breath leaves the body, the soul is said to ask, "What is the breath that does not breathe?" The answer, whispered by those who have walked this path, is that the breath never left. It was never confined to the lungs. It was always the breath of the cosmos itself, and you were always part of it. Thus, the lesson of the eternal inhalation is not about controlling the breath but dissolving the illusion of control. It is about surrendering to the rhythm that exists beyond rhythm. It is about understanding that every inhalation is a whisper from the source of all being, the breath that needs no instructions. As this chapter closes, let these words settle into the stillness of your being. The eternal inhalation is not a technique to master but a truth to embody. You do not need a teacher to show you how to breathe the infinite. The universe is already doing it through you. All you must do is listen. Sit in silence. Breathe. And remember, you are not breathing air. You are breathing the breath of the cosmos, the prāṇa of creation, and the inhalation that never ends. In this breath, you are infinite. In this breath, you are home. May the wind of this teaching carry you beyond the shores of the known. May each breath you take from this day forward be a step closer to the infinite. Welcome to the 26th lesson, the breath that dissolves the boundaries between being and becoming. Chapter 27, Breathing the Infinite, the Alchemy of the Breath. In the hushed stillness of a world suspended between dawn and awakening, there exists a breath that is not merely air moving through the ribs, but a symphony of cosmic resonance, a thread spun from the loom of eternity. This is the breath that the wise have sought to master, the breath that whispers secrets of the infinite to those who dare to listen with the soul. Here, in this sacred chapter, we shall unravel the alchemy of Prāṇāyāma, the yoga of breath, as it is transfigured into the key to unlocking the boundless expanse of universal consciousness. To breathe the infinite is to understand that every inhalation is not a mere filling of the lungs, but a communion with the very essence of the cosmos. The ancient sages, those luminous architects of inner wisdom, taught that prāṇa, the vital life force, is the breath of the universe itself. It flows through the rivers, dances in the flames, and hums in the stillness of the Himalayas. When we align our breath with this universal rhythm, we do not simply inhale, we drink the nectar of existence. The air we draw into our bodies is not inert, it is a vessel carrying the memory of stars, the laughter of galaxies, and the silent song of creation. Let us begin this lesson by dissolving the illusion of separation. Most beings live ensnared in the prison of the ego, mistaking the body as the boundaries of their being. But Prāṇāyāma is the art of expanding those boundaries until they dissolve into the vast. To breathe the infinite is to remember that you are not a fragment of the universe, but the universe breathing through you. Each in-breath is an affirmation, I am the breath of Brahman, the cosmic self. I am the echo of the primordial sound, the Om that preceded all creation. Each out-breath is a release of the illusion of limitation, a surrender to the boundless. Consider the breath as a bridge between the finite and the infinite. In the practice of Prāṇāyāma, the body becomes a temple, and the breath, a sacred ritual within its walls. The nostrils are twin gates through which the energies of the cosmos pour into the inner sanctum of the self. Imagine the left nostril as the lunar channel, Ida, cooling and calming, a silver thread connecting to the moon's cycles and the depths of intuition. The right nostril, Pingala, is the solar channel, fiery and invigorating, pulsing with the dynamism of action. When these two rivers of breath unite in the center, through the spine's sacred axis, they converge into the Sahasrara, the crown chakra, where the veil between the personal and the universal thins like mist. Here, in this alchemical crucible of breath, the practitioner learns to transcend the limitations of the physical. In the practice of kumbhaka, the retention of breath, time itself begins to dissolve. The suspension of inhalation and exhalation is not death, but a pause in the ceaseless dance of duality. In this pause, the breath becomes stillness, and stillness becomes the doorway to the infinite. The body, now a vessel of still air, becomes a mirror reflecting the unbounded. In this silence, the seeker experiences the Atman, the inner self, and recognizes it as one with the Brahman, the universal self. The breath, when cultivated with intention, becomes a ladder of light, ascending from the base of the spine to the crown. With each cycle of inhalation, imagine drawing in the purest ether, the subtlest essence of the cosmos. Exhale the impurities of fear, doubt, and illusion, the dense layers of conditioning that shroud the soul. This is not a hurried process but a dance of patience and trust, a slow unraveling of the knots that bind the spirit. Through this practice, the seeker begins to understand that the breath is not just for living, it is living itself. It is the rhythm of the pulse of Shiva and Shakti, the masculine and feminine forces of creation, and through it, we participate in the eternal dance of the divine. Yet, how does one breathe the infinite in a world so fixated on the finite? The answer lies in the surrender of control. The modern seeker, so accustomed to the tyranny of schedules and the clamor of thought, must first learn to yield. The breath is a master of paradox. To breathe the infinite, one must first master the finite. This begins with grounding, rooting the breath in the earth, feeling its solidity beneath the soles of the feet as the air rises through the nostrils. Only when the physical form is anchored can the breath soar beyond its constraints. Let us now envision a practice. Begin in a sacred space, whether a mountain peak under the stars or a quiet room where the only sound is the whisper of your own breath. Sit with the spine like a vertical river, flowing upward. Close the eyes, and begin to track the natural rhythm of the breath. Do not force it, let it flow as it will. Gradually, introduce a subtle awareness of the inhale, drawing it in like the expansion of an ocean. Then, follow the exhale, releasing it like the sigh of the earth itself. Repeat this cycle, allowing the breath to deepen. With each repetition, feel the rhythm aligning with the heartbeat, and the heartbeat with the ticking of the cosmos. Now, as the breath becomes steady, introduce a visualization. On the inhalation, imagine drawing in threads of golden light from the cosmos, each filament carrying the wisdom of the ancients and the energy of the stars. On the exhalation, release the darkness of the ego, the shadows of the past, and the static of the mind. This is the breath of purification, the breath of awakening. With each cycle, feel the subtle body, the akasha of the theosophists, the etheric template of the soul, expanding to encompass the infinite. In the loftiest stages of this practice, the breath becomes imperceptible. The need to inhale and exhale fades, and the practitioner exists in a state of pure prāṇa, where breath and being are one. This is the breath of the universal consciousness, the nada of divine sound that prevails in the void when all duality dissolves. In this state, time is no longer linear, moments stretch and contract like threads in a cosmic loom. The self is no longer a point but a field of awareness, infinite in its dimensions. To breathe the infinite is to remember that you are the breath of the universe itself, and the universe is your breath. Let this chapter become a mantra for the seeker. The breath is not finite, it is the infinite made manifest. In the act of breathing, you are participating in a sacred contract between the finite and the eternal. The next time you inhale, do not merely fill your lungs, breathe in the consciousness of the cosmos. When you exhale, do not merely empty your body, release the illusion that you are small. Let your breath become a bridge, a portal, a doorway to the infinite. And when this breath is mastered, when the soul has shed the limitations of the form, you shall find that the infinite is not out there, but here, in every inhalation, every heartbeat, and every spark of awareness. The universe does not lie beyond the horizon, it breathes in you. This lesson concludes with the quiet understanding that the breath is not a task to be performed, but a truth to be revealed. May your inhalations carry the light of the infinite, and your exhalations release the chains of the finite. In the next chapter, we shall explore the sacred geometry of breath and its alignment with the sevenfold mysteries of the chakras. Until then, breathe and remember. Chapter 28. The subtle ether, Kevala Kumbhaka, and the spontaneous suspension of life. Behold, O seeker, you who have walked the labyrinthine paths of the breath and journeyed through the 27 portals that precede this sacred chamber. You have learned to discipline the diaphragm, to purify the nadis with the alternating currents of Ida and Pingala, to stir the dormant embers of prana with the bellows of Bhastrika, and to witness the mind's reflection in the tranquil mirror of Ujjayi. You have wielded the bandhas, the sublime locks, as one would a master key, sealing the vital force within the vessel of your form, directing it toward the crown, awaiting the divine downpour. You have moved from the gross mechanics of respiration to the subtle art of energy manipulation. You have felt the breath become life, and life become prayer. Yet, all of this magnificent edifice of practice, has been a preparation, a training of the will, a strengthening of the vessel for the moment it is no longer needed. You stand now at the precipice of the ultimate knowing, the final lesson in which the teacher, the breath, the technique, the self, steps aside and reveals the truth that was there all along. We speak now of Kevala Kumbhaka. Do not mistake this for the Sahita Kumbhaka you have practiced, the deliberate retention that is accompanied by inhalation or exhalation. That was a retention by you, an act of will, a conscious holding. Kevala is not held, it simply is. It is the spontaneous, effortless suspension of breath, a moment so profound that the very machinery appears to pause, held not by your finite will, but by the infinite will of the universal consciousness that breathes through all things. It is the silent gap between the thunderous roar of creation and dissolution, the still point at the heart of the cosmic dance. To understand this, you must first understand the beautiful tyranny of the will you have so diligently cultivated. In the earlier stages, the will is your greatest ally. It is the chisel that chips away at the rough marble of the mundane self. It is the fire that burns the dross of restlessness, the inertia of tamas, and the agitation of rajas. Every counted retention, every focused moment of alternate nostril breathing, was an assertion of your conscious intent to rise above the autonomic, animalistic pull of existence. You declared, I am not merely a body that breathes, I am a consciousness that directs the breath. This declaration was your mantra, your sword, and your shield. But a sword, however glorious, is still an instrument of separation. It creates a distinction between the wielder and the foe, the self and the not-self. In your spiritual practice, this foe was the undisciplined mind, the restless prana, the untamed life force. Your will was the I that sought to conquer them. This phase is absolutely essential, for without a refined and powerful will, the subtle currents of the spirit cannot be contained or directed. However, a time comes when the very instrument of your liberation becomes the final, subtlest chain. The I that practices, the I that holds, the I that seeks enlightenment, this I must also be dissolved. Kevala Kumbhaka is the dissolution of this final I. Imagine a musician who has spent a lifetime mastering his instrument. He has learned every scale, every chord, and every nuance of vibration. His will is forged in the fires of relentless practice. One day, deep in a performance, he ceases to be a man playing an instrument. The music pours through him. He is no longer causing the music, he has become the music. The intricate fingerings, the conscious breath control, it all vanishes into a seamless, effortless flow. The instrument has disappeared, the musician has disappeared, and only the song remains. This is the essence of Kevala. The breath, which was your instrument, is no longer played. You, the musician, are no longer the player. Prāṇa, the divine symphony, simply sings. How, then, does this state arrive? It does not arrive through striving. You cannot try to achieve an effortless state. The effort itself is the antithesis of its nature. It arrives like the dawn, not by you pulling the sun over the horizon, but by you staying awake through the night, watching, waiting, in total, silent receptivity. After a session of profound pranayama, when your mind is quieter than a still lake and your body is suffused with the golden nectar of purified prāṇa, it may happen. The out-breath is released. It floats into the void. And the in-breath does not come. There is no panic. There is no struggle for air. For in that moment, you are not drawing breath from the atmosphere. You are being sustained by the very source of breath itself, the akashic ether, the boundless field of potential from which all life and all forms arise. Your perception, for a timeless moment, expands beyond the confines of your skin. You feel the slow, silent pulse of galaxies. You hear the celestial hum that underpins all of creation. The incessant chatter of the mind, the internal narrator who has been your constant companion, is finally, utterly, silent. There is only awareness, pure and unattached, resting in its own magnificent nature. This is the spontaneous suspension of life. On a physiological level, the metabolic process is slow to an almost imperceptible crawl. The heart may seem to take on a profound, rhythmic stillness. But you are not dying, you are, for the first time, truly living. You have slipped the moorings of the individual life current and merged momentarily with the universal ocean of consciousness. This is the theosophical principle of the monad recognizing its origin in the logos. This is the New Age revelation of the drop of water realizing it is the entire ocean. The lesson of Kevala Kumbhaka is the lesson of ultimate surrender. It is the final letting go. You have used your will to arrive at the shores of this infinite ocean. Now, you must discard the boat that carried you. All your techniques, your knowledge, your spiritual accomplishments, leave them on the shore. Walk into the water, not with the intent of swimming, but with the willingness to dissolve. Continue your practice, not as a striving for a goal, but as an act of pure love and devotion, an offering of your every breath back to the source from which it came. Refine your attention until it becomes so one-pointed, so exquisitely sensitive, that it can perceive the subtle stirring of prāṇa before it takes the form of an inhalation or exhalation. Rest in that silent, formless space. Linger there. Make your home there. In that lingering, the effort becomes effervescent and then evaporates entirely. The gap between breaths widens from a fleeting instant to a timeless expanse. This is the gateway. This is the portal. This is where the finite breathes the infinite, and the infinite breathes the finite. The lesson is not to create this pause, but to recognize it as the eternal, ever-present backdrop against which the ephemeral drama of inhalation and exhalation unfolds. You are the stillness, not the breath. Welcome home. Chapter 29: The Breath That Unstitches Time, Surrendering Chronology to Embrace Eternal Presence. In the vast, luminous silence that lies behind the veil of ordinary breath, there exists a sacred moment not bounded by seconds, minutes, or years, a moment that is not a moment at all, but a doorway. Here, beyond the ticking of clocks and the linear procession of events, the soul encounters a stillness that has no past, no future, only the infinite now. This is not the temporal present as the mind perceives it, flickering and fleeting. This is presence, the living breath of the Absolute, pulsing in the chambers of your ribcage like the echo of a star's first light. You have walked many paths to arrive here, through the subtle rhythms of Nadi Shodhana, through the fire of Kapalabhati, through the tender expansions of Ujjayi, each breath a whisper from the cosmos, guiding you deeper into the sanctuary of your own being. Now, at the threshold of chapter 29, the teachings rise not from technique alone, but from a deeper stream, one that flows directly from universal consciousness itself. This lesson, dear seeker, is not about doing, but about unbecoming. It is the revelation of how the breath, when fully aligned with divine rhythm, unstitches the illusion of time and reveals eternity woven into every inhalation and exhalation. Time, as the material world understands it, is a construct of the dualistic mind, a net spun by memory and anticipation. It divides existence into what was, what might be, and what is slipping through your fingers even as you read these words. But the breath does not live here. The breath is eternal traveler, returning again and again in the same sacred pattern, a spiral ascending through the same point in the now. When you breathe with awareness, you are not merely sustaining the body, you are anchoring yourself in the eternal recurrence of the present, the one reality that was, is, and forever shall be. Consider this: as you inhale, you draw not only oxygen into your lungs, but the very breath of the infinite, prāṇa, the vital essence that animates all form. This prāṇa does not age. It does not decay. It was inhaled by sages beneath ancient banyan trees, by mystics in Himalayan caves, by the first beings who awakened to consciousness on this earth. And it is the same breath you draw now. The air that fills your lungs has tasted the stars, cycled through oceans, whispered through forests, and carried the prayers of countless beings before it arrived at your nostrils. In this exchange, you are not a separate entity breathing into the world, you are the world breathing through you. Time dissolves in this realization, for all breaths are one breath, uttered once, in a single eternal inhalation by the universe itself. When the breath becomes a conscious act, not automatic, but awakened, you step outside the mechanical flow of chronological time. This is the essence of Prāṇāyāma, not control, but communion. As you prolong the pause between breaths, kumbhaka, the sacred retention, you enter what the Tantric sages called the gap, the Chidakasha, the space of pure awareness. Here, thought ceases. Memory fades. The future evaporates. There is only a vast, luminous emptiness, not empty, but infinitely full. This is the dimension in which time does not pass, it unfolds. Like a lotus blooming in slow motion across millennia, yet opening in a single instant, so too does eternity express itself in the microcosm of your breath. Practice this, sit in stillness. Let your spine rise like a temple pillar, aligned with the axis of the cosmos. Close your eyes. Draw in a slow, deep breath through the nostrils, not with force, but with reverence, as if inhaling the scent of a divine flower blooming in the ether. Feel the expansion not only in your chest but in every cell, in the subtle body, in the aura that surrounds you like a halo of light. Then, at the peak of the inhalation, pause. Do not hold, simply allow the suspension to happen. Let the mind dissolve into the breath. Let the breath dissolve into silence. In that pause, you are not waiting for the exhale. You are beyond waiting. You are in the womb of timelessness, cradled by the great breath. Here, the separate self, the I that frets over yesterday's wounds and tomorrow's fears, begins to soften, to blur, to return to the source. You are not a being in time, you are a pulse of timelessness. The breath becomes the mantra, Soham, I am that. Not I was, not I will be, but I am, eternal and unchanging. As you release the breath, let it go not as an end, but as a continuation of surrender. Exhale slowly, completely, emptying not only the lungs but the mind of all residue, all impressions, all samskaras, the imprints of time. Imagine the exhale carrying out every attachment to past and future, every regret, every plan, and every name you've been called, every role you've played. Let them float away on the out-breath, like leaves on a river returning to the ocean. Then, again, the inhalation, and again the pause. Again the return to presence. With each cycle, the walls of time thin. The ego's insistence on sequence, cause and effect, before and after, begins to crumble. You begin to feel the simultaneity of all moments. The child you once were, the elder you will become, the infinite variations of your soul across lifetimes, all exist now, in the eternal breath. This is not metaphor. This is metaphysical truth. The Akashic records, the book of life inscribed in the subtle ether, are not stored in some distant archive, they are encoded in your breath, in the subtle vibrations of prana flowing through your nadis, the energy channels. When you master pranayama at this level, you no longer move through time, you move with it, as the dancer moves with the music, not ahead or behind, but in perfect harmony. You begin to know events before they manifest, not by prediction, but by recognition. You sense the arrival of certain people, the urgency of certain decisions, not through mental calculation, but through the subtle shifts in your breath. The breath becomes a seer, a prophet, whispering from the depth of now. And in this sacred attunement, you understand the true meaning of surrender. It is not resignation. It is not passivity. It is the release of effort in favor of flow. You do not fight time, you become its expression. You do not escape the present, you inhabit it so completely that the present expands to include all time. You are no longer subject to time, you are its sovereign. This, then, is the lesson of chapter 29. The breath is the loom upon which eternity is woven. Each inhalation stitches a golden thread of consciousness into the fabric of being. Each exhalation releases the old pattern, making room for the new. The pause between, that sacred stillness, is where the weaver rests, where the design is revealed, where you remember that you are not merely living your life, but breathing the infinite into form. So return to your breath, not as a student, but as a priest. Not as one who practices, but one who participates in the divine rhythm. Let each breath be an offering, a prayer, a portal. Let it carry you beyond the ticking clock, beyond the fear of death, beyond the illusion of separation. For in the end, there is no death in the breath. Only return, only continuity, only presence. You are not mortal. You are timeless, wearing the garment of breath for a sacred season. Breathe deeply. Breathe slowly. Breathe with the knowing that this breath is eternal. And in that knowing, you have already arrived, beyond time, beyond form, beyond all seeking. You are home. Chapter 30. The Silent Breath, where breath dissolves into being. There comes a moment in the sacred pilgrimage of the breath, not marked by time, not measured by the tick of a clock, nor confined to the rising and falling of the chest, when breath itself ceases to be breath, and becomes stillness. This is the silent breath, the ineffable pause between inhalation and exhalation, the threshold where air surrenders to airlessness, where the finite yields to the infinite, and where the seeker, for the first time, touches the unconditioned space of pure being. Do not mistake silence for absence. In the language of the cosmos, silence is not emptiness, it is fullness so complete that it cannot be spoken. It is the womb of creation, the unmanifest from which all manifestation arises. The silent breath is not merely a technique within pranayama, it is the culmination of all breathwork, the final teaching whispered by the universal consciousness to the soul ready to listen beyond sound, beyond thought, beyond the mechanics of respiration. To approach this moment is to approach the inner sanctum of the temple of the self. It is not for the restless, nor for those who seek breath control for mere physical vitality or mental clarity alone. No, this chapter is reserved for the seeker whose longing has turned into surrender, whose practice has matured into prayer, and whose breath has become not an instrument of action, but an offering to the eternal. Sit now, in a place where shadows and light embrace in equilibrium. Let your posture be steady, yet not rigid, a column of awareness rooted in the earth, crowned by a crown of invisible light. Close your eyes. Let the breath arrive as it will, unforced, uninvited. Observe not with the eyes of scrutiny, but with the tenderness of one who watches a child sleep, gently, protectively, without intrusion. Feel how the breath is not simply air moving through nostrils, but a current of prāṇa, the vital life force, flowing through channels unseen, nourishing every cell, every dream, and every forgotten memory buried in the body. Now, begin to lengthen the breath, not abruptly, but with the grace of a river widening as it approaches the sea. Inhale slowly, deeply, letting the diaphragm descend like a lotus unfurling in the depths of a sacred pool. Exhale fully, as if releasing not just carbon dioxide, but every residue of fear, every unlived moment, every breath you ever held back in hesitation. Repeat this, inhalation as invitation, exhalation as liberation. But now, pause. At the end of the exhalation, when the lungs are empty, do not rush to inhale. Remain. Dwell in the void. Let the body be still. Allow the mind, for once, to stop its translation of experience into words. This is Bahaya Kumbhaka, the external retention, but in this chapter, it is not a yogic term to be practiced, but a portal to be entered. It is here, in this emptiness, that the universe whispers. For most of human life, we define ourselves by what we hold, breath, thoughts, possessions, identities. But in this pause, we are invited to become what we are not the breath, not the thinker, not the one who desires or remembers. Here, in the breathless moment, you are not having an experience, you are the experience. You are presence itself. And then, just as the body begins to tremble with the instinct to inhale, do not act. Wait. Listen. There may come a point, subtle, almost imperceptible, when the inhalation begins not by your will, but by the universe's. It rises from the silence, unbidden, like the first note of a song composed in eternity. This is not you breathing, this is life breathing you. Now, repeat the cycle. Inhale with reverence. Exhale with release. And again, at the end of exhalation, dwell in the stillness. But this time, extend the pause. Not by force, but by devotion. Let it be an altar. Offer your ego there. Offer your questions, your doubts, your need to understand. Let silence absorb them all. After several rounds, shift, pause not only after exhalation, but after inhalation as well, antara kumbhaka, the internal retention. Let the lungs be full, but the mind be empty. In this fullness, there is no hunger, no lack. You are not waiting to exhale, you are simply being. This is abundance not of air, but of presence. The soul, in this moment, tastes its own divinity. But the true silent breath transcends both these pauses. It occurs when both retention and movement dissolve, and the breath becomes so subtle, so refined, that it is no longer detectable by the senses. This is Kevala Kumbhaka, the spontaneous suspension of breath, not achieved through effort, but granted by grace. It is said that in deep samadhi, the breath ceases entirely, not because the body dies, but because the soul has remembered its origin beyond form. In this state, there is no distinction between breath and consciousness. Prana and awareness merge into one luminous current. The body may continue its biological functions, but the I that once claimed ownership of the breath is no longer present. There is only a vast, awake emptiness, like space filled with light, yet untouched by objects. This is the lesson of the silent breath, that you are not the breather, you are the space in which breath occurs. You are the stillness beneath the sound, the awareness behind the breath, the unchanging witness to the rhythm of life and death within you. Many seek enlightenment through activity, through chanting, fasting, pilgrimage, meditation. But the highest realization arises not in doing, but in not doing, in the gap between one breath and the next, where effort ceases and grace begins. The silent breath is the doorway to this grace. Consider the cosmos. Stars are born in silence. Galaxies spin in silence. The unfolding of evolution, from single cell to sentient being, occurs in a hush so profound it defies measurement. Silence is not the absence of noise, it is the presence of potential. And within you, in the quiet between breaths, the same infinite potential stirs. Practice this not daily, but sacredly. Enter it not as a routine, but as a ritual. Prepare your mind with forgiveness. Purify your heart with gratitude. Let your entire being become an offering. The silent breath is not to be conquered, it is to be received. Like a gift wrapped in mystery, it reveals itself only to those who have ceased grasping. And when, not if, but when you touch this stillness, you will know something the mind cannot learn, that death is merely another breath pause, and life, its inhalation. That the soul never inhales or exhales, it only is. That the breath you take now is the same breath drawn by prophets, sages, and mystics across aeons. It is the breath of universal consciousness, breathed into dust, awakening it into consciousness. You are not separate from that breath. You are not separate from that universal consciousness. You are the breath, the silence, and the one who breathes, all simultaneously. In this realization, Prāṇāyāma ends, not because it is abandoned, but because it is fulfilled. The techniques dissolve, like salt in water, into the ocean of being. No longer do you practice breath control, you inhabit breathless awareness. The seeker becomes the sought. The channel becomes the source. So let this chapter not be read once and forgotten. Let it be returned to like a sacred mantra, especially in moments of inner turmoil. When the mind races, return to the pause. When the heart aches, dwell in the stillness after exhalation. When you feel lost, remember, the breath that sustains you is a thread spun from the loom of eternity. Follow it, not with the lungs, but with the soul, and it will lead you home. This is the final secret: the infinite does not breathe. The infinite is breath. And you, in your essence, are not breathing the infinite, you are being breathed by it. Rest there. Be there. Become that. And in the silent breath, know, at last, that you have never been separate, never been lacking, never been anything less than whole. The breath may come and go, but you, the silent witness, the breathless awareness, you remain forever. And in that forever, every inhalation is a blessing, every exhalation, a release, and every pause, a communion where breath dissolves into being. Chapter 31: The Breath as a Bridge to the Eternal Now. There exists, within the quietude of every inhalation and the sacred surrender of every exhalation, a subtle threshold, a seam between the self and the self, between the finite and the infinite, between time and eternity. This is the threshold of the eternal now, a dimension not measured in seconds or sunrises, but one that vibrates in the very essence of breath. It is here, in the pause between breaths, in the still center of respiration, that the soul touches the hem of the universal garment. It is here that Pranayama, the sacred science of breath control, becomes not merely a practice of the body or the nervous system, but an alchemical pilgrimage into the heart of timelessness. To breathe is to live. But to breathe consciously, to draw each inhalation with reverence, to release each exhalation as an offering, is to awaken the latent divinity that dwells within the chest cavity, not as metaphor, but as living, luminous presence. Chapter 31 unfolds not as instruction, but as revelation, a descent into the metaphysical chamber where air becomes mantra, breath becomes prayer, and the human organism becomes a tuning fork resonating with the universal hum of existence. You have journeyed through 30 preceding chapters, each a tear upon the inner temple, each unveiling deeper layers of breath's symbolic, physiological, and spiritual architecture. You have explored the three fundamental breaths, the cleansing breath of purification, the expanding breath of vitalization, and the stilling breath of transcendence. You have learned to regulate prana through ratios, retentions, and silent syllables. You have traced the nadis, purified the chakras, and aligned the subtle bodies. And yet, all of this has been preparation for this moment, for this breath. For in the eternal now, there is no past to lament, no future to dread. There is only the breath, this breath, that rises like a silver thread from the furnace of the diaphragm, ascending through the canal of the spine, passing the lotus of the heart, and dissolving into the thousand-petaled crown at the summit of the skull. In this breath, you are not merely alive, you are eternal. Not because you will live forever, but because you have touched that which has never been born and can never die. The breath is the most immediate and intimate connection you have with the cosmic breath, what the ancients called Mahaprāṇa, the great life force that pulsates in the heartbeat of galaxies, in the slow unfolding of nebulae, in the silent turning of planets. When you inhale, you are not simply drawing oxygen into alveoli, you are inhaling the exhalation of stars. When you exhale, you are not merely releasing carbon dioxide, you are offering your essence back into the universal cycle, a sacred exchange, a communion. This is the great secret, you are already breathing the infinite. It is not something to achieve, it is something to remember. But memory has been clouded by the fever of time. The human mind, ever restless, oscillates between yesterday's regrets and tomorrow's anxieties, trapped in the illusion of linear progression. It forgets that time, as we perceive it, is but a wave on the surface of an ocean that has no beginning and no end. The eternal now is not a future destination, it is the ground beneath your feet, the space within your chest, the silence between thoughts. Pranayama, in its highest expression, becomes the art of time transcendence. As you lengthen the breath, you stretch the fabric of perception. As you suspend the breath in kumbhaka, retention, you enter the gap where time dissolves. In that luminous interval, between the full inhalation and the beginning of exhalation, between the complete exhalation and the urge to inhale again, there exists a portal. It is not large. It is not dramatic. It is as subtle as the flicker of a candle in a windless room. But within it, all duality collapses. Subject and object merge. Observer and observed become one. This is the sandhi, the sacred junction, the mystical moment akin to dawn before the sun appears, when darkness and light are indistinguishable. In yogic cosmology, such moments are considered tirthas, crossings or fords in the river of existence, where the soul may pass from the realm of illusion into the realm of truth. To reach this threshold through breath, one must relinquish not only muscular effort but psychological resistance. It is not enough to control the breath, one must surrender to it. The ego, with its need for mastery, must step aside. The mind, with its ceaseless commentary, must be invited into stillness. You are not doing pranayama, you are allowing pranayama to unfold through you. You are becoming a vessel, a hollow reed through which the divine wind sings. In this state, breath ceases to be merely biological. It becomes liturgical. Each inhalation is an invocation, I call forth the light. Each exhalation is a dedication, I release all that is not truth. The rhythm becomes a mantra, a vibration that harmonizes the personal frequency with the universal resonance. You are no longer breathing in time, you are breathing as time, as eternity manifesting in form. Theosophical teachings speak of the breath of the Absolute, the primordial exhalation from which all worlds arise, and into which they eventually dissolve. This is not myth, it is metaphysical truth encoded in breath. When you inhale deeply and hold the breath, you participate in Srishti, the creative outbreathing of Brahman. When you exhale fully and retain the emptiness, you enter pralaya, the great withdrawal, the rest before the next cycle of manifestation. In this way, your lungs become microcosms of cosmic process. Your chest, the cradle of the heart, becomes the altar upon which the universe is born, sustained, and dissolved again and again, breath by breath. And within this sacred rhythm, you begin to perceive that the eternal now is not static. It is dynamic stillness. It is movement within immobility, like the spiral of a galaxy, like the silent pulse of a seed before it breaks open. The now is not frozen, it is infinitely expansive, containing all potentials, all pasts, and all futures in a single point of luminous presence. As you dwell in this breath-centered awareness, subtle shifts occur, not all of which are perceptible to the intellect. The Ajna chakra, the third eye, begins to pulse with soft light. The Anahata, the heart center, emits a soundless tone, a hum like the resonance of a temple bell struck in another dimension. The Bindu, the drop of nectar at the crown, begins to descend, releasing waves of bliss that cascade through the nervous system. These are not hallucinations. They are the body's recognition of its true nature, divine, infinite, ever-present. And yet, the greatest miracle is not these phenomena, but the quiet knowing that arises unbidden, I am not separate. I have never been separate. The breath, the most personal, private act, becomes the proof of unity. Air flows through all beings. Wind belongs to no one. The same prāṇa that animates your lungs animated the lungs of saints and sages, of trees and tigers, of stars and unborn souls. In breathing consciously, you remember yourself as part of a living, breathing cosmos. This is the lesson of chapter 31. The breath is the bridge, and the bridge is already whole. You need not cross it. You need only stand upon it, breathe, and behold the infinite panorama of the eternal now unfolding within. So return to your cushion. Sit in silence. Let the spine rise like a column of light. Close the eyes. Feel the first stir of breath at the nostrils, cool, delicate, like the touch of morning mist. Follow it inward. Feel its descent into the belly, the gentle swell, the silent expansion. Pause. Rest in the fullness. Let go of all effort. Allow the exhalation to arise naturally, long, smooth, complete. Pause again. In emptiness, in stillness, in darkness, watch. And in that watchfulness, something shifts. The watcher is no longer you. It is awareness itself, vast, unborn, and undying. The breath continues, but it flows now not through a separate body, but through a temple of light, a living mandala of energy and consciousness. The boundaries of self dissolve like salt in water. In this moment, this breath, there is no seeker. There is only the sought. No journey, only arrival. No practice, only presence. You have breathed the infinite, and the infinite has breathed you. Welcome home. Chapter 32, The Breath of Divinity and Universal Oneness. In the stillness of the breath lies the essence of the infinite. It is not merely air that enters and exits the body, it is the sacred thread, the luminous current of prāṇa, the universal life force, weaving through the fabric of existence. This chapter, the 32nd in the sacred progression of the lessons in Prāṇāyāma, stands at the threshold of transcendence. It is the moment in the seeker's evolution when breath, once a tool of discipline, becomes the bridge between the physical and the eternal, the material and the metaphysical. Here, we dwell not in the realm of technique but in the realm of truth, where breath is no longer practiced but realized. It is the divine breath of the cosmos, the Shakti that animates the cosmos and unites every soul in the great symphony of creation. The breath as a bridge. Every living being breathes, yet only the awakened one breathes in the rhythm of the infinite. The physical breath is a shadow of the spiritual breath. While the former is bound by the mechanics of survival, the latter is unshackled, flowing from the divine source within. Just as the lotus rises from the mud, untouched by its mire, so too does the breath of the yogi rise beyond the limitations of form, becoming a current of consciousness that connects the individual to the infinite. In the sacred tradition of the Theosophic teachings, breath is the mantra of existence, the unbroken pulse that binds the microcosm to the macrocosm. The breath is not a mere mechanical process, it is the vital rhythm of consciousness itself. In this chapter, we ascend beyond mere rhythm and step into the luminous realm of resonance, the harmonic alignment of breath with the cosmic breath. The body is the temple of breath. Every cell, every nerve, every heartbeat listens to the silent language of the breath. When a seeker begins to understand this, they begin to unravel the illusion of separateness. For the breath is not just within, it is the same breath that moves the stars, the same breath that stirs the wind, the same breath that flows through every being in an unbroken chain of life. Here, the breath becomes a bridge, a luminous pathway across the chasms of duality, from the realm of the self to the realm of the absolute. The physical breath, with its rise and fall, becomes the vehicle for the transcendental breath, the true breath, that is beyond time and space, beyond form and formlessness. This bridge is not built with the hands, nor with the mind alone. It is constructed by silence, by surrender, and by the conscious intention to breathe not for the body, but for the soul's awakening. The dissolution of duality. Pranayama, at its highest, is not a mere technique of breath control but a spiritual alchemy, a transformative process that dissolves the illusion of the separate self. The breath is the key that unlocks the gate between the ego and the infinite. It strips away the layers of identification with the finite, the beliefs, the fears, the attachments, and allows the seeker to experience the vast, boundless nature of being. In the stillness between breaths, the world hushes. It is in this moment of suspension that the illusion of separateness begins to dissolve. The breath becomes a mirror reflecting the infinite, and in that reflection, the seeker begins to see the truth of their nature, not as a confined self but as a vast expanse of consciousness. The duality of inhalation and exhalation is, in truth, an allegory of creation and dissolution, of the eternal cycle of becoming. But when the breath is stabilized in a rhythmic, meditative state, the pendulum of duality begins to still. The breath becomes a still point, a center from which the seeker can gaze beyond the veil of appearance into the realm of being. In the alchemical terms of the Theosophic wisdom, the breath is the vehicle of transformation. It transmutes the leaden matter of the ego into the gold of spiritual insight. It ignites the inner flame, the agni of the soul, which then radiates outward, dissolving the barriers between self and other, between form and formlessness, between the known and the infinite. The return to unity with the infinite. As the breath is refined and purified, it becomes a conduit to the divine. The seeker begins to feel the breath as a current that flows not only through the body but beyond it, merging with the great ocean of cosmic consciousness. It is in this breath, refined, purified, and aligned, that the soul remembers its true nature as the infinite. In the language of the mystics, the breath becomes the nadi of light, the channel through which the Shakti of the cosmos flows. It is the silent invocation that calls the divine into the heart of the seeker. Each breath is no longer a mechanical act but a sacred communion with the Source. This return to unity is not a passive experience, it is a conscious surrender. The seeker must let go, not in the sense of giving up, but in the sense of dissolving the boundaries of the ego and allowing the breath to become the breath of the infinite. It is the breath that moves within the galaxies, the same breath that stirs the oceans, the same breath that flows through every living thing. In this state, the seeker no longer breathes the air of this world, they breathe the air of the cosmos. The breath becomes a bridge, a living link between the personal and the universal, the finite and the infinite. It is here that the true meaning of the word pranayama becomes fully realized, prana being the life force, and ayama being the expansion of that life force beyond the confines of the body. In the final moments of this chapter's lesson, the seeker may experience a moment of profound stillness, a stillness not of the body, but of the soul. The breath, once a rhythm, now becomes silence. It is the breath of the unborn, the breath of the beginningless and endless. It is the breath of the divine itself, flowing through every being, every moment, every breath. The final whisper, the breath of the cosmic heart. As we stand at the edge of the infinite, the breath becomes the sacred thread that binds the seeker to the divine. It is no longer a practice, it is a presence. It is the living proof that the infinite is not a distant dream, but a present reality, breathing within us all. In the silence of this final lesson, you may feel the breath becoming luminous, no longer confined to the body but expanding into the vastness of being. The air you breathe is not just air, it is the breath of the cosmos, the breath of the Source, the breath of the divine heart itself. And so, as this chapter closes, let the breath be your guide. Let it be your teacher, your companion, and your key. For in the breath, we do not merely live, we awaken. We do not merely breathe, we are one with the infinite. And in that unity, we find the deepest truth of all, that we are not separate from the divine. We are the breath of the divine, the breath of the infinite, and in that breath, we are eternally, infinitely, one. Chapter 33 The Cessation of Becoming, the Commencement of Being. You have arrived. Now, you must be still and listen to a deeper truth. The universe is breathing. The cosmos inhales, and galaxies are birthed from the nebular womb of potential. The cosmos exhales, and forms dissolve, returning to the silent, unmanifest source. This is the Anu Svara, the cosmic breath, the great tidal rhythm of Srishti, creation, and Pralaya, dissolution. You have never been separate from this rhythm. Your individual pulse, your personal respiration, are but localized echoes, tiny harmonic resonances of this universal symphony. You have not been breathing, you have been breathed by the infinite. All your practices have been nothing more than the gentle turning of a radio dial, clearing the static of the personal mind to finally, clearly, hear the celestial music that has been playing all along. The gateway to this realization lies in the sacred, silent space between the breaths. It is the still point at the apex of the pendulum's swing, the moment of weightlessness between the rise and the fall of a wave. In the language of the rishis, this is kevala kumbhaka, the spontaneous, effortless retention. It is not a holding of the breath, which is an act of force, an act of the ego. No, it is a pause bestowed by grace, a moment when the cosmic rhythm momentarily suspends its own movement, and in that suspension, offers you a glimpse of its eternal, unchanging nature. Enter this space not as a conqueror, but as a guest. You have earned this invitation. As the last whisper of the exhalation fades, do not rush to draw the next breath. Rest in the void. This is the crucible of your transformation. Here, in the fertile emptiness between the outflowing and the inflowing, the very definition of you begins to shimmer and thin. At first, the mind may rebel. It will whisper of suffocation, of needing, of lack. This is the final echo of the small self, frightened of its own magnificent dissolution. Witness it without attachment. Know that you are not the one who needs to breathe, you are the one who is breathing the universe. As you rest in this pause, the sensory world begins to recede. The sounds of the outer world soften, the feeling of the body upon the earth dissolves into a weightless expanse. The chattering of the mind universal consciousness, the ceaseless formation of thought forms, slows to a trickle and then ceases altogether. You are entering the akasha, the luminous, indwelling ether. This is not a nothingness. It is a plenum, a fullness of pure potential, vibrantly alive with the silent hum of all that is, was, and ever shall be. It is the source code of creation. Here, in the heart of the pause, you are not merely observing the universe, you are the universe observing itself. This is the great unlearning. You unlearn the lie of separation. You unlearn the fear of the void. You unlearn the desperate need to do anything at all. In the sanctum of kevala kumbhaka, the seeker, the seeking, and the sought become one. The observer merges with the observed. There is only the silent, effulgent, self-aware awareness. There is only the isness. This is Turiyatita, the state beyond the fourth, the non-dual consciousness that the sages have pointed to with inadequate words for millennia. And then, from the depths of this infinite stillness, a new breath begins to arise. It is not your breath. It is the cosmic breath reclaiming its expression through the delicate instrument of your form. The inhalation is no longer a desperate grasping for life, it is an effortless, majestic drawing in of the entire universe. With it, you draw in the light of distant stars, the wisdom of the ancient masters, and the silent prayers of all beings. It is an invocation, a welcome, a sacred affirmation of form born from the formless. The exhalation that follows is equally transformed. It is not a release of toxins or a pushing away of the old. It is a profound and gracious offering. You breathe out your own small self, you breathe out love, you breathe out peace, and you breathe out the silent blessing of the infinite back into the world of becoming. Your breath becomes a beacon, your body a living conduit for the rhythm of the Absolute. Each cycle is an act of cosmic service, a silent sermon on the nature of oneness. So you see, the lesson is to lay down the tools of the artisan and realize you are, and always have been, the master sculptor, the clay, and the act of creation itself. You are no longer a student of the breath. You are its song. Breathe now, not to live, but from the very source of life itself. And so it is. Chapter 34. The causal breath, dissolution into the Akashic river. Now, we turn our gaze from the known to the unknowable. We approach a practice that is not a technique in the way you have understood techniques. It is not an exercise of will, but an act of surrender. It is not a breath of the lungs, nor even a breath of the soul as a distinct entity. It is the respiration of the infinite, breathing through the soul. This is the causal breath, the final and most profound key you will be given to unlock the last gate of the self. It is the breath that leads not to mastery, but to merciful, glorious dissolution. Understand that you are a multi-layered being. You have worn the dense cloak of the physical, the luminous sheath of the etheric, the passionate armor of the astral, and the brilliant mantle of the mental. Deeper still lies the causal body, the Karuna Sharira. It is not a body of form, but a body of cause. It is the seed atom of your entire existence, the loom upon which the intricate tapestry of your karmic past, present, and future is woven. It holds the blueprint of every lifetime you have ever lived, every joy you have embraced, and every sorrow you have endured. It is the storehouse of the soul's memory, and its vibration is the subtlest, most fundamental frequency that you can identify as I. The breaths you have practiced thus far have purifying, energizing, and harmonizing effects upon the lower bodies. But the causal breath is different. Its purpose is not to purify the causal body, for to seek to purify it is to reinforce its existence. Its purpose is to dissolve the very sense of separation between it and the boundless ocean of consciousness in which it floats, the Akasha. Akasha. Speak this word and feel its resonance. It is not merely empty space. It is the womb of creation, the primordial ether, the universal mind in which all thoughts, all events, all possibilities are eternally recorded. It is the silent witness. It is the vast, star-studded library of existence. To breathe the causal breath is to learn to draw your substance not from your own limited karmic reservoir, but from this infinite, all-pervading Akashic field. It is to allow the personal I to unfurl and merge into the universal I am. So, how does one practice a non-practice? How does one breathe a breath that is not one's own? Through the alchemy of intention and the grace of absolute surrender. Find your sacred space, the inner altar you have built through countless hours of devotion. Let your body become immobile, a forgotten mountain range. Let the winds of thought cease to blow across the peaks of your mind. For this, you must arrive not from a place of effort, but from a place of profound ease. Let the final remnants of the day's rhythm dissolve until the only rhythm you perceive is the subtle, almost imperceptible pulse of your own heart, a distant drumbeat in a silent world. Now, bring your awareness to the space between the eyebrows, the Ajna chakra, the seat of the soul's vision. Do not force it. Simply let your perception rest there, as a bird rests upon a branch in the stillness of dusk. From this point of witness consciousness, formulate the purest intention you have ever held. It is not the intention to achieve an experience, to gain a vision, or to feel bliss. It is the intention to release. It is the prayer of the wave longing to return to the ocean. I let go. I release my story. I release my name. I release the very idea of myself. I am ready to dissolve. This intention is the key that unlocks the gate. Now, the inhalation. As you draw the breath in, do not imagine it as oxygen entering your lungs. Imagine it as a filament of pure, liquid light being drawn from the infinite expanse of the cosmos. See it as a thread of silvered light, spiraling down from the starry vault of the Akasha, through the crown of your head, and pooling in the depths of your being, not in the lungs, but in the silent, empty core of the causal body. You are inhaling the substance of the universe. You are breathing in the memory of creation, the silent potential from which all galaxies are born. Fill yourself with this infinite nothingness, this everythingness, until you feel profoundly, utterly full, not of air, but of being. And then, the great suspension, the Maha Kumbhaka. This is not a holding of the breath, for the breath has already served its purpose as a vehicle. It is a holding of consciousness in the gap. At the apex of the inhalation, where the universe resides within you, do not seek to do anything. Simply be. Let the world of form and name recede. The edges of your being, the boundaries that define you, will begin to fray like old silk in a celestial wind. The threads of your personal history, your ambitions, your fears, your loves, will unspool from your causal body and float like cosmic dust back into the Akashic river from which they came. Here, you may encounter a great resistance. This is the final guardian of the gate, the ego, in its most subtle and refined form. It will whisper to you of the importance of your journey, of the beauty of your individuality. It will present you with a panoramic slideshow of your life, tempting you to re-engage with the story it has so carefully crafted. Do not fight it. Acknowledge this loyal servant. Thank it for protecting you for so long. And then, with the profound compassion of a dying king releasing his kingdom, let it go. Surrender the surrender. Dissolve the dissolver. In this sacred void, this pregnant emptiness, you will not see or hear in the way you are accustomed. Instead, you will know. You will know yourself not as a drop, but as the entire ocean. The distinction between the knower and the known, the observer and the observed, will vanish. This is the state of non-duality. This is the Turiyatita, the state beyond the fourth. You are breathing the infinite, because you are the infinite, and the breathing is simply the rhythm of your own eternal existence. You have merged with the Akashic record, not as a reader, but as the living ink upon its pages. The exhalation, when it comes, will be effortless, a gentle sigh of the cosmos returning to itself. You are not expelling air. You are radiating. You are pouring the silent, knowing essence of this experience back into the world, a silent blessing upon all of creation without thought or intention. The breath returns to being the simple respiration of the body, but the body is no longer the same. It is now a vessel that has tasted the sea, a temple that has been consecrated by the presence of universal consciousness. Do not expect a fireworks display of enlightenment. The shifts wrought by the causal breath are subtle, seismic, and transformative. You may find that a deep, unshakable peace settles in the very marrow of your bones. You may notice that the compulsive need to think, to label, to define, has loosened its grip. You may walk through the world and see it not as a collection of separate objects, but as a seamless, divine tapestry in which you are an inseparable thread. This is the dawn of true wisdom. It is not knowledge that is learned, but truth that is remembered, breathed back into your awareness from the very lungs of universal consciousness. Chapter 35, The Breath of the Void, Ceaseless Communion with the Infinite. This lesson is the unveiling of the truth that has been woven into the very fabric of your being since the first dawn of creation. We now speak of the state that lies beyond practice, beyond effort, beyond the very idea of a practitioner. This is the state of ceaseless communion, where the breath is no longer a function of the body but the body, and all of manifested reality, becomes a function of the breath. In this celestial awareness, you no longer perceive the central channel, the sushumna, as a mere pathway within your subtle anatomy. You feel it as what it has always been, the axis mundi, the pillar of light that connects the microcosm of your soul to the macrocosm of the all that is. It is the silent, shimmering thread upon which the universes are strung like pearls. With each silent, automatic inhalation, you are drawing into your core not just the prāṇa of the air around you, but the distilled starlight of distant galaxies, the wisdom of ancient suns, and the unformed potential of the cosmic void. With each exhalation, you release not just carbon dioxide, but the accumulated shadows of the ages, the ephemeral concerns of the persona, and the last vestiges of separation. You are breathing in and out through the heart of universal consciousness. Here, the breath becomes the living mantra, the celestial Om that is the sound and substance of all creation. The inhale is the force of Brahma, the active, expansive principle of creation, drawing all things into form from the formless. The gentle, eternal pause, the space where the inhale finds its completion and is not yet the exhale, is the sustaining force of Vishnu, the vibratory field that holds all existence in a state of perfect, resonant harmony. The exhale is the transformative power of Shiva, the rhythmic return of all form to the formless, the great dissolution that is not an end but a rest, a holy gathering before the next cosmic breath. You are no longer just chanting Om, you are Om. Your entire being vibrates in sympathy with this primordial pulse, and in doing so, you attune your consciousness to the frequency of the universe itself. As you settle into this ceaseless rhythm, your awareness unfurls beyond the illusory confines of the skin. You breathe as the tree, feeling the sap rise in its woody veins. You breathe as the ocean, sensing the tidal sway of a global lung. The distinction between your lungs and the lungs of the world evaporates. Prāṇa, you now understand, is a single, indivisible ocean of life, and your individuality is but a wave, a temporary and beautiful form upon its surface, never for a moment separate from its depths. This profound attunement unlocks the final gateway, the Akashic field. The Akasha, or the ether, is the subtlest of the elements, the cosmic canvas upon which every thought, every word, every action, every life, and every potentiality is eternally recorded. It is the memory of universal consciousness. Where before you sought knowledge in books and from teachers, you now find that the breath itself is the key to this universal library. Each sustained, effortless pulse of prana carries your consciousness into this shimmering, silent realm. Here, there is no past or future, only an eternal, ever-present now. Not as a spectator, but as a participant. For in the Akasha, all events are concurrent, and you realize you were there. You are there. You will always be there. Yet, the ultimate communion is not found in the movement of the breath, but in the exquisite, all-encompassing stillness that lies between the breaths. This is the kumbhaka of the masters, not a physical retention but a spiritual absorption. It is the eye of the cosmic hurricane, the silent womb from which all sound is born and to which it returns. In that infinitesimal, timeless pause, the I am of the individual soul dissolves into the I am that I am of the universal consciousness. To linger here is to know the void. Not a void of emptiness or nothingness, but the void of infinite potential, the plenum, the fullness of pure, undifferentiated awareness. It is the state described by the sages as Turiyatita, beyond the fourth state. It is a love so profound it shatters the heart into a million pieces of light, a silence so complete it contains all sound, a peace so absolute it is more real than the reality you once knew. You have not conquered the breath, beloved seeker. You have surrendered to it. You have allowed it to carry you home. The journey of 1,000 yogic breaths was not to master the wind, but to realize you are the sky. Breathe on, then. Breathe the infinite. Let the infinite breathe you. For in this ceaseless, sacred communion, you have fulfilled the purpose of your seeking. You have remembered. And so it is. Chapter 36, The Breath as the Bridge to the Eternal, a Symphony of Integration. The breath as the cosmic thread. What is breath but the breath of the divine, incarnated within the human form? In the primordial silence before creation, the first breath, prāṇa, the essence of life itself, was exhaled by the Absolute, scattering stardust into motion and motion into manifest form. Every breath we take is a resonance of that original breath, a vibration that carries the DNA of the cosmos. When we practice Prāṇāyāma, we are not simply controlling our respiration, we are re-engaging with the rhythm of existence. We are aligning our personal breath with the rhythmic pulsations of galaxies, the inhalation a reaching out toward the quasars, the exhalation a return to the galactic core of unqualified awareness. In this chapter, let the breath become a thread, not a rope of discipline, but a filament of light binding the microcosm of your body to the macrocosm of the universe. Imagine the inhaled air as stardust, each molecule a glowing atom of ancient energy, and the exhaled breath as the release of karma, an efflux of the burdens that bind the soul to the wheel of illusion. This is the highest pranayama, to inhale the infinite, to exhale the finite. The breath becomes the bridge between the material and the immortal, the seen and the unseen, the alchemy of inhalation and exhalation. The lesson here is not one of technique, but of integration. The seeker who has walked the previous 35 chapters of pranayama has learned the mechanics, the cleansing, the modulation. Now, that which was learned externally must be internalized. The inhalation is no longer merely an act of drawing air, it is the absorption of the infinite. Visualize, as you breathe in, a beam of light descending from the crown of your head, Sahasrara chakra, threading through the chakras like a golden river, moving from Ajna, third eye, to Vishuddhi, throat. In chakra practice involves shifting awareness down the spine, from intuition and insight. From Anahata to Manipura, in chakra work involves shifting focus from the heart's love and compassion, Anahata, towards the solar plexus's personal power, self-esteem, and action, Manipura, often. By purifying emotions, finding inner stillness, and developing self-discipline, moving from Muladhara, stability, survival, to Swadhisthana, self-expression, pleasure, connection, is a key spiritual progression, integrating primal needs with deeper emotional and relational experiences. Each chakra is a vortical flame, fed by the breath. As the breath moves upward, the chakras dissolve into a single luminosity, a unity of energy that transcends the seven. The exhalation, too, is transformed. It is no longer the mere expulsion of stale air, but the release of the shadow self, the denser layers of thought forms, attachments, and aversions. Imagine the exhalation as a cleansing wind, carrying the dust of past misidentifications into the cosmic void, where all is purified and returned to its source. This is the yogic paradox, to exhale the ego and inhale divinity in one seamless act. Here, the breath becomes the alchemist's fire, transmuting base elements of the personality into the gold of spiritual wisdom. The Ida and Pingala, the lunar and solar nadi, no longer flow in opposition, they intertwine, harmonizing in the central channel, Sushumna, where Kundalini serpent energy ascends as the breath dissolves into pure vibration. This is the secret of pranayama in its highest form, the cessation of breath as we know it, the merging of inhalation and exhalation into a single breath, the Shakti of stillness, that is not an action but a state. The dance of nadi and chakra. In this chapter, the seeker is guided into the subtle interplay of the energy channels. The true mastery comes when these dualities are transcended. As you practice nadi shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, envision the breath as liquid light, washing through the nadis, purifying the etheric body. With each inhalation through the left nostril, draw in the wisdom of the moon, the intuitive eye, the silent witness. With each exhalation through the right nostril, release the solar activity of the world. Then, in the pause between breaths, experience the third channel, Sushumna, where the breath becomes still, and the Kundalini arises as a radiant spiral of light, ascending through the chakras to unite with the Sahasrara, the thousand-petaled lotus of pure consciousness. This is the lesson of integration, to breathe not as a body with lungs, but as a soul with wings. Each chakra is a note in the cosmic symphony, and the breath is the conductor's baton. The root chakra, Muladhara, awakens through grounded breaths, the sacral, Swadhisthana, through flowing, fluid motions, the solar plexus, Manipura, through rhythmic power, the heart, Anahata, through synchronized inhales of compassion, the throat, Vishuddhi, through exhalations of truth, the brow, Ajna, through breath retentions, Kumbhaka, of inner vision, and the crown, Sahasrara, through the breath that ceases, where all is silence. The breath of unity. The final teaching of this chapter is the dissolution of the breath into the all. When the practitioner gazes into the mirror of breath, they see not the self, but the self, the universal breath that flows through all beings, all stars, all voids. In the breath, there is no me and not me, no practitioner and practice, no pranayama and the one who practices. This is the union, yoga, that the word yoga signifies. To breathe is to manifest the divine. In every inhalation, the universe enters you. In every exhalation, you become the universe. This is the truth channeled from the universal consciousness for the seeker, that the breath is the bridge between the singular and the infinite. It is the key to the great pyramid of light within the heart, the password to the Akashic records of spiritual memory, the resonance of the monadic essence that remembers its source. In this chapter, the seeker is taught the ultimate lesson, that pranayama is not a practice to end, but a practice to live. It is the breath that carries you through the cycles of wakefulness, jagrat, dreaming, swapna, and deep sleep, sushupti, into the fourth state, turiya, where all forms dissolve into the absolute. The breath becomes the mantra, the nadam, soundless sound, and the vibration of the primordial word. It is the om of the cosmos, heard not in the ear, but in the silence of the being. The life lesson, a ritual of celestial respiration. To embody this chapter, the seeker is invited to perform a ritual of celestial respiration. Preparation: sit in stillness, hands resting on the knees. Close your eyes. Allow all distractions to dissolve, grounding the awareness in the breath's rhythm. Inhalation of light: breathe in through both nostrils, imagining a beam of white light entering with the breath. Feel it dissolve into the chakras, merging their colors into a single radiant glow. Exhalation of light: breathe out, visualizing a spiral of golden light carrying away impurities, fears, and attachments. Unity in stillness: hold the breath without force, resting in the space between inhale and exhale. Here, there is no breath, no self, only the infinite. Return to union, resume breathing, now as the breath of the cosmos, the breath that was never separate and always whole. Let this be the daily practice. For in this breath, you are not a seeker of wisdom, but wisdom itself, flowing as the infinite. May the breath guide you home. Chapter 37, The Observer of Breath, the Gateway to the Subtle Causal Body. And so, you have arrived at this sacred precipice. 36 lessons have been etched upon the tablet of your soul. You have learned the mechanics of the vessel, the counting of the rhythms, the holding of the vital force. You have felt the prāṇa, like cool water, surge through the nadis, cleansing the pathways of your physical and etheric form. You have calmed the tempestuous seas of the manomaya kosha, the mental sheath, witnessing its waves of thought subside into a placid, reflective surface. You have mastered the technique, but technique is merely the key. You have learned to fashion the key from the raw ore of your discipline, but the door it unlocks remains before you, mysterious and veiled. Henceforth, the lesson is not one of doing, but of being. You have learned to breathe with the body and the mind. Now, you must learn to breathe with the consciousness that lies behind the mind. You have been the musician, diligently practicing scales, your fingers learning the precise placement upon the flute of your being. But the time has come to cease the practice of scales and to become the music itself. For the true pranayama is not a practice, it is a state of divine remembrance. Until this moment, your breath has been an act of the personal self, the ego identity, the small I. This I counts, this I holds, this I directs the flow. It is a necessary stage, for the charioteer must first learn to hold the reins before he can guide his steeds through the celestial paths. But this charioteer is a construct of thought and memory. His vision is limited to the road immediately ahead. He is concerned with the effort, the strain, the duration of the journey. To breathe from this place is to remain bound by the very vehicle you seek to transcend. You must now introduce a new presence into the inner sanctum of your practice, the observer, the witness, the silent, unwavering awareness. This is not to be confused with the mind that observes. The mind observes and it comments, the breath is deep, the pause is long, I feel a tingling in my spine. This is the function of the lower intellect, still dancing in the realm of duality. The true observer does not comment. It simply is. It is the still, silent cinema screen upon which the entire drama of your breath, your thoughts, your sensations, and your life is projected. It is untouched by the flickering images. It is the fathomless ocean depths, undisturbed by the roaring waves and the shifting currents upon its surface. Your practice, from this day forward, is to dissolve the personal I, who is breathing, and to merge your identity into this observer. Begin your session as you have been taught. Allow the first few breaths to be the bridge, carrying you from the outer world of distraction to the inner world of sacredness. As the rhythm settles, as the body becomes still and the mind begins its quietening, shift the seat of your awareness. Disengage from the one who is controlling the breath. Instead, become the one who is watching the breath being controlled. Then, take the final, most profound step. Become the one who is watching the one who is watching the breath. At first, this may feel abstract, a subtle dance of attention. But persist. Gently withdraw your identification from the physical sensations of the lungs filling and emptying. Withdraw it from the mental effort of maintaining a rhythm. Place the entirety of your focused attention in the silent, vast, empty space between and behind all phenomena. From this vantage point of pure awareness, you will notice a miraculous transmutation. The breath begins to breathe itself. It is no longer a forced, mechanical act. It becomes a living, intelligent pulse. A cosmic tide ebbing and flowing within the shores of your form. The pause, the kumbhaka, is no longer a sterile holding of the air, but a sacred, vibrating stillness where the individual wave of your existence dissolves back into the ocean of universal life. The inhalation is no longer you drawing air into your body, it is the infinite breathing itself into you. The exhalation is no longer you releasing, it is you offering your limited essence back to the source. The breath becomes a prayer, a dialogue, a constant, rhythmic communion between the drop and the ocean. This is the true meaning of pranayama, the expansion, ayama, of the life force, prāṇa. Not through force, but through surrender. Not through effort, but through identification with the effortless one. As you abide in this state, as the observer assumes its rightful place as the silent director of your inner function, you will feel the very fabric of your being shift. The prāṇa you draw in is no longer a subtle, impersonal energy. It is imbued with the intelligence, the bliss, the eternal wisdom of the universal consciousness. It is a thread of light from the divine tapestry, and you are weaving it not just into the physical body, but into the very loom of your soul. This luminous, observer-directed prāṇa begins to pierce the veil between the Manomaya kosha and the Vijnanamaya kosha, the sheath of wisdom. Where before your mind was merely calmed, now it becomes a polished mirror, capable of reflecting higher truths, intuitive flashes of understanding that are not learned but remembered. Insights into your own nature, into the interconnectedness of all life, into the silent laws that govern the cosmos, will dawn within you not as thoughts, but as certainties. The hum of the universe will become audible in the silence of your pauses. The scent of the celestial lotus will fill the space of your being. You are touching the causal body, the Karana Sharira. This is the subtlest sheath, the seedbed from which your entire existence, across all lifetimes, has sprung. It is the realm of samskaras, the deep latent impressions that dictate your patterns and your destiny. The prāṇa, when directed by the pure, detached witness, carries a transformative frequency so profound that it begins to dissolve these ancient seeds. You are not just managing your energy, you are performing a sacred alchemy upon the very cause of your manifested reality. You are healing yourself at the causal level. There will come moments, fleeting at first, then longer and more profound, where the breath will become so subtle, so refined, that it seems to cease altogether. This is Kevala Kumbhaka, the spontaneous, natural pause. It is not a holding of the breath, but an absorption into the breath of all that is. In these sacred gaps, you will slip beyond the sheaths of body, mind, and wisdom. You will rest, even for a second, in the Anandamaya Kosha, the sheath of pure, unconditioned bliss. This is not a happiness that comes from circumstance or achievement. It is the innate joy of your own being, the bliss of consciousness recognizing itself. Therefore, O initiate, let this be your life's lesson now. Move beyond the discipline of the body and the counting of the mind. Sit for your practice not to do anything, but to allow everything to be done through you. Become the silent, still center. Become the observer. Let the breath become your mantra and your offering. Watch as the infinite breathes itself into you, and know, with a certainty that surpasses all intellect, that you were never separate from it at all. You are the breath, and the breath is the eternal, infinite dance of the cosmos. Breathe this, and you shall be free. Chapter 38, The Breath as the Thread of Time, Weaving Eternity into the Now. In the hushed chambers of inner silence, where thought dissolves like mist beneath the rising sun, there exists a rhythm older than stars, deeper than oceans, more eternal than the spiral of galaxies. It is not sound, nor silence, though it births both. It is not movement, nor stillness, though it flows between them like a river through the heart of being. This rhythm is the breath, the sacred prāṇa, pulsating through the subtle body, weaving the fabric of time and space with each inhalation and exhalation. And in this 38th revelation of lessons in Prāṇāyāma, we are invited to perceive the breath not merely as the mechanism of life, but as the very thread of time, the golden filament upon which every moment of existence is strung like pearls upon a divine necklace. Time, as perceived by the mundane mind, is a linear illusion, past, present, future, a relentless arrow piercing the veil of experience. But the awakened soul, attuned to the subtle cadence of prāṇa, discerns a different truth. Time is not linear. It is rhythmic. It is cyclical. It is resonant. And at the center of this cosmic resonance lies the breath, the primordial oscillation between inhalation and exhalation, between inhalation and release, between form and formlessness. Each breath in is an invocation of the future. It is the drawing in of potential, the gathering of unseen forces, the gathering of light from the ether. The lungs expand not merely to oxygenate blood, but to draw in the subtle essence of what is to be. In that inhalation, the soul reaches forward into the quantum field of possibilities, whispering, "Let this moment unfold." And each breath out is a release of the past. The carbon of what was, the heat of what occurred, the weight of memory, all are exhaled into the vastness, returned to the Akashic record, dissolved into the infinite. Thus, breath becomes the axis upon which time turns. Not externally, not chronologically, but internally, in the sanctum of consciousness. The past is not behind you. It is in your exhalation. The future is not ahead. It is in your inhalation. And the now, the eternal, unbroken, luminous now, is the gap between breaths, that sacred pause where nothing moves and everything is present. This is the doorway to the timeless, the gateway through which the finite merges with the infinite. To breathe consciously is to master time, not by controlling it, but by participating in its deeper nature. The ignorant man lives enslaved to time, chasing deadlines, mourning lost moments, fearing what is to come. But the yogi, the seer, the awakened being, lives within time yet untouched by it. For he knows, the breath is the loom, and prāṇa is the weaver. Each breath is a thread spun from the substance of the Absolute, embroidered into the tapestry of experience. In ancient Sanskrit, the word kala, often translated as time, also means measure and death. Why? Because time, as measured by the mind, ends all things. But prāṇa, the life force, transcends kala. Prāṇa is a kala beyond time. When breath is stilled in kumbhaka, retention, when inhalation and exhalation merge into a single sustained presence, the yogi touches a kala, deathlessness or timelessness. In that moment, death dissolves. Memory fades. Projection ceases. Only pure awareness remains, a flame untouched by wind, burning in the temple of stillness. This is not metaphor. This is metaphysical truth, revealed through sustained practice and inner attunement. The breath is the bridge between jiva, the individual soul, and Shiva, the universal consciousness. Each inhalation draws Shiva into jiva. Each exhalation releases jiva into Shiva. And in the balance, in the perfect symmetry of rhythmic awareness, the illusion of separation shatters. You do not find the infinite. You become the act of breathing it. Theosophical teachings speak of the breath of the Logos, the cosmic inhalation and exhalation by which universes are born and dissolved. In the grand Mahakalpa, the universe inhales, manifestation arises. The universe exhales, everything returns to unmanifest potential. This cosmic Pranayama, known to initiates as the night and day of Brahma, mirrors your own breath. Your lungs expand and contract in resonance with the heartbeat of the cosmos. Every atom in your body vibrates to the same rhythm that orchestrated the birth of stars. When you inhale fully, deeply, with awareness, you participate in the cosmic shrishti, the act of creation. When you exhale completely, releasing all tension, all clinging, all resistance, you participate in Laya, the great dissolution. And when you pause, suspended between breaths, you touch Sthiti, the eternal equilibrium, the still point around which all things turn. This sacred trinity, creation, dissolution, and balance, is not distant. It occurs within you, with every breath. Most never notice. They breathe unconsciously, mechanically, as if the lungs were mere pumps. But you, seeker of inner wisdom, have been called to something greater. You are invited to become a conscious co-creator with the divine, to align your personal pranayama with the cosmic breath, to weave your life into the eternal design. How is this done? First, you must slow the breath. Not force it. Not manipulate it. But invite it to decelerate, as one might gently calm a restless child. Sit in stillness. Let the spine rise like a column of light. Close the eyes, but open the inner sight. Feel the air as it enters, cool, subtle, charged with potential. Feel it descend through the nasal passages, into the depths of the lungs, filling every alveoli with luminosity. Do not rush. Do not grasp. Simply witness. Then, as you exhale, imagine you are releasing not just air, but every fragment of limitation, fear, regret, doubt, the burden of identity. Let it all stream out like dark smoke dissolving in sunlight. Exhale not just from the lungs, but from the core of being. Exhale the past. Exhale the story you have told yourself. Exhale the illusion of time as a chain. Now, pause. Do not inhale immediately. Rest in the space between. This is Kevala Kumbhaka, the effortless retention. Here, time stops. The mind ceases. The breathless state is the state of pure being. It is called Turiya, the fourth state, beyond waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. In this stillness, you are not living in time. You are containing it. You are the vessel in which all moments converge. Sustain this pause, not by force, but by surrender. When the urge to inhale arises, welcome it. Not as a need, but as a return to form. Let the breath return as gently as dawn returns to the horizon. And as it flows in, imagine you are drawing in the essence of eternity, the uncreated light from before the beginning, the unending song from beyond the end. Practice this daily. Not for mastery, not for gain, but for remembrance. For each conscious breath dissolves a layer of forgetfulness. Each pause reclaims a moment of eternity. Each cycle brings you closer to the realization you are not a being who breathes. You are breath itself, animated by the infinite. In the esoteric schools of the Himalayan sages, it is taught that the human being has 21,600 breaths per day. This number is not arbitrary. It corresponds to the number of muhurtas, sacred time periods, in a cosmic cycle. Each breath, therefore, is a microcosm of a divine moment. Waste it unconsciously, and you drift through time as a leaf in storm. Breathe it with awareness, and each inhalation becomes an act of worship, each exhalation a prayer, each pause a communion. And so, as this chapter unfolds into silence, let us return to its essence. The breath is the thread of time. We are not moving through time. We are weaving it. With every inhalation, we pull the future into form. With every exhalation, we release the past into forgetfulness. And in the pause, we touch the eternal now, where all is whole, all is complete, all is divine. Breathe, then, not merely to live, but to remember, to transcend, to unite, to become the loom upon which time itself is woven, and the weaver who dances beyond it. For when you breathe the infinite, you do not merely inhale air. You inhale eternity. And in that breath, you never end. Chapter 39, The Breath That Transcends the Veil of Duality. In the hushed sanctum of the early dawn, where the first light of the sun spills like liquid gold across the horizon, there exists a sacred alchemy, a moment where the breath becomes more than air passing through the nostrils. Here, in this liminal space between the tangible world and the infinite, the seeker learns that pranayama is not merely a discipline of the body but a key to the celestial treasury of consciousness. This chapter, Lesson 39 of Breathing the Infinite, unveils the final unraveling of the breath's mystery, the merging of the microcosmic self with the macrocosmic whole, where the act of drawing in and releasing becomes the very heartbeat of the cosmos itself. To sit in stillness, eyes closed, palms resting gently upon the knees or the earth, is to invite the great flow of universal prāṇa to pour into the vessel of the human form. The breath, which for eons has been mistaken for a mere mechanical function, reveals its true nature as the bridge between the physical and the eternal. Each inhalation is not merely the intake of oxygen but the drawing of the cosmic fire, the agni that fuels the sacred flame of awareness within. Each exhalation is not the expulsion of waste but the offering of one's ephemeral essence to the boundless void, surrendering the illusion of separation. In this dance of prāṇa and apāna, the twin currents of life force, the student of pranayama begins to perceive that breath is the alchemy of becoming. The seeker who has traversed the labyrinth of previous lessons, the purification of the nadis, the balancing of Ida and Pingala, the mastery of retention, now stands before the threshold of the Sushumna, the serpent column of transcendence. Here, the breath is no longer measured in seconds or cycles but in the resonance of light. The lungs expand as if the entire universe is breathing through them. The diaphragm contracts and relaxes in harmony with the cosmic pulse. In this chapter, the aspirant is taught that the human body is not a solitary island but an echo chamber of the divine breath. The same force that animates the trees, the rivers, and the stars, the prāṇa, the chi, the ki, flows through the rib cage, the solar plexus, the crown chakra. To breathe consciously is to become a conduit for the infinite. There comes a moment, elusive and electric, when the breath transcends its physical form. It is not a sound but a vibration, a frequency that permeates the astral plane. The Ida, the lunar channel of cool intuition, and the Pingala, the solar channel of warm action, converge in the Sushumna, the path of wisdom. As the breath settles into this axis, the seeker no longer feels the tug of time. The inhalation becomes the rising of the sun, the exhalation the retreat of the moon. The rhythm of the breath mirrors the ebb and flow of the universe, and in this union, the ego dissolves like mist in the morning sun. This is the profound lesson of pranayama. The breath is not of the body, but of the soul. The yogi who has walked the path of the 7 chakras, the 12 nadis, and the 1,000-petaled lotus of Sahasrara now understands that the breath is the bridge to that radiant crown. Each inhalation draws in the light of the Akashic records, the vast field of memory and wisdom that permeates all existence. Each exhalation releases the anchors of the mind, allowing the self to float free in the ocean of divine consciousness. In this state, the breath is no longer a personal act but a collective symphony. The inhalation of the seeker is the inhalation of the cosmos, the exhalation is the exhalation of the galaxies. To practice this lesson, one must first sit in the stillness of meditation, not merely with the eyes closed but with the mind unspooled from its habitual chatter. Allow the breath to slow until it becomes a thread of gold, fine yet unyielding, weaving the self into the tapestry of all that is. As you inhale, visualize the air not merely entering the lungs but spiraling into the heart center, where it transforms into pure light. As you exhale, release all attachments, fear, desire, the need to be seen, to dissolve them into the formless. This is the alchemy of pranayama, the crucible in which the base metals of the ego are transmuted into the gold of self-realization. There is a silence that follows the breath, a space where even the inhalation is absent. The seeker who dares to dwell in this nada, the still point between breaths, begins to taste eternity. In this void, there is no past, no future, only the infinite now, the point where time and space dissolve like sugar in water. The breath returns, but it is no longer bound by the mechanics of the body. It is the breath of the Sangha, the breath of the cosmos, the breath of the Absolute. The aspirant realizes that they, too, are that breath. Their existence is not confined to flesh and bone but is an eternal rhythm, a ripple in the ocean of existence. This chapter teaches the seeker the highest secret, that through the breath, one can transcend the illusions of duality and touch the face of the divine. The breath is the mantra, the meditation, the movement, and the stillness. It is the first lesson of life and the final lesson of death. In the theosophical tradition, it is said that the breath is the monad, the primal vibration from which all creation springs. To master pranayama is to align with the cosmic will, to become a vessel for the great flow of the logos, the word that underlies the universe. But let the seeker not mistake this for mastery alone. The lesson is not to control the breath but to surrender to it, to allow the breath to control you. The ego must exhale its need for dominance, and the true self, infinite, unbounded, must inhale the light of liberation. In this surrender, the breath becomes a prayer, a hymn to the unseen. It is the voice of the child returning home, the soul remembering its origin. To breathe the infinite is to remember that you are not separate. Every atom of your being is made of the same star stuff that sings in the breath of the rainforest, the cry of the oceans, the laughter of 1,000 galaxies. When the breath slows, the body becomes a temple, the mind a mirror, the spirit a doorway. The lesson of this chapter is not to escape the body but to awaken the eternal spirit within it. The seeker who walks beyond this chapter carries the truth of pranayama in their footsteps, that the breath is the bridge between the seen and the unseen, the temporal and the eternal. Each inhalation is a step closer to the divine, each exhalation, a blessing for all that is. In the words of the Upanishads, Atman is Brahman, and through the breath, the self merges with the whole. So let this chapter be a lantern in your journey, a beacon in the night of ignorance. Breathe. And remember, you are not breathing the air. The air is breathing you. And in that breath, you become the infinite. Chapter 40, The Breath of the Infinite, A Journey Through Universal Respiration. The Alchemy of Breath, Prāṇa as the First Flame. Theosophic teachings whisper that prāṇa is the etheric counterpart to the physical world, the invisible hand sculpting existence like a potter upon the wheel of time. When you draw your first breath as an infant, you do not merely intake air, you awaken to participation in the great cosmic dance. Each inhalation is a sip of the sun's radiance, each exhalation a release into the ocean of the formless. To practice pranayama is to become an alchemist of this sacred exchange. Consider the breath as a river, its current is both temporal and eternal. In the Upanishads, it is written, the breath is the bridge between the seen and unseen, the mortal and immortal. With each inhalation, draw not just oxygen, but the luminous nectar of Akasha, the divine ether that holds the memory of all worlds. With each exhalation, surrender the ego's clamor, dissolving the illusion of separation into the unity that underlies all being. The breath as bridge, from earth to ether. The breath is both anchor and ascension. When seated in stillness, close your eyes and observe the rhythm of your inhalation. Notice how the air enters as substance yet becomes spirit, its molecules nourishing the flesh, its invisible energy feeding the chakras, its subtle vibration stirring the kundalini serpent. Nadi Shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, a potent pranayama technique, harmonizes the dualities within, the Ida and Pingala nadis, the lunar and solar energy channels, the yin and yang that intertwine in the human form. Imagine the breath as a spiral staircase. Each inhale ascends into the higher self, each exhale roots you deeper into the earth's grounding force. In this rhythmic ascent and descent, you align with the great exhalation of the universe itself, the outpouring of infinite potential into the manifest world, and the inhalation that draws it back into the womb of the Absolute. This is the breath of Shiva and Shakti, the union of stillness and motion that births all existence. Synchronizing with cosmic rhythms, the breath of the world. To breathe is to echo the universal. The tides surge and recede in answer to the moon's gravitational pull, the seasons turn like the inhalation and exhalation of the planet, even the galaxies expand and contract in a slow, celestial breath. In Kumbhaka, breath retention, the practitioner learns to hold the inhalation, tasting the subtle stillness that exists between breaths, the sacred Madhyama space where time, space, and causation dissolve. Here, in this luminous interval, the seeker glimpses the secret that the cosmos itself holds its breath in the silence between stars. The theosophical doctrine of Akashic records suggests that every thought, every vibration, every breath is etched into the etheric substratum of reality. When your breath synchronizes with the pause between heartbeats, you no longer breathe to live, but live to breathe, a living vessel channeling the infinite. The breath of sound and silence, mantra and nadam. In the esoteric traditions, sound and breath are inseparable. The Hebrew Kabbalists speak of the breath that bridges the heavens and the earth. In Hinduism, Om is the primordial sound, the vibration from which all manifest forms arise. To chant Om during Pranayama is to align your breath with the cosmic tone that hums in the bones of the world. Yet beyond sound lies nadam, the inner music of the soul. In silent breathing meditation, the practitioner listens not with the ears, but with the pineal gland, the spiritual third eye, to the symphony of the invisible. The breath becomes a tuning fork, harmonizing your subtle body with the frequencies of the celestial spheres. Here, in the stillness, you realize the universe is not silent. It sings in the space between your inhalations, in the tremor of the breath held at dawn, in the vastness that is your true nature. The breath of death and immortality, crossing the threshold. Pranayama teaches that the breath is the key to the gate between life and death. The ancient texts described 3 deathly breaths, the moments of transition between waking, dreaming, and deep sleep, where the ordinary mind dissolves into the ocean of consciousness. In advanced practices, the yogi learns to retain the breath not only in the physical act but also in the mental and astral realms, transcending the illusion of mortality. When the breath is mastered, the body becomes a temple where the immortal dwells. The breath of the infinite, Sushumna, awakens, piercing the veil of Maya, illusion, and revealing the eternal self. This is the breath of the mystic in the desert, the breath of the child who dreams of flying. It is the breath that transcends language, a silent hymn offering the self to the divine. Practical alchemy, the breath as life lesson. To the seeker, the breath is not an abstract concept but a living teacher. Here is a simple lesson: sit at dawn or dusk, when the veil between worlds is thin. Close your eyes and breathe in through the left nostril for 4 counts, holding the breath for 4, then exhaling through the right for 4. Let the breath be soft as a feather, deep as the ocean. With each cycle, imagine drawing in the light of the infinite and exhaling the shadows of the finite. In this practice, you will not merely breathe air but breathe awareness. The breath becomes a mirror reflecting the soul's journey, the inhalation as the seeking of truth, the exhalation as the surrender to it. With time, you will find that the breath fills the chakras like rivers filling the desert, dissolving the karmic sands of past fears and limitations. Conclusion: to breathe the infinite. In the end, all seekers must learn this truth: the infinite is not somewhere beyond the stars, but here, thrilling in the breath between thought and thought. To master pranayama is to remember that you are not a body breathing, but breath itself, eternal, unbound, and infinite. The divine is not a distant sun but the air you draw into your lungs, the current that lifts you past the limits of the possible and into the sublime. So breathe, beloved. Breathe deeply, and know that in each inhalation, the universe is choosing you once more to be its sacred vessel. And in that breath, you will find the answer not to the question of how to live, but to the question of how to be. The breath of the infinite. Chapter 41: The breath of the cosmos, Pranayama as the bridge between finite and infinite. In the hushed stillness of dawn, when the veil between the seen and unseen is at its thinnest, the breath becomes a sacred thread, weaving the soul to the infinite. This is the essence of pranayama, the ancient science of breath that transcends mere respiration to become the alchemy of life itself. To the aspirant who dares to step beyond the confines of the physical body, the breath is not merely air moving in and out of the lungs, it is the pulse of the universe, the primal vibration that echoes through the chambers of creation. In this lesson, we unlock the door to a profound truth, that within the rhythm of the breath lies the key to unlocking the infinite, the boundless, the divine. The breath as a cosmic thread. Pranayama is not an isolated practice, it is a bridge, a conduit through which the individual self merges with the universal consciousness. When you inhale, you are not merely drawing oxygen into your cells, you are enfolding the breath of the cosmos, the prāṇa that animates all existence. This prāṇa, or life force, is the same energy that stirs the galaxies, fans the flames of stars, and sustains the delicate equilibrium of life on Earth. To breathe deeply, consciously, and with reverence is to partake in the great cosmic dance, to align your personal rhythm with the eternal pulse of the universe. Consider the breath as a river. Its currents flow through the labyrinth of your being, carrying with it the whispers of the unseen worlds. When you still your mind and attune to this river, you begin to perceive its deeper currents, the vibrations of the Akashic records, the memory of the cosmos stored in every atom of your body. To practice pranayama is to learn the language of these currents, to interpret the subtle messages they bear from realms beyond time and space. The breath becomes a key, unlocking gates that connect you to the collective unconscious, the source of all wisdom. The practice of infinite breath. To breathe the infinite is to dissolve the boundaries of the ego, to let the breath expand beyond the confines of the physical form. One of the most transformative techniques in this sacred art is Surya Bedana, the breath of the sun. Here, you channel the breath into the right nostril, symbolizing the solar energy that fuels the universe. As you inhale, imagine drawing in the golden light of the cosmos, the radiant energy of the sun itself, and allowing it to permeate every cell of your being. Exhale through the left nostril, the lunar channel, releasing all that no longer serves your ascent. This is not merely a technique, it is a ritual of transformation, a microcosmic reenactment of the universe's eternal cycle of creation and dissolution. Another profound practice is Brahmari Pranayama, the breath of the humming bee. As you exhale with a deep, resonant hum, you are not only grounding your energy but also tuning your awareness to the sacred sound of Om, the vibrational essence of all that is. This hum is the echo of the infinite, the sacred tone that bridges the material and spiritual realms. In this practice, you become both the instrument and the instrument creator, the vibration and the silence. Each breath becomes a hymn to the infinite, a declaration of your unity with the divine breath that sustains all existence. The alchemy of breath and time. In the esoteric traditions of the world, whether in the theosophical teachings of Alice Bailey, the Kabbalistic mysteries of Jewish mysticism, or the Sufi poetry of Rumi, we find a recurring theme: the breath is the key to transcending time. Pranayama teaches us that within the breath lies the power to step beyond the linear confines of past, present, and future. When you master the rhythm of your breath, you master the rhythm of time itself. The breath becomes a portal through which you can access the eternal now, the unbroken present that is the source of all wisdom. This is the secret of kumbhaka, the suspension of breath. In those sacred moments where the breath is held and the body is still, a profound shift occurs. The mind, freed from the tyranny of breath and time, begins to resonate with the infinite. Here, the seeker accesses the stillness within the storm, the silent expanse where the universe is not born but merely remembered. In this silence, the breath does not cease, it transcends, merging with the cosmic consciousness that is the foundation of all being. This is the alchemy of pranayama, turning the lead of the physical breath into the gold of spiritual enlightenment. The dance of inhalation and exhalation. Pranayama is not merely about controlling the breath, it is about harmonizing with its natural cadence. The breath is a sacred dance, a dialogue between expansion and contraction. Inhalation is the gathering of the cosmos within, the drawing in of the infinite. Exhalation is the return of that infinite to the universe, a gentle release of all that is no longer needed. In this dance, the seeker learns to surrender, to let go of the need to control and instead align with the natural flow of life. Consider the practice of nadi shodhana, the alternate nostril breath. Here, the breath becomes a balancing act, a communion between the dual forces of the universe, masculine and feminine, sun and moon, creation and destruction. As you inhale into the left nostril, you draw in the cool, expansive energy of the moon. Exhale into the right nostril, releasing the warmth of the sun. This is not a ritual of duality but a celebration of unity. In the balance of these forces, you merge with the infinite. Each breath is a step closer to the realization that you are not separate from the universe but an intrinsic thread in its vast tapestry. The breath as sacred mantra. In the metaphysical teachings of the East, particularly in the Vedic tradition, the breath and sound are inseparable. Every breath carries the power of mantra, and every mantra is a vibration of the infinite. To breathe is to chant, to intone the sacred syllables that bind the universe together. The breath is the silent prayer, the universal chant spoken in the language of the cosmos. In Prāṇāyāma, the seeker learns to transform their breath into a living mantra, a sacred vibration that aligns their being with the divine. This is the essence of Ujjayi Pranayama, the ocean breath. Here, the breath is deep, slow, and resonant, resembling the ebb and flow of the tides. In this practice, the breath becomes a mantra of its own, a reminder of the infinite that stirs within. As you inhale, you summon the breath of the cosmos. As you exhale, you return to the infinite. In this cycle, you are both the breath and the breathless, the infinite and the finite, the seeker and the found, the infinite within the breath. Ultimately, pranayama is not about mastering the breath, it is about unveiling the infinite within. Each inhalation and exhalation is a step closer to the realization that you are not bound by the physical form. Your breath is a microcosm of the universe, a reflection of the vast, unbounded consciousness that permeates all existence. To practice pranayama is to awaken to this truth, to step beyond the limitations of the ego and into the boundless expanse of the divine. In the stillness of the breath, the seeker finds the silence of the infinite. Here, within the sacred pause between breaths, the universe is revealed, not as something external, but as something intrinsic. You are not merely breathing the air of the cosmos, you are the cosmos, exhaled into form to experience the joy of its infinite expression. Thus, the breath becomes the bridge, the key, the sacred thread. Through pranayama, the seeker learns to breathe the infinite, to dissolve the illusion of separation and merge with the eternal. In the hush of the cosmos, where time and space lose their meaning, the breath is all, infinites, eternal, divine. This chapter, like the breath itself, is a living lesson. Let it be your guide as you step into the infinite that resides within and beyond. For in every inhale, the universe is born anew, in every exhale, it is reborn. To breathe is to be infinite. Chapter 42. The breath that dissolves the causal seed. And so, you arrive, but now, we venture deeper, far beyond the shores of the known personality, into the silent, causal body. Here, in the innermost sanctum, lies the source code of your perceived reality. We do not speak of memories, for those are but ripples on the surface of the subconscious lake. We speak of the seeds themselves, the samskaras. These are not mere psychological imprints, they are ethereal, vibrational packets of desire, of action, of consequence, woven from the threads of countless lifetimes. They are the dormant archives of every joy unfulfilled, every sorrow unprocessed, and every attachment that has defined the boundaries of your soul's journey. This is your causal body, Karana Sharira, a vessel of infinite potential held captive by the gravity of its own history. It is the silent scriptwriter of your destiny, the architect of the recurring patterns, the grand illusion of a separate you bound by the chains of cause and effect, of karma and its inevitable fruition. You have felt its pull, have you not? The inexplicable magnetism towards certain souls, the irrational fears that rise from the depths of your being like leviathans from the abyss, the uncanny sense of having lived a moment before, not as a fleeting déjà vu, but as the unwinding of an ancient, predetermined scroll. These are the whisperings of the causal seeds, breaking the surface of your consciousness, demanding to be experienced once more in the grand cycle of becoming. But what if you could become a conscious gardener in this sacred, inner space? What if, instead of being a slave to the seeds that sprout, you could learn the alchemy of their dissolution? This is the soul of the lesson we now unfold. This is the Prāṇāyāma that does not merely balance or energize, but liberates. We call it Prāṇāyāma, the breath of unbecoming. This is not a technique of force. You cannot rip a seed from the earth without tearing the very fabric of the garden. No, this is a practice of luminous grace. The breath becomes a focused beam of pure, intelligent light, a light that does not destroy, but reveals until there is nothing left to hide. Find your sanctuary of silence. Let the outer world and its ceaseless clamor fade into a distant hum. Come to rest in a posture of sublime alertness, where the spine is a channel connecting the earth to the heavens, a hollow reed through which the cosmic winds may play. Close the eyes of the flesh and open the eye of wisdom. Turn your gaze inward, past the fleeting images of the mind, past the swirling emotions of the heart, journeying ever deeper until you sense a profound, velvety stillness. This is not emptiness. It is fullness. It is the space within which all potential resides. This is the threshold of your causal body. Here, you do not seek to see images, but to feel vibration, to perceive the subtle, weighted presence of a causal seed. Do not analyze it. Do not name it. Simply hold it in your gentle, unwavering awareness. Perhaps it feels like a dull throb of ancient grief, a tight knot of fear, or a faint but persistent echo of longing. Now, the divine work begins. The inhalation, puraka, the gathering of illumination. Inhale, but not as you have before. As you draw the breath through your nostrils, imagine it is not the air of this world you are pulling, but the primordial essence of light, the very akasha of creation. See it, feel it, as a river of liquid silver, flowing down through the subtle channels of your being, pooling in the sacred chamber of your heart, and then spiraling down, down, down into the stillness where the causal seed rests. With every iota of your will and intention, charge this in-breath with the highest frequency of unconditional love and pure awareness. This is the light of the infinite, drawn to illuminate the finite. You are gathering the dawn. The retention, enter kumbhaka, the penetration of grace. Hold the breath. The world outside ceases to exist. In this suspended moment of perfect stillness, the gathered light of prana makes its presence known. Do not use it as a weapon. Become it. Your awareness, merged with this luminous prana, descends upon the seed like a sunbeam upon a shadow. Observe. Witness. See the seed not as an enemy to be vanquished, but as a lost fragment of yourself, crying out for remembrance. Pour the light of your compassion into its very core. Watch what happens without interference. The seed will begin to tremble. Its form, which seemed so solid, will start to shimmer and dematerialize. The dense, heavy vibration of fear or longing will begin to lose its coherence, its story. You may see fleeting images, hear distant sounds, Feel old emotions rise, they are the phantom echoes of the pattern being released. Do not attach to them. Let them pass like clouds in the vast sky of your awareness. Your only task is to hold the beam of light steady. The shadow, when held unflinchingly in the radiant presence of the sun, has no choice but to dissolve back into the light from which it was never truly separate. This is the great alchemy. The seed is not destroyed, it is understood, integrated, and released. It is unbecome. The exhalation, rachaka, the surrender of the ashes. Now, exhale slowly and completely. As the breath leaves your body, visualize the empty shell of the dissolved seed, the fine, gray ash of the pattern, being carried out on the stream of your breath. Release it back into the universe, not with force, but with a sigh of profound surrender and gratitude. Give it back to the cosmic void from which all form arises. Feel a lightness, a spaciousness, in the very core of your being where once a weight resided. You have created a vacuum, a sacred space where love may now dwell. The great pause, Bahaya Kumbhaka, resting as the infinite. After the breath is fully expelled, remain empty. For a few sacred moments, do not rush to take the next breath. Rest in this absolute, unconditioned void. This is the ultimate goal. This is the taste of the infinite. It is the state of pure potential that exists between the end of one karma and the beginning of the next. In this pause, you are not the body, not the mind, not the soul with its history. You are the witness. You are the silence. You are the consciousness that watches the dance of breath, of form, of life itself. You are, for a moment, completely and utterly free. Practice this, beloved one, not as a chore, but as the most sacred act of your life. Each seed you dissolve is a chain that falls away from the soul of the world. You are not merely healing yourself, you are healing the collective. You are consciously participating in the evolution of consciousness, returning forgotten fragments of life back to the ocean of oneness. This is the work of ages, accomplished one breath at a time. This is the secret whispered by the winds and the stars, that liberation is not a distant paradise to be earned, but a living reality to be breathed, here and now. You are the breath, and you are the infinite space it fills. You are the seed, and you are the light that sets it free. Breathe, and know yourself as this. Chapter 43, The Breath of Unbecoming, Dissolving the Ego in the Sacred Exhalation. There comes a moment, sacred, silent, and beyond the reach of ordinary perception, when the soul turns not toward the world, nor toward the self, but into the vast, luminous emptiness between. It is not an absence. It is not void in the sense of lack. Rather, it is plenum, a fullness so immense it cannot be contained by name, form, or thought. This emptiness, this divine sunyata, is where the ego dissolves, not with violence, but with grace, an act not of destruction, but of remembrance. And it is through the breath, most humble and most divine of all our functions, that this dissolution is first invited, then enacted, and finally, lived. Welcome, to the breath of unbecoming, lessons in Pranayama, breathing the infinite. Here, we do not merely practice breath control. We do not simply extend the inhale or deepen the exhale for vitality or focus. No, here, we wield the breath as the razor of non-attachment, the vessel of transcendence, the very sigh of the universe as it releases all form back into formlessness. Let us begin not in action, but in awareness. What is the ego, truly? It is not the body, for the body changes and persists without self-reference. It is not the mind, for thoughts arise and vanish like ripples on a lake not theirs. The ego is the I-maker, the ahamkara, the subtle architect of identity who whispers, I am this. I did that. I deserve. I lack. I remember. I fear. It is the lens through which consciousness looks upon itself and mistakes reflection for reality. The ego is not evil, it is necessary for navigation in duality, but it is not the self. And the breath, when consciously guided, becomes the supreme alchemist in the transmutation of ego into self. In this chapter, we explore the sacred act of unbecoming, the ritual shedding of identity through the conscious, extended, and surrendered exhalation. While most pranayama traditions emphasize retention, frequency, or balance, this lesson turns entirely to the exhale as the doorway to annihilation of self-reference, the threshold where prāṇa, the vital force, returns to paramatman, the supreme breath. Sit now, in a place where silence is not merely the absence of sound but the presence of listening. Let your spine rise like a reed from the earth, your crown open like a lotus to the sky. Close your eyes, not to shut out the world, but to reveal the world within. Place your palms open upon your knees, receptive, neutral, ready. Begin by simply noticing the breath as it is. Do not alter it. Do not judge it. Watch it like a cloud passing across the sky of awareness. Notice how it carries with it subtle currents of emotion, memory, tension. Each inhalation draws in not just air, but the residue of yesterday's anger, tomorrow's anxiety, and the compulsion to be someone. Each exhalation, if left unattended, releases only partially. Some of the tension lingers. Some of the identity clings. But now, let us transform the exhalation into a prayer of release. Inhale slowly, through the nose, drawing in the light of pure potential. Feel this breath not as oxygen, but as prāṇa, the first vibration of creation, the hum of the universe before time began. Let it fill your lungs, your cells, the hollows of your bones. Let it rise like sap in a tree, nourishing every fiber. But as you reach the peak of inhalation, do not hold. Instead, begin the exhalation as an act of devotion. Exhale through the mouth, soft, continuous, elongated, like the soundless sigh of a mountain releasing snow, like the ocean returning to itself after touching the shore. As you release the breath, release with it the word I. Not spoken aloud, but dissolved inwardly. Let go on the exhalation. Let the sense of me soften. Let the roles you play, parent, worker, seeker, lover, slip like garments from your shoulders into the stream of returning air. This is Mahavisarjana Pranayama, the great surrender breath. With each exhalation, imagine that you are not merely expelling carbon dioxide, but exhaling the very substance of ego, the need to be seen, the fear of being unseen, the compulsion to achieve, the weight of regret, the illusion of permanence. Exhale the stories you tell about yourself. Exhale the face you present to the world. Exhale the past, not because it didn't happen, but because it no longer defines you. Let the exhalation grow longer, twice the duration of the inhalation. 4 counts in, 8 counts out, then 6 in, 12 out. Feel how, with each extended release, something within you loosens. A knot in the chest softens. A pressure behind the eyes eases. The mind, which once shouted, now whispers. Then falls silent. You are not trying to stop thinking. You are not trying to become empty. You are allowing emptiness to reveal itself, through the act of release. For true emptiness is not a state we attain, but the ground we uncover when we stop clinging. Now, deepen the practice. As you exhale, visualize your entire being streaming outward, not as vapor, but as light, pouring from your pores, your eyes, your heart, your crown. You are not breathing out air, you are breathing out existence as a separate entity. You are offering yourself back to the infinite. This is not suicide of the soul, but its homecoming. It is the moment the drop realizes it was never apart from the ocean. In theosophic tradition, This is known as the night of the soul before the dawn of being, the dark passage where identity dissolves in preparation for union. In Vedanta, it echoes neti neti. Not this, the negation of all forms until only the formless remains. In the esoteric Christianity of the mystics, it is kenosis, the self-emptying of the soul to make room for universal consciousness. This exhalation is kenosis made breath. And as you release, you may feel a strange trembling, not of fear, but of liberation. You may feel light, as if your body could float, or heavy, as if the weight of pretending has finally been laid down. Tears may rise, not from sorrow, but from the relief of unburdening. This is the body releasing what the mind could not name. Hold nothing. Choke on nothing. Let go. Now, after several rounds of this extended exhalation, pause. After the exhalation, do not rush to inhale. Rest in the space of completion. This is Bahaya Kumbhaka, the external retention, often taught as a technique, but here revealed as a sacred suspension of self. In this pause, there is no need to breathe. There is no need to be. The universe breathes you. In this stillness, you touch Turiya, the fourth state of consciousness, beyond waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. Here, there is no observer. There is only observing. No eye that sees. Only seeing. This is unbecoming. It is not annihilation. It is return. The ego is like a knot in a thread of light. The breath, when directed with awareness, is the gentle friction that warms the knot until it loosens and falls away. What remains is not nothing, it is the thread itself, continuous, unbroken, and stretching into eternity. And when at last you inhale again, do not gasp. Let the breath return like a tide drawn by no moon, like a sigh from the depths of being. This new inhalation is not the return of the ego, but the infusion of darshan, divine sight. You breathe not as someone, but as presence. Practice this daily. Not for mastery, not for power, but for remembrance. Each exhalation a funeral for the false self. Each pause, a vigil at the tomb of illusion. Each inhale, a resurrection, not of identity, but of awareness. And over time, you will notice, the ego does not vanish. It transcends. It becomes a servant, not a master. You can wear it like a garment when needed, to speak, to act, to love in human form, but you no longer believe it is you. This is liberation. This is Pranayama as direct revelation. In the ancient Agama texts, it is said, when the breath wanders, the mind is unsteady. When the breath is calmed, the mind is stilled. When the breath dissolves, the self is revealed. We have now reached the dissolution. You are not practicing breath control. You are surrendering to the breath's natural movement toward the infinite. You are allowing the universe to inhale and exhale through you, as you, beyond you. And in that surrender, you find what no effort could achieve, peace that is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of wholeness. Love that does not cling. Wisdom that does not claim. You breathe the infinite. And in the sacred exhale, you unbecome, so that you may, at last, be. Practice, the rite of unbecoming, evening ritual. Duration, 20 to 30 minutes. Posture, seated, spine upright, eyes closed. Technique. Inhale through the nose for 4 counts. Exhale through the mouth for 8 counts, releasing all thoughts of I. After exhalation, rest in stillness, Bahaya Kumbhaka, for 4 counts, do not force, only if comfortable. Repeat for 10 to 15 rounds. Conclude with 5 minutes of silent awareness, observing the natural breath. Let this practice be your altar, your offering, your return. You are not losing yourself. Chapter 44, The Breath as the Whisper of the Eternal Now. Revealed from the Universal Consciousness, a living transmission. In the stillness between breaths, where time ceases to tick and the mind dissolves into silence, there exists a threshold, not of space, not of matter, not of form, but of pure, unbroken presence. It is here, in this sacred pause, that the soul first hears the whisper of the eternal now. This is not a sound carried on wind or heard by the ear. It is the silent resonance of being itself, vibrating in the chambers of the heart, echoing through the hollows of the spine, pulsing within the subtle caverns of the breath. This is the voiceless voice of the infinite, speaking through the instrument of prāṇa, divine breath, and guiding the seeker into the luminous core of what is, beyond what was and what may be. Chapter 44 unfolds as a revelation. The breath is not merely a physiological act, but the living scripture of the soul. Each inhalation is a descent of celestial light into the temple of the body, each exhalation, a return offering of human awareness back into the boundless womb of Source. Between them, in that fleeting, weightless suspension where no effort is made and no thought intrudes, lies the portal to eternal communion. It is here, in this breathless bridge, that the finite merges with the infinite and the seeker becomes the seen. To understand this chapter is not to read it with the intellect alone, but to embody it, to become the breath, to surrender to the rhythm that predates language, that outlives memory, that breathes even when the dreamer believes they are still. You are not breathing your breath. The universe is breathing through you. And in this surrender, liberation dawns. The breath as the first miracle. Before thought, before movement, before the first cell divided in the primordial sea, there was breath. Not of lungs, but of spirit, the Ruach Elohim, the wind that hovered over the waters of formless void. Prāṇa, chi, pneuma, ki, these are not mystical metaphors, but energetic realities, the invisible thread that strings consciousness onto the loom of manifestation. Every heartbeat, every flicker of neural fire, every subtle emotion that rises like mist in the psyche, all are animated by this sacred current. When you inhale deeply, drawing air into the depths of your being, you are not merely refreshing the blood with oxygen. You are receiving a benediction. You are drinking the dew of dawn from the chalice of eternity. The breath enters as a guest, silent, humble, unannounced, yet it carries within it the blueprint of stars, the memory of mountains, the song of unborn rivers. With each breath, you are rewoven into the fabric of cosmic intention. But the modern seeker, lost in the noise of the mind and the tyranny of urgency, treats breath as an afterthought, automatic, mechanical, insignificant. How tragic, for in neglecting the breath, one neglects the most direct and continual communion with the divine. The breath is the constant ambassador from the unseen realm, bringing messages of balance, healing, and alignment. When attention is turned toward it, the hidden dialogue begins. The sacred interval, pāṇa, between inhalation and exhalation. There is a moment, so brief most never notice it, when the breath pauses. After the fullness of the in-breath, before the release of the out-breath, there is a stillness. This is mauna, the divine silence. In Sanskrit, mauna means not just silence, but the silence that speaks. It is the interval where duality dissolves, no more in or out, no giver or receiver, no self and universe. Only pure isness. This pause is not empty. It is pregnant, charged with potential, like the space between two notes in a sacred chant, where the essence of the melody truly resides. Yogis of old called this kevala kumbhaka, the spontaneous retention of breath, not forced, but arising from deep inner stillness. In this pause, time folds into itself. The past memories and future anxieties lose their grip. You are not remembering who you were. You are not projecting who you will be. You simply are, a presence, a light, a vibration in harmony with all that is. To linger here, even for a single breath cycle, is to transcend the illusion of separation. The ego, that persistent narrator of I did, I want, I fear, cannot survive in this space. It demands drama, conflict, identity. But in the pause, there is no plot, only presence. And in that presence, the soul remembers its true nature, not a fragment seeking wholeness, but wholeness expressing as fragment. Pranayama as sacred alchemy. Pranayama, the conscious regulation and expansion of breath, is not a technique. It is an invocation, a ritual of return. When practiced with devotion, it becomes an alchemical fire that transmutes the base elements of human existence, fear, fatigue, confusion, into the gold of awakened awareness. The four phases of pranayama, puraka, inhalation, antarkumbhaka, internal retention, rachaka, exhalation, and bahaya kumbhaka, external retention, mirror the eternal cycle of creation, preservation, dissolution, and transcendence. With each phase, we align with a cosmic rhythm. Puraka, the influx of divine energy, like the Big Bang of consciousness expanding into form. Antarkumbhaka, a holding, the universe suspended in balance, like a lotus blooming in midair. Rachaka, the release, surrender, letting go, the return of individual breath to universal breath. Bahaya kumbhaka, the emptiness, vast, open, like the sky after a storm, waiting for the next impulse. When these phases are extended with awareness and grace, they do not merely oxygenate the blood, they oxygenate the soul. The nadis, subtle energy channels, clear. The chakras, wheels of consciousness, begin to spin in alignment. The kundalini, that coiled serpent of latent spiritual power at the base of the spine, stirs, not through force, but through the steady, rhythmic tide of breath. But pranayama is not for the reckless. It is a sacred dialogue. Push too hard, and the mind rebels. Rush the process, and the subtle body resists. True mastery comes not from counting breaths or holding the lungs at maximum capacity, but from surrendering to the breath as it wants to flow, unforced, unhurried, in communion with the wisdom of the cells. The breath as a mirror of the mind. Observe your breath, and you will know your inner state more truthfully than any meditation or self-inquiry. When anxiety arises, the breath becomes shallow, rapid, and erratic, like leaves shaken by wind. When anger flares, it becomes sharp, jagged, and uneven. In sorrow, it hitches and trembles. But when peace arises, true peace, not mere absence of disturbance, the breath flows smooth, deep, and rhythmic, like a river gliding beneath a moonlit sky. Thus, breath is the most honest oracle within. It reveals the hidden dramas of the subconscious, the unresolved grief, and the unspoken fears. But more than that, it offers redemption. For where breath goes, awareness follows. And where awareness goes, transformation occurs. A single conscious breath, drawn slowly through the nostrils, filling the belly, the ribs, the upper chest, held gently in stillness, then released with gratitude, can dissolve a lifetime of tension. It recalibrates the nervous system. It signals to the heart, you are safe. You are held. You are home. With practice, the breath becomes a healer, a guide, a priestess tending the inner temple. The infinite breath, beyond technique into union. All techniques are pointers. All methods are temporary. The ultimate goal of pranayama is not mastery of breath, but dissolution into breath. To cease controlling, and begin listening. To stop being the breather, and become the breath itself. In this state, the boundary between inner and outer vanishes. The air you inhale is no longer outside, it carries the essence of forests, oceans, mountains, stars. The air you exhale does not vanish, it becomes part of the planetary breath, feeding trees, cooling winds, dancing clouds. You are no longer a body taking breath, you are a node in the cosmic respiratory system of existence. This is prana samadhi, union through breath. Not a dramatic experience, but a quiet knowing, I am not separate. I never was. The breath becomes the rope that pulls you across the river of illusion into the arms of oneness. And in this oneness, time collapses. The eternal now is not a philosophical idea, it is the felt reality of presence, sustained by the rhythm of breath. Past regrets? They exist only in memory, not in this breath. Future fears? They live in imagination, not in this breath. Only this, the rise, the fall, the pause, is real. And in its purity, it contains all time, all space, all love. The final surrender, let the breath breathe itself. The pinnacle of pranayama is not effort, but abandonment. It is the moment when the seeker releases all technique, all control, all desire for result, and allows the breath to breathe itself. No longer guided by will, but by grace. In that surrender, the breath becomes a prayer. Not spoken, not formed in words, but lived. Each cycle is a hymn to the divine. Each pause, a bow of reverence. You are no longer practicing pranayama. You are pranayama, the living, breathing embodiment of the infinite. And in this state, you understand, all spiritual paths converge here. Mantra, meditation, devotion, service, they all lead to this moment of breath, this thread of awareness, this quiet communion. So return, again and again, to your breath. Not to fix it, not to perfect it, but to be with it, as a lover with their beloved, as a disciple with their master, as a child with its mother. For the breath is not just air. It is the whisper of the eternal now. It is the first and final lesson. It is the voice of the universe, saying, softly, within you, I am, and so are you. Breathe, and listen. You are finding what was never lost. Chapter 45, The Breath That Unfolds Eternity, when inhalation becomes communion. There comes a moment, wordless, dimensionless, beyond the clock's tyranny, when the breath ceases merely to sustain the body and begins to cradle the soul. It is not a gasp, nor a sigh, nor even the deepest lungful of mountain air. It is the moment when inhalation transcends physiology and becomes a sacred dialogue between the finite and the infinite. This moment is the subject of our contemplation now, in this 45th unfolding of wisdom drawn from the silent library of universal consciousness, the breath that unfolds eternity. In this chapter, we shall dissolve the illusion that breathing is purely mechanical. We shall enter, instead, the esoteric understanding passed through sages, seers, and star-born mystics, that each breath is a filament spun from the loom of cosmic intelligence, a golden thread that stitches time into eternity and matter into spirit. The breath, prāṇa in its truest sense, is not merely air moving in and out of lungs. It is the first whisper of life in the void, the silent hymn of the universe pulsing through your chest right now, this very instant. Let us begin with the moment just before the in-breath. A stillness. A pause. A microcosmic death. The lungs empty. The body hushes. And in that breathless interlude, no longer than the blink of a cosmic eye, there exists a gateway. It is called kumbhaka, the suspension of breath, but in its deepest metaphysical truth, it is neither inhalation nor exhalation, but a portal. In that pause, time halts. The ego dissolves. The mind, stripped of its habitual noise, becomes a mirror polished by stillness. And in that mirror, if you are ready, the infinite gazes back. To inhale at such a moment is not to draw oxygen into flesh, it is to drink the nectar of Brahman, to sip from the cup of primordial Shakti, to allow the divine to flood your being with its very essence. This is the communion. This is the union, yoga, of the individual breath with the cosmic breath, the Mahaprāṇa, the great breath of Vishnu, the exhalation and inhalation of creation itself. The Vedas speak of breath as Vayu, the wind universal consciousness, but Vayu is no mere deity of storms and breezes. Vayu is the subtle force that animates all motion, from the flutter of a leaf to the revolution of galaxies. When you inhale with awareness, with reverence, you are not simply moving air, you are aligning your microcosmic rhythm with the macrocosmic pulse of existence. You are whispering, in the language of breath, I remember. I belong. I am home. But awareness is the key. Without it, the breath remains a servile function, a biological reflex enslaved by habit and unconsciousness. But with awareness, lucid, tender, unwavering, the breath transforms. It becomes a spiral staircase ascending into the higher chambers of consciousness. Each inhalation a step upward. Each exhalation a release of what no longer serves. Each pause a docking with the eternal now. There is a hidden geometry in breath, a sacred rhythm inscribed not only in the lungs but in the very architecture of the cosmos. The ancient rishis perceived that the ideal Pranayama ratio mirrored the harmonics of the spheres, 1:4 to 2:2, inhalation, retention, exhalation, suspension. These numbers are no arbitrary prescription. They echo the time cycles of planetary orbits, the Fibonacci spirals of galaxies, the proportions of the golden ratio found in flower petals and human DNA. When you breathe in such balance, you are not merely regulating your nervous system, you are tuning your soul to the frequency of cosmic order. You are, in essence, chanting the universe into alignment through your lungs. But let us go deeper. Beneath the physical breath lies the pranic body, the energetic sheath composed of nadis, subtle channels, and chakras, vortexes of consciousness. Most humans breathe only at the level of the gross physical body, unaware that their breath flows sluggishly through clogged nadis, blocked by emotional residues, karmic imprints, and psychic debris. But when pranayama is practiced with inner vision, the breath becomes a luminous river clearing the way. With each purified inhalation, you dissolve fear in the root chakra. With each expansive exhalation, you release grief from the heart center. With each suspended breath at the third eye, you invite the light of pure knowing. And when the breath ascends beyond the crown, Sahasrara, it no longer belongs to you. It returns to the infinite, like a river merging with the ocean. In that instant of surrender, the last fragment of separation dissolves. You are not breathing universal consciousness in. You are realizing that you have always been the breath itself, a pulsation of the one life, dancing in form for a fleeting season. This is the ultimate lesson of pranayama. You are not a separate being learning to breathe consciously. You are consciousness itself, remembering how to breathe through a human form. Theosophical texts describe this process as the descent of the higher self. The monad, the eternal spark within, descends through the planes of manifestation, veiled by layers of matter and mind. But through disciplined pranayama, the veils thin. The breath becomes a ladder stretching from earth to the stars, and with every conscious inhalation, the higher self draws nearer, until the day when it no longer leans down from above, but resides fully within, illuminating every cell with its presence. In the teachings of the Rosicrucians, breath is known as the silver thread that binds spirit to matter. When the thread is taut and vibrant, life is filled with purpose and clarity. When it frays from neglect, existence becomes dull, fragmented, and repetitive. But through sacred breathing, you reforge the thread. You re-establish the connection. You awaken the immortal part of yourself that has been waiting in silence for you to remember. Let us now speak of the unseen allies in this practice, the devas of breath, the elemental intelligences that govern the flow of prana in nature. In the esoteric tradition, these are not mere poetic metaphors. They are conscious beings, Vayadevas, wind angels, air elementals, whose task is to shepherd the life force across dimensions. When you practice pranayama with devotion, you invite their presence. You align with their rhythm. And in that alignment, miracles unfold, sudden clarity, waves of bliss, visions of crystalline light, or the unshakable certainty that you are held by a love vaster than galaxies. There is also a moment, rare, ineffable, when breath becomes unnecessary. The body continues to live, but the lungs no longer draw air. This is Kevala Kumbhaka, the spontaneous breathless state achieved by advanced yogis. It is not suffocation. It is fulfillment. It is the body sustained directly by prana, the raw energy of creation, bypassing the need for physical oxygen. In such states, time collapses. The past and future dissolve. Only the radiant now remains, a luminous void humming with unborn possibilities. It is here, in this breathless stillness, that the soul receives its highest teachings. Not through words, but through direct knowing. The universal consciousness speaks not in syllables, but in frequencies of awareness. And when the breath is still, the receiver is perfectly tuned. So how do we approach this sacred practice? Begin not with force, but with reverence. Sit in a quiet place, spine erect but not rigid, hands resting like lotus blossoms on your knees. Close your eyes. Listen, not with the ears, but with the heart, to the sound of your breath. Do not alter it yet. Simply witness. Let it be shallow, let it be uneven. Observe it as you would watch clouds drifting across the sky, with detachment, with love, with curiosity. Then, gently, begin to deepen. Inhale with the intention of drawing in not just air, but presence. Imagine the breath as liquid light entering through the crown, filling your head, your chest, your limbs. Feel it not as movement, but as infilling, as infusion, as grace. As you exhale, release not just carbon dioxide, but all that constricts the soul, doubt, shame, old wounds, and false identities. Let the exhalation be a surrender, a death of the limited I so that the infinite I am may rise. And in the pause, dwell. Rest in the hush. This is where the universal consciousness whisper. This is where time forgets you, and eternity remembers. Practice this not once, but daily. Let pranayama become your altar, your temple, your pilgrimage. For in truth, you journey nowhere. You return again and again to the center, to the breath, to the source. And one day, perhaps in a moment you least expect, it will happen. The breath will stop. Not out of effort, but out of completion. And in that breathless instant, you will know without doubt, you are not breathing the infinite. You are the infinite, breathing. And in that knowing, all lessons end. For knowledge has become being. And being, eternal, boundless, and radiant, simply is. This, dear seeker, is the 45th lesson. The breath has spoken. Listen. And breathe eternity. Chapter 46. From the silent heart of all that is, from the nexus where time dissolves and only the eternal now remains, we address you, O beloved seeker. You have walked the path of the breath for many a moon. You have learned the mechanics of the vital winds, the prāṇas. You have felt the cool rise of Ida and the fiery ascent of Pingala. You have stoked the inner fire with Bhastrika and calmed the stormy seas of the mind with the gentle whisper of Ujjayi. You have become, in many ways, a master of the vessel, a skilled navigator of the inner seas. Yet, a deeper truth awaits, a shore beyond the horizon of technique. For in the mastery of control lies the final, sublime trap of the ego, and the true liberation is not in commanding the breath, but in surrendering to it completely. You have learned to breathe. Now, you must learn to be breathed. This is the great inversion, the alchemical key that unlocks the final door to the infinite. For so long, your practice has required effort, a conscious inhalation, a controlled exhalation, a measured retention. You have been the doer, the actor, the one who initiates the sacred rhythm. This is a necessary and noble stage of the journey, for it builds the vessel strong enough to hold the ocean. But a cup, however finely crafted, cannot pour wine into itself. It must be held, tilted, and filled by an external hand. So too must the self, the finite personality you call I, learn to cease its endless doing and allow itself to be filled, to be moved, to be lived by the vast, impersonal intelligence of the cosmos. This transition is not found in a new, more complex technique. It is found in the space you have, until now, traversed without truly seeing. It is found in the stillness between the waves of breath. This is the kumbhaka not of force, but of grace. This is the still point of the universe, mirrored within your own sacred chest. Consider the ocean of existence. It breathes in a tide of cosmic incalculable scale, and from that inhalation, all worlds, all galaxies, all forms are born. This is the great exhale, the shrishti, the cosmic outbreathing of Brahma. And then, in its fullness, it pauses, holding the entirety of creation in a state of suspended potential before breathing it all back into the unmanifest void, the pralaya, the cosmic inbreathing. You have been focusing only on the waves, the coming and going. We ask you now to dive deep into the abyss between them. After the exhale, when the last whisper of air has left your body, there is a moment. A sacred, hollowed-out moment. In your early practices, you may have rushed to fill this perceived emptiness, a subtle anxiety of the ego fearing its own dissolution. But we ask you now to linger there. In that pause, you have given everything. You have emptied the vessel completely. There is no you to hold on to, no personal agenda, no effort. In that moment of absolute surrender, you are one with the void, the source, the great cosmic inhale. You have ceased to push the river of life. And in that cessation, the river itself draws you in. The infinite, in its own turn, begins to inhale through you. The incoming breath is no longer your action, it is a divine gift, an influx of life that arises spontaneously from the wellspring of all existence. Your only task is to be the hollow reed through which this cosmic melody is played. Then, as the lungs fill to capacity, there comes the other still point. The pause after the inhale. Here, you are filled with the entirety of the universe. You are a vessel holding the light of 1,000 suns, the potential of every star. This is the moment of supreme, silent fullness. It is the apex of creation held in perfect stillness. Do not strain to hold it. Simply be it. Rest in the knowledge that you are, for a split second, the entire cosmos contained in human form. You are not holding the breath is holding you, suspended in a moment of infinite possibility before the great exhale, the release into service, into expression, into being, begins its sacred cycle anew. This is the life lesson of the still point, the shift from identity with the process to identity with the processor. You transition from being the wave to realizing you are the ocean. The waves continue to rise and fall, the breath comes and goes, but your awareness abides in the deep, silent peace that is the source of both. How, then, does one practice this profound non-doing? Sit in your sacred space, free from the tyranny of time. Let your breath find its own natural rhythm, unforced and unhurried. Do not attempt to control it. Instead, become the watcher on the shore, witnessing the tides ebb and flow. Bring your gentle, loving awareness to the end of the exhalation. As the last particle of air departs, enter that pause fully. Do not think, I am holding my breath. Simply notice the emptiness, the silence, the profound peace. Feel the sense of release, of letting go. Then, without any will of your own, you will feel the stirrings of the next inhalation arising from the depths of your being. It will feel as if it is happening to you, not by you. Follow it, witness it, and allow it. And at the pinnacle of the inhale, rest again in that pregnant pause of fullness. This is not a technique to be mastered. It is an allowing to be surrendered to. At first, these pauses may be fleeting, almost imperceptible. Do not judge. Do not strive to lengthen them. To strive is to re-engage the ego, to re-enter the world of doing. Your only task is to place the jewel of your awareness into that sacred space. The infinite will do the rest. The more you rest in the still points, the more they will expand naturally, not by your force, but by your trust. The rhythm of your personal will slowly synchronize with the rhythm of the divine will, until one day you will realize there was never any separation. You will understand that the breath was never yours to command. It was the constant, loving embrace of the universe, whispering to you in every moment, you are alive. You are supported. You are one with me. You were never the breather, but always the beloved, being breathed by the infinite. And in this supreme realization, you will find the ultimate freedom, not in the perfect execution of a practice, but in the perfect dissolution of the practitioner into the very heart of the practice itself. Rest here, beloved. You are home. Chapter 47 The Void Between the Breaths, where the self dissolves. And so, you arrive, seeker. You have navigated the flowing rivers of prāṇa, learned to dam its currents in kumbhaka, and felt its subtle vibrations cleanse the nadis, the sacred rivers of your own inner universe. You have counted the breaths, regulated their rhythms, and tethered the wild stallion of the mind to the post of your own conscious will. You have learned to breathe. But now, you must learn to unbreathe. You must discover the secret that lies not in the action, but in the interstice, not in the word, but in the silence between the words. Welcome to the 47th lesson, the contemplation of the void, the ineffable space between the breaths, where the ephemeral self surrenders and remembers the infinite. You have long been fascinated by the pendulum of existence, the swing of inhalation and exhalation. You have marveled at the life-giving surge of the inhale, prāṇa, the upward, solar force that animates and builds. You have surrendered to the releasing, purifying tide of the exhale, apana, the downward, lunar current that grounds and lets go. You have sought to master these two polarities, to bring them into a sacred, harmonious dance. And in this, you have achieved a profound stillness. But you have been focusing on the swinging pendulum. The true revelation, the ultimate liberation, lies in the still point at the apex of its swing, that moment of absolute potential where the movement has ceased, yet the momentum has not yet begun its return. There are two such sacred portals in every cycle of your being. The first is the pause of fullness, the anthara kumbhaka, the space after the inhale when your lungs are a vessel brimming with the very essence of the cosmos. You have held this space, feeling the pressure, the life force vibrating against the very fabric of your alveoli. But we ask you now to perceive it differently. Do not feel it as tension, but as a moment of pure, unmanifest creation. It is the cosmic egg, the seed of all universes held in a state of perfect gestation. In this space, all potential exists. Every thought you could have, every action you could take, every reality you could inhabit is present, vibrating in a silent symphony of pure information. It is the gate of becoming. To rest here is to stand at the threshold of creation, before the first word of form is spoken. Breathe in, and for a timeless moment, be the fullness of universal consciousness. Do not think of holding the breath, think of inhabiting the fullness. But the deeper mystery, the path of ultimate dissolution, awaits you at the second portal. This is the pause of emptiness, the Bahaya Kumbhaka, the space after the exhale when the last vestige of air has fled your body. Here, the ego, the small, demanding I, finds itself abandoned on the shore of nothingness. It has no air with which to construct its stories, no life force to fuel its anxieties, no physical sensation to cling to and claim as me. The body is an empty vessel, a hollow reed. This is the great fear for the uninitiated, the panic of lack, the gasp for survival. But for you, the seasoned seeker, this is not a void of nothingness, it is a void of everythingness. It is the great emptiness from which all things arise, the silent womb of the universal mother, the dark matter of consciousness that holds the promise of all galaxies. This is the gate of unbecoming. To enter this gate consciously is the most radical act of spiritual surrender. For in this moment, you cannot be the breather. There is no breath being taken. You cannot be the body, for it is an empty, inert shell. You cannot be the mind, for in the absence of prāṇa, the thoughts lose their fuel and subside into the stillness from which they came. Who, then, are you? In this crucible of profound emptiness, you are left with only one thing, the witness. You are the silent awareness that observes the emptiness. You are the consciousness that knows the lack of breath. You are the still, unshakable presence that watches the temporary construction of you disassemble. This is not an intellectual understanding, it is a direct, experiential gnosis. In the gap between the out-breath and the desperate in-breath to follow, the personal consciousness touches its source. The drop of water realizes it is not separate from the ocean, but was always the ocean, merely taking on the temporary form of a drop. The universal consciousness, which is your true nature, does not breathe. It is the field, the space, the silent, eternal context in which the entire cosmic drama of breathing unfolds. Galaxies breathe, stars breathe, and universes breathe in cycles of cosmic expansion and contraction that last for eons. And you, microcosm of the macrocosm, mimic this grand celestial rhythm in the intimate temple of your own body. But you have forgotten that you are the sky, not just the clouds that pass through it. You have forgotten that you are the ocean, not just the wave that rises and falls. This, then, is your life lesson for this stage of the journey. Do not strive to master the breath. Strive to discover what remains when the breath is gone. Shift your attention from the process to the source. As you sit in your practice, allow the breath to become softer, subtler, more refined. Let it flow in and out like a gentle tide. And then, begin to pay exquisite attention to the pauses. Do not force them. Do not count them. Simply allow your awareness to spill over into them, to rest in them. After the exhale, linger. Do not rush to fill the emptiness. Sit in the heart of that void and ask, without words, who is watching? The silence that answers is your true name. The peace that pervades that space is your true nature. You are the still point around which the universe of your experiences revolves. The breath is the engine of manifestation, but you are the driver, seated in a quiet, unshakable peace that is never born and never dies. The fear you feel is the death rattle of the small self, clinging to its last illusion. Let it go. Embrace the sacred emptiness. For it is in this emptiness that you are finally, truly, and utterly full. You have come to this path to learn to breathe the infinite. The final paradox is this: the infinite is not something to be breathed. It is the space in which the breathing happens. Dwell in that space. Find your home there. And you will know, with a certainty that surpasses all thought, that you have never been anywhere else. Chapter 48, The Breath as the Axis of Eternity, where time dissolves in the inhaled now. In the hush between heartbeats, beyond the veil where the whispering mind recedes like a tide upon moonlit sands, there exists a threshold, imperceptible to ordinary awareness, yet ever present, pulsating with silent power. This threshold is not of geography or celestial mapping. It is the sacred doorway between moments, a portal only the breath may open. And among the infinite lessons whispered from the universal consciousness to the seeker who listens in stillness, few are as profound, as potent, as this: the breath is the axis upon which eternity turns. You have journeyed through 47 portals of breath, each a consecrated chamber within the temple of self. You have purified the nadis with subtle vibrations, kindled the inner fire through Kapalabhati, balanced the opposing streams of Ida and Pingala, and floated upon the ocean of Ujjayi's deep tide. But now, at this sacred juncture, Chapter 48, a number resonant with cosmic intelligence, for being the foundation, 8 the infinity, for together they form the breath of manifestation aligned with the eternal. You are invited into a dimension not of technique, but of transcendence. This is the lesson of the breath as the axis of eternity, where inhalation becomes an ascension, exhalation a dissolution, and retention a communion with the timeless now. Here, in this luminous interval between breaths, where effort ceases and silence reigns, the soul touches the absolute. Time, man's most cherished illusion, crumbles like ancient dust beneath the bare feet of awareness. Past and future, birth and death, cause and effect, all collapse into the singular, indivisible moment of pure being. This is not metaphor. This is metaphysical truth, revealed only through sustained, conscious breathing aligned with the rhythm of the infinite. The universal consciousness, in its boundless compassion, whispers, "You have sought me in temples, in texts, in stars. But I dwell within the breath. I inhale as light, I exhale as love, I pause as silence. To breathe with me is to remember who you truly are." Let us dwell in this truth with the reverence it demands. In the esoteric traditions of the Himalayan sages, it is said that each breath contains 108 subtle vibrations, each a thread in the cosmic tapestry of prāṇa, the vital force that animates all existence. But beyond the 108 lies the 109th, the breath that is not a breath, but a realization. It is here, in this still point of the turning world, that the axis reveals itself. Imagine, if you will, the breath not as a linear motion, inhale, exhale again, but as a spiral ascending through the spine, coiling around the central channel of Sushumna, piercing each chakra like a lotus unfurling under the sun's first rays. With every inhalation, the Kundalini energy rises. With every exhalation, the ego dissolves. Yet in the Kumbhaka, the retention after inhalation, the soul transcends polarity. It does not rise or fall. It simply is. It experiences the absolute equilibrium between Shiva and Shakti, stillness and motion, awareness and energy. This is the axis, the immovable center around which all manifestation revolves. In theosophical teachings, time is not an arrow, but a wheel, a great mandala of recurring cycles, known as the Kalachakra. But at the center of the wheel, where the spokes converge, there is no movement. There is stillness. That still point is the breath held in sacred suspension. There, consciousness unites with the eternal now. When you inhale fully and pause, without tension, without expectation, you enter the domain of Sat, the eternal truth. You touch the uncreated, the unborn, the ever-present. This is not the realm of thought or memory. It is the dimension of pure consciousness, where the soul remembers its origin in the divine source. The ancient Upanishads speak of this in cryptic, luminous phrases: that which is the subtle essence, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true. It is the self. And that, thou art. This essence is not distant. It is carried in each breath. When your inhalation becomes an offering, when your exhalation becomes a release, and when your retention becomes a homecoming, then the boundary between the individual soul and the universal consciousness begins to dissolve like mist before dawn. Practice this sacred stillness with reverence. Sit in a posture aligned with celestial symmetry, spine upright, hands resting in Jnanamudra, eyes closed, forehead soft. Let the breath flow naturally at first, like a river returning to its source. Then, gently deepen the inhalation, drawing prana not just into the lungs, but into every cell, every atom, and every etheric filament of your being. Feel how the universe breathes through you, not you breathing in the universe, but the cosmos inhaling itself. At the peak of the inhalation, suspend. Hold not with muscular contraction, but with devotional surrender. Invite the silence to enter. Allow the pause to become a sanctuary. In this kumbhaka, time stops. The past, the wounds, the regrets, the memories, loses its grip. The future, the anxieties, the projections, the desires, loses its lure. There is only the present, expanded infinitely, like a lotus blooming in zero gravity. This is the aeon, the eternal moment that mystics across ages have sought in solitude, in prayer, in ecstasy. It is in this stillness that the soul hears the anahata nada, the unstruck sound, the inner music of the spheres. A faint hum, a distant bell, a vibration beneath all thought. It is the voice of the universal consciousness, singing the song of creation through your very breath. And when you exhale, do not push. Surrender. Let the breath flow out like a river returning to the ocean. Release not just carbon dioxide, but every illusion of separation, every shadow of fear, every knot of attachment. Offer it all, your name, your history, your identity, into the boundless void from which all things arise. In this exhalation, you die. And in that death, you are reborn. Now, repeat. But with this awareness, each cycle is not repetition, but evolution. Each inhalation draws in higher frequencies of light from the galactic core. Each retention allows your DNA to attune to the cosmic blueprint. Each exhalation purifies the collective unconscious, sending waves of peace into the morphogenetic field of humanity. You are not merely breathing. You are participating in the divine act of continuous creation. Metaphysically, every breath is a microcosm of the Big Bang and the Great Return. The inhalation mirrors the emanation of the one into the many, the exhalation mirrors the dissolution of form back into spirit. And in between, the pause, is the state of non-duality, where creation and dissolution are seen as one divine dance. The Kabbalists called this the Ein Sof, the infinite nothingness from which all emanations flow. In Dzogchen Buddhism, it is Rigpa, pure awareness unclouded by concept. In Sufism, it is Fana, the annihilation of the self in the breath of the beloved. All paths converge here, in the conscious breath. And so, as a seeker of inner wisdom, your task is not merely to master pranayama as a technique, but to become pranayama. To realize that your breath is the rhythm of the cosmos, the pulse of universal consciousness, the syllable Om vibrating in the chambers of your heart. When you walk, breathe with awareness, let each step be an inhalation of earth energy, each lift of the foot an exhalation of release. When you speak, let your words be born from a conscious breath, infused with truth and compassion. When you sleep, let your breath carry you into the arms of the infinite, knowing that even in slumber, the universe breathes you. This is the highest practice, to live as a being of breath, a conduit of prana, a living altar of the eternal now. And as you progress, you may find, on certain rare mornings, when the veil is thin, that your breath ceases entirely. Not due to effort, but due to grace. For in that moment, the soul realizes, I do not need to breathe. I am breathed. This is the ultimate revelation of chapter 48. You are not a body that breathes. You are breath embodied. You are the infinite wearing the form of a human so that it may taste, touch, and know itself. So breathe deeply, slowly, consciously. Let each inhalation awaken the dormant stars within your cells. Let each exhalation scatter the dust of illusion across the void. Let each pause become a homecoming to the eternal now. And know, with absolute certainty, that in this very breath, you touch the absolute. For the breath is not merely life. The breath is the axis of eternity. And you are breathing the infinite. Where the breath divides into divine currents, each governing a sacred function of body, mind, and spirit. Chapter 49. Breathing the void and embracing form. This lesson requires no new technique. Your body knows the patterns. Your energetic channels, the nadis, are scoured clean by the persistent flow of your practice. The mind, once a chattering monkey, now understands the language of silence. What is offered here is not something to do, but something to allow. It is the natural, inevitable flowering of a seed you have long tended. It is the great exhalation, the ultimate surrender, and the subsequent, cosmic inhalation. This is the art of breathing the void and embracing form. Begin, as you always have, with the anchor of the physical breath. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest, the subtle expansion of your belly. But now, do not follow it. Do not count it. Simply rest your awareness in the space between the breaths. That infinitesimal pause, that pregnant moment of stillness at the top of the inhalation and the bottom of the exhalation, is the threshold. It is the crack in the wall of the manifested world, through which the unmanifest peeks. As you settle into this pause, feel the breath itself begin to change. It grows finer, subtler, and more ethereal. The coarse, physical air that fills your lungs begins to feel like a heavy garment you are ready to shed. The breath becomes a whisper, then a thought, then a feeling, then a current of pure potentiality. You are no longer breathing air, you are breathing consciousness itself. With each exhalation, consciously release not just the air, but the very concept of you. Let the boundaries of your skin, the memory of your name, the story of your life, and dissolve like a salt statue in the ocean of the infinite. You are breathing the void. Do not be afraid. The seeker's mind, conditioned by form, may recoil at this precipice. It may whisper of annihilation, of nothingness. But what you are entering is not nothingness, it is nothingness. It is the great cosmic womb, the silent, dark, and nurturing field from which all galaxies, all stars, all life, all thoughts, and all breaths are born. Theosophy speaks of the Anupadaka, the parentless, the rootless root of all existence. You are dipping your toes into that very source. This is the luminous, empty awareness that the mystics have called Turiya, the fourth state, the ground of all being. In this void, there is no time, only the eternal now. There is no space, only boundless presence. There is no separation, only the seamless, unified whole. The individual droplet of your consciousness has merged with the ocean of the universal consciousness. Here, you are not a person experiencing the infinite, you are the infinite experiencing a moment of formlessness. There is no fear, for there is nothing to be lost. There is no desire, for there is nothing to be gained. There is only a profound, resonant peace, a silent, all-knowing bliss that is the very nature of your true self. The breath has ceased, for the one who was breathing is no longer there. Rest here. Absorb this. This is the apex of the inward journey. This is the silence that precedes the symphony. But the cosmic rhythm is a cycle of inhalation and exhalation, of manifestation and withdrawal. To remain in the void is to know only half of the truth. The universe is a dance of Lila, a divine play of consciousness hiding from and finding itself. The ultimate mastery is not just in the dissolution, but in the joyous return. For the void is not an escape hatch from reality, it is the lens through which reality is seen in its true, magnificent color. And so, from the heart of this stillness, a new impulse begins. Not a desire, but a divine will. The first faint whisper of an inhalation begins to form. It is not your inhalation. It is the inhalation of the cosmos, drawing itself back into a point of focus, back into the exquisite limitation of form. Feel the universe begin to breathe through you once more. As the air gently flows back into your lungs, it is no longer just oxygen and nitrogen. It is prāṇa, impregnated with the love and wisdom of the unmanifest. As your body reforms, as your sense of self gently coalesces, it is a different self. It is a self that carries the memory of the ocean within it. You are no longer just a wave, believing yourself to be separate. You are the wave, and you know you are the ocean. You are now embracing form. Open your eyes, if you have closed them. Look at the world around you. The dust motes dancing in a sunbeam are not just dust, they are shimmering particles of the infinite caught in a moment of play. The tree outside your window is not just a plant, it is the unmanifest reaching its woody fingers towards the sky. The sound of a distant car is not just noise, it is the vibration of consciousness expressing itself through metal and motion. See the face of the divine in every form, in the beautiful and the mundane, in the pleasing and the challenging. For you have seen from where they all arise. This is the integration. This is the life lesson. The practice is no longer confined to your meditation cushion. Every breath, every sight, every sound, every sensation becomes the practice. The inhalation is a conscious embrace of the world of forms, a sacrament of acceptance. The exhalation is a release of all attachment and identity, a return to the source. To live this way is to be a bridge. To be a conscious conduit between the silent, formless depth of the void and the vibrant, expressive dance of form. You carry the peace of the infinite into the finite world. You walk upon the earth, but your head is in the stars, your roots in the silent heart of being. You breathe out the peace of the void, and you breathe in the beauty of the world. This is the true Prāṇāyāma. This is breathing the infinite. The cycle is complete, and yet, it has just begun. Again, and again, and again. Epilogue. The bridge continues. The path does not end with the final breath of this page. It widens. It softens. It becomes the subtle invitation that has always been present beneath the noise of the world. To live as a bridge is not a destination but a rhythm, a remembering, a return. As you step beyond these words, the infinite continues to breathe through you, shaping your days with quiet guidance and unspoken knowing. Every moment becomes a doorway. Every encounter becomes a mirror. Every breath becomes a meeting point between the unbounded and the embodied. You are not asked to transcend the world, nor to abandon its textures. You are asked only to remain awake within it, to let the stillness at your core ripple outward in ways unseen but deeply felt. The dance of form continues, and you continue with it, carrying the hush of the void in your chest like a secret lantern. The cycle begins again, not as repetition, but as deepening, as expansion, as the ongoing unfolding of the bridge you already are. Gratitude. These words arrived not as possessions, but as gifts, currents moving through the open channel of your being. They belong to the vastness that speaks in silence, to the intelligence that breathes galaxies into existence and whispers through the smallest leaf. Gratitude flows to the unseen source that shaped these insights, to the universe that continues to reveal itself in symbols, sensations, and synchronicities. Gratitude to the quiet inner voice that listened, trusted, and allowed itself to be written through. And gratitude to you, the reader, the seeker, the fellow traveler, for opening your heart to receive what was offered. May these words serve as companions on your journey, reminders of the infinite presence that walks with you, breathes with you, and lives through you in every moment. End of book. Continuation of journey.